MP3. 1. Chakra and Kundalini PDF. A chakra work. Psychospiritual techniques for health, rejuvenation, psychic powers and spiritual realization. A chakra and Kundalini workbook. I've come halfway round the world to meet you, were the first words spoken by J. on Mumford when we first met 20 years ago in the lobby of the Minneapolis Holiday Inn. Of course, that was literally true since he then, as now, resided in Australia. But it was as if there were another truth involved with those words, as if we were meeting at long last, once again. This meeting was the beginning of a friendship that is as deep and meaningful as few relationships can be, and Uncle John is as close to my wife and son as he is to me. He came to the Twin Cities to give a week-long series of seminars on Kriya and Tantra Yoga as part of the 5th of the annual Gnostic Aquarian Festivals, nicknamed Gnosticans, that Llewellyn sponsored back in the 1970s when the New Age was still new. Earlier that day of our first meeting, my wife Sandra had met John at the airport and brought him to the Holiday Inn where she briefed him on the soft-UL of events and gave him the various items and equipment he had requested for his workshops. Suddenly, with a lemon in one hand and a 12-inch long sterile soft-ized hat pin in the other, John shouted a mantra and Sandra found that the hat pin was now in one side of her lower lip and out the other. No pain, no bleeding. John had effectively demonstrated mantra anesthesia when, for a second, her consciousness was focused outside the body on a mantra he had suddenly shouted. Instead, as realization came flooding in, she experienced a euphoria in the new awareness that indeed she was more than the body, and that mind was not confined to the brain. The workshops with John were filled with practical work and demonstrations building on this same theme. Among them was Yoga Nidra, the sleep of the yogis, during which we were guided into a deep state of relaxation followed by the move soft-ment of consciousness throughout the body and into the brain. Another practice involved Trataka, fixed gazing on the projected image of one of a series of Tatwas, by which we experienced the mind outside of the body, while also stimulating soft-is chakras in tum. Yet another practice guided our imaginations through a series of colorful and often incongruous images, often projecting consciousness right out of the physical body. 9. These were exciting, mind-expanding experiences for all of us. But all of them were solidly based on John's primary training in yoga and meditation tech soft-nix that started when he, at 14 years of age, visited India. During his many extended stays in India he studied with such prestigious people as Yogen Soft-Dhruv Bombay, Shaitananda of Delhi, Gitananda of Pondicherry, and Satyananda of Monga. These Eastern studies were supplemented over the years by his Western studies, during which he qualified as a psychotherapist and as a Chiro Soft-Practor. In addition, he studied in London, and later in Sydney, with several occult lodges, and studied hypnosis, autogenics, and other techniques all related to the mind-body interface and the acceleration of normal evolution. John Mumford is a global person, who brings East and West together in a new synthesis. He is initiated in 3 different ashrams and is recognized and soft-or ed in India for his knowledge and teaching. He is a doctor of chiropractic therapy and a lecturer of international repute on psychophysiological disorders. Several years ago he retired from active chiropractic practice and opened an esoteric school in a Sydney suburb under the name of the Scientific Samkhya Yoga Association. In addition to his deep knowledge and amazing ability to condense esoteric practices to their essence, John is a charismatic person. He radiates love, vitality, and above all joy. He infects you with his presence, but unlike all too many charismatic teachers and leaders, he gives his knowledge and withholds nothing. He knows that the wisdom necessary to properly use knowledge is something that comes only with experience, and it is experience as well as knowledge that he works to give his students, whether they study with him in person or through his books. As a Westerner studying in India, John was not merely a theoretician. He has many times given proof of his own self-mastery in public demonstrations of cardiac cessation, voluntary stopping of the heart, obliteration of individual pulse beat at will, sensory withdrawal, tolerance of pain, voluntary breath written soft-shan over the 5-minute range, peristalsis control using ground glass as media, start and stop bleeding on command, ability to handle white-hot steel rods, etc. Even more importantly, just as he demonstrated on his first meeting with Sans Soft-Dra, he leads his students to experience this same kind of control. As he writes in this book, theory without practice is sterile. Many students have experienced that hatpin, while others with only hours of training have been able to experience much greater control over the normal physiological responses, as you will see pic soft-ed in this book, when 2 students at another Gnosticon likewise were able to handle, and even lick, white-hot steel bars in public demonstration. That first meeting in Minneapolis was neither the first or the last. Aside from any esoteric considerations, Llewellyn had already published John's second pioneering book, Sexual Occultism, since revised and enlarged as Ecstasy through Tantra, and he came to other Gnosticons. One year we put on a full-week mini soft-ashram entirely of his teaching on Kriya Yoga. Since the last of these teaching, forward visits, he has joined us nearly every year around the time of my wife's and son's birthday. Yes, they have the same birthday, July 1st. Every visit has been both a learning experience for me and an inspiration. I've learned more from this one per soft-son than I have from anyone else, and in some ways he has fulfilled my own youth soft-full ambition to study in India through his powerful, effective, and efficiently condensed teaching. And it is that powerful, effective, and efficiently condensed, experiential instruction that you will find in this book. The book itself is a vastly expanded and augmented edition of Jon's first book, Psychosomatic Yoga, that was first published in English in 1962 and later in 8 additional languages. I need to emphasize that this is not merely a revised version of that early very successful book, rather, it is totally rewritten and expanded beyond the original concept based on the 30 years of experience during which that first edition was used as a textbook and the manual by tens of thousands of students and teachers around the world. In addition, I have used my own experience as one of Jon's students and as an editor and publisher to make many suggestions that he has incorporated into this book to add to its power and effectiveness in hopes that it can serve the reader, student not only as a practical text and personal manual, but also, as nearly as is possible, as a direct and real contact with the charisma of this master teacher. The text is supplemented with tables and illustrations to bridge the distance from information to personal understanding. In addition, the author has added a simple outline of a 12-week practice schedule reference directly back to the first 9 chapters. Only a relatively few minutes each day, no more time than you might otherwise spend in less efficient physical workouts, will quickly build a solid experience of psychophysiological techniques that will lead toward better health, a longer life, greater control over your personal destiny, and lay a firm foundation for the subsequent chapters leading to the attainment of super soft-normal powers, an enriched inner life, and ultimate transcendence. Unlike many teachers, Jon does not advocate a life of celibacy and seclusion soft-scion, but teaches ways that you can use the experiences and opportunities of everyday life, and particularly of the shared life, as levers towards spiritual attain soft-ment. This is a truly global kind of yoga, a practical system of personal training most suited for anyone in today's active and complex world. Indeed, as Jon writes, each of us are destined for the stars, to be a star. We are gods in the making, but God realization is totally your choice, and your responsibility. 11. The genesis of 8 Chakra and Kundalini workbook began in India 1961 with the writing of Psychosomatic Yoga and, reminiscent of the proverbial cocoon soft-ta, emerged in 1994 with the first edition. Now in the new millennium I am delighted to present the 4th revised and, expanded edition, a grandchild from the progeny of 40 years ago. I would like to express my thanks to Dr. Frank Ross in Adelaide, Australia, for his assistance in sorting through the dialects, Telugu and Tamil names for the martial art Varma points to arrive at a consensus of the most common Sanskrit equivalent terms. Uniting the past with the present, and East with West, it is fitting to quote from my foreword to the original Psychosomatic Yoga. Lastly, it is my hope that students of the Western occult tradition may find these notes a convenient reference and guide to the most practical and effective techniques of the Eastern path. I wrote my first book, Psychosomatic Yoga, in Hardwar, Uttar Pradesh State, India, in 1996-1. This was a concise training manual in mind-body disciplines, and some of the techniques had never been published before. This book was to become a classic, translated into over a dozen languages over the next 30 years. In the interim since the beginning of my public teaching career, I have continually polished and refined the methodology expounded in that first manual, and this present volume is flesh and muscle built upon the intact skeletal structure of the earlier writings. I have been fortunate to experience something that is difficult for West soft-earners to comprehend, the guru-killer relationship, devoid of the cult trap soft-pings associated with the popular movements of more recent times, some more notorious and sensational than others, creating an image of dependency and abuse that is far from the reality of the genuine experience. There is always one special guru, and that is the one to whom you give your heart. When I was 17 years of age, I met Dr. Rishi Swami Gadananda of Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu, South India, and that meeting began a discipleship of many years. Words could not and cannot ever express my gratitude to him, and I don't know what would have become of me had I not met him at that time and benefited so greatly from his teaching and wise guidance. Such techniques as Chakra-nervous, Polarization, and solar plexus charging came from him, for me to release in writing. Much later, another major raw influence was to come into my life. Swami Paramahansa Satyananda Saraswati. I took initiation from him in Monga, Bihar State, India, in 1973. By example he taught me, among other things, humility, something I will struggle with to the end of my life. He was a great tantric technologist. The exposition of Yoga Nidra in Chapter L3 is a sample of his insight. These men gave me their most precious gift humans can grant one another, unconditional regard. For this I owe a debt that can only be paid by honoring all sentient beings. This book, although entitled 8 Chakra and Kundalini Workbook, is neither a quick fix or a panacea. The exercises are grounded in classical technique, with contemporary innovations, and developed over a lifetime of learning, experimenting, and teaching. I write in the same way that I teach. Information is added incrementally and we take various stances or viewpoints according to necessity and soft-nance. My Western education has enamored me of the hypothesis, and my Indian training has made more than willing to sacrifice understanding for experience and logic for being. By lifestyle I am Western and by disposition a Hindu. Philosophically, I adhere to the classical school of Samkhya. Samkhya was developed by a contemporary of Buddha, Kepler, around 500 B, and, like Buddhism, is non-soft-istic. Samkhya provides the theoretical constructs for the practice of yoga, and, again like Buddhism, is perfectly reconcilable with the new religion of the West science. The theory of Samkhya and the practice of yoga are so compatible with certain Western positions that I, without paradox, support sociobiology and favor biochemical reductionism. Sociobiology is the belief that human behavior soft-or is deeply cemented in biological necessity, while biochemical reductionism is the doctrine that sees changes in neurotransmitter brain levels as responsible for brain function variations and, hence, psychiatric states and mood. Both sociobiology and reductionism seem quite probable and reason soft-able. They present no problem for the Samkhya philosopher, as Samkhya views mind and body as merely different manifestations of the energy-matter dance of creation and neither affect the core essence of being, the transcendent soft-tal self, or Purusha. We are at the end of a millennium and the close of a century. Such peri-soft-ads are always marked by tremendous social upheavals and radical political changes. Dr. Swami Gadananda stated, in the 1950s, that it used to be the problems of man. Now it is man, the problem. Sigmund Freud, Carl Jung, and Hermann Hesse were just a few of the great European minds that saw the fourth coming social and psychological chaos, inherent in the transition to the 21st century. The great Indologists, Heinrich Zimmer and Mircea Eliade, and their compatriot, mythologist Joseph Campbell, have all passed away, leaving us a heritage of understanding and a pointer for the future. English-speaking countries have rapidly espoused the new Maoism, political correctness, a vitriol that corrodes creativity and art, accompanied by social engineering, both conspiring to reduce everyone to a common denominator. And what is the outcome of such communism? The pursuit of mediocrity. It will be a sad, colorless, effete 21st century if individual soft-ism, eccentricity, mysticism, and the pursuit of the contemplative life are no longer permitted or even merely accepted. Is humanity only social creatures, herd animals, or are we potentially and individually destined for the stars? I would like to believe that my efforts with this workbook will contribute, as a small part with many others, of the great tidal outpouring of authentic esosoft-teric technology to ensure survival of, as Aldous Huxley so elegantly phrased it, the perennial philosophy. May the perennial philosophy find a bridge into the brave new world order. ONN Mumford, St. Paul, Minneapolis, MN, USA 1993, 15. The author practicing Yoni Mudra. The Ganges River is flowing in the background with the Himalayan foothills in the distance. Hardwar, Uttar Pradesh State, North India, 196-1. Chapter 1, Mind over Matter. Sukhasana. He who practices Sukhasana becomes an immobile, frozen, transcendent sculpture of living flesh dwelling in freedom beyond space and time. Anon, Hatha is perhaps the aspect of yoga best known to Westerners. To most soft-dense it is simply a difficult system of physical control involving the use of soft-tic poses, asanas, and the learning of specialized breathing techniques, pranayama. The introduction of dynamic, calisthenic-like movements for the soft-mans of the poses, as seen in the last 25 years, is strictly a modern innovation, for the original Sanskrit meaning of asana is simply a firm seat. Few realize that the base upon which Hatha Yoga rests is an implicit axiom stating that if the mind can influence the body, psychosomatics, then the converse is equally true. The body influences the mind, somatopsychics. When we are nervous, depressed, or suffer from chronic anxiety, our mental state is reflected in the function, control, and appearance of our physical being. At a later stage, in chronic anxiety, for instance, our mental state and the concomitant arousal of the sympathetic nervous system may encourage organic changes in the body resulting in such disabilities as, depending upon our genetic predispositions, ulcers, colitis, heart disease, immune system impairment, and a host of other manifestations. Hatha Yoga re-establishes the mental stability of the individual and thus reverses the process which results in psychosomatic diseases. This is a COM3, a chakra plished by first teaching the student to acquire control of his or her body. Control of the body, in turn, requires effort at controlling the mind, since no muscle is flexed, no nerve activated, and no blood circulated unless under the control, voluntary or involuntary, of the mind. The Sanskrit roots of Hatha break down into Ha and Tha. Ha refers to the sun, a positive masculine symbol, while Tha refers to the moon, a receptive feminine symbol. Generally Hatha is understood as indicating the union of the positive, sun-drenched inhalation, Ha, with the cleansing, cooling exhalation, Tha. Given a deeper interpretation, we see that Ha esoterically symbolizes the positive mind uniting with its polar opposite, the material vehicle of Tha, the body. Herein lies the clue to the true esoteric teaching of Adam, the mind, and Eve, the body, as depicted in Genesis. Hatha yoga may be defined as the science of uniting and coordinating the physical and mental aspects of one's being through consciously attempted discipline of the body. We may also note that the original Sanskrit root from which hatha derives is hath, meaning to strike a blow against, by implication, working to over come the inherent inertia of the mind-body complex. It was during this century that the Russian scientist Pavlov rediscovered the principle of conditioning and the conditioned reflex known for several thousand years by the Hatha yogis. It is with this idea of being able to condition the body and consequently the mind that we begin our study of the first exercise, Sukhasana. The mind has great influence over the body and maladies often have their origin there. Molière, 1622–1673. 4. The easy pose. Sukhasana literally means easy pose, sukha easy, asana pose. It is one of a number of meditative poses. It has several characteristics in common with other meditation forms. Specific advantages: 1. A solid, triangular base for trunk and head. 2. The spine is kept straight and thus the nerve flow along spine and between vertebrae is uninhibited. 3. The lungs are free for exercises in deep breathing as taught in pranayama. 4. Said to aid awakening of Kundalini, latent nervous energy locked within the central nervous system. Sukhasana has specific physiological and psychological advantages. Physiologically, the internal viscera are relaxed because of the crossed legs, while psychologically the mind and body are brought into a harmonious state of stability through the consciously willed attempt to remain motionless. Sukhasana is the ideal technique for those who wish to condition themselves for shutting the door upon everyday worries, and thus prepare themselves for the meditative peace to be found within the recesses of their own minds. This technique is also valuable for nervous disorders involving poor neuromuscular coordination, twitches, nervous movements, and tics. For those who cannot bend their legs or sit upon the floor, similar mental advantages may be cultivated by sitting in the Egyptian pose, or Egyptian god posture, on a chair. We will discuss this variant after the floor method. Technique 1. Place a cushion or folded blanket on the floor. Sit upon the blanket or cushion using only the front edge, or first third of the support. This assists by tilting the hips forward. Have your legs stretched out in front of you in preparation for bending. 2. Bend your right leg under your left thigh and the left leg under the right thigh, assuming the cross-legged tile or pose. Check that your kneecaps are roughly level with each other. If they are not, your trunk will lean slightly to the lower side, disturbing body symmetry and balance. 5. 3. Keep your spine erect and your head nicely poised upon your shoulders. 4. Place your hands, palms down, upon your knees in such a fashion that they will not slip off. Be certain that your elbows relax naturally against your body. 5. Firmly close your eyes as if you were drawing down shutters. Continue to keep your eyelids under control for the duration of the session. 6. You are now introverted within yourself. Concentrate your mind upon the natural rhythm of your breath, control yourself from dreaming, reasoning, or otherwise becoming mentally active, and keep your body erect, motionless, and as relaxed as possible. Concentrate upon just being. Meditate upon the movement of life force by attentively observing the natural, spontaneous breath cycle as it goes through 4 phases, inhalation, momentary pause, exhalation, momentary pause. Each time your mind wanders, return to this breath awareness, simultaneously cultivating a sensation of total frozen immobility in your body utter motionlessness. The mind is a dangerous weapon, even to the possessor, if he knows not discreetly how to use it. Michel de Montaigne, 1533–1592, 6. Sukhasana, classical floor posture, eyelids firmly closed. See meditation instructions. 1. Elbows relaxed, knees level, fingers pointing down and relaxed. 7. Egyptian chair pose. This pose for those who cannot sit upon the floor or bend their knees is also known as the Egyptian god posture, and is often seen as the Western equivalent of an asana for meditation. Technique 1. Sit upon the forward half of the chair with your spine away from the chair back. 2. Let your feet turn slightly out and check that the lower legs are at a 90-degree angle with your thighs. Place books or cushions under your feet to ensure this. Your thighs may be open and comfortably separated. 3. Your kneecaps should now be level and you may place your hands, palms down, upon your knees, in such a fashion that the forefingers are pointing downward, earthward, and they will not slip off. Allow your elbows to relax naturally against your body. 4. Keep your spine erect and your head nicely poised upon your shoulders. Vertically align your nose with your navel. 5. Firmly close your eyes as if you were drawing down shutters. Continue to keep your eyelids under control for the duration of the session. 6. You are now introverted within yourself. Concentrate your mind upon the natural rhythm of your breath, control yourself from dreaming, reasoning, or otherwise becoming mentally active, and keep your body erect, motionless, and as relaxed as possible. Concentrate upon just being. Meditate upon the movement of life force by attentively observing the natural, spontaneous breath cycle as it goes through 4 phases, that is, inhalation, momentary pause, exhalation, momentary pause. Each time your mind wanders, return again to this breath awareness, simultaneously cultivating a sensation of total frozen immobility in your body utter motionlessness. Egyptian chair pose, nose in line with navel, spine free from back of chair, elbows relaxed, hands palm down, jaws pointing down. Allow mid-back, lumbar, to maintain natural curve. Lordosis, foot supports, cushions, books. You are now in a position to experience yoga, union, by sacrificing thinking for being. At some stage you may wish to add a simple visualization to the exercise, such as imagining an object in your mind's eye, a geometric pattern, a flower, a color, or an image. Performance time: perform this exercise for a minimum of 5 minutes in the first week, rapidly building to 20 minutes by the 3rd week. Using a timing device, pocket alarm, watch, kitchen timer, etc., is helpful. Checkpoints: 1. After commencement of the exercise, check your elbows to see that they are relaxed and swaying freely. 2. Check your eyelids to see that they are steady and controlled. Any flicker soft hyphening of the lashes indicates mental agitation and lack of absorption in exercise. 3. Make certain that you do not unconsciously slip into a slouch and thus bend the upper, dorsal, spine. As with any of the classical Hatha-asanas, very distinct performance probs soft-lems arise. Let us list them along with appropriate remedies. 1. The pressure of the floor upon your feet may cause pain and thus distract attention. This is overcome by practice in which the feet are gradually conditioned. 2. The spine may tend to slouch. The remedy lies in sustained, disciplined effort. 3. The mind may become agitated and refuse to become calm. We follow the same principle of quieting a bored or upset child. We provide something suitable in the way of distraction, such as concentration upon simple 10 objects. This particular problem is the crux of the exercise. Eventually, you train yourself to relax mentally upon beginning the exercise, and this conditioning becomes stronger with repetition. Sukhasana should be practiced consistently for a week before starting practice of the next exercise. All the exercise routines that follow in this book should be commenced with Sukhasana and the minimum time of 5 minutes lengthened to 20 minutes maximum. In review, remember that Sukhasana, as practiced in the described man soft-ner, is a specific therapy for nervous disorders arising from lack of neuromus soft-cooler control. In this exercise, control over the body is increased and willpower is strengthened. Above all, the mind is trained to achieve a quiet state, and this conditioning prepares the student for advanced exercises. Traditionally, admission to certain Eastern occult schools depended upon the chelas, a disciple, or dedicated student, ability to remain motionless for a 3-hour test period. The average individual, in our tension-fraught age, Can soft-not remain mentally absorbed and physically motionless for 3 minutes or even 10 minutes, not to suggest 3 hours, as you are expected to accom soft-plish through Sukhasana. A note about eyelid flutter. Eyelid flutter denotes extraversion and agitation. For people of certain soft-temperaments, abstracting themselves from the environment may represent an inner soft-mental difficulty. In a personal communication, my publisher and friend of many years Carl Weschk suggested the making of a meditation hood, and this would definitely have manifold benefits. I might say that in the Indian ashram we would pull our robes over our head to replicate a similar effect. The hood of a traditional monk's robe as seen in medieval illustrations would serve the same purpose. In Carl's own words, for those who have problems with eyelid flutter, I have discovered a very soft-pull and effective remedy. A functional meditation hood can be easily made from a piece of spandex material, roughly 1/8 inches x 1/4, folded over to 9 inches x 1/4 inches and sewn together on one short side and the remaining long sides, leaving the other short side open so as to pull it over the entire head and face like a ski mask. If desired, the top portion, the first short side, can be rounded before sewing. The advantage of the spandex is that it exerts just enough pressure against the eyelids to hold them firmly but comfortably shut, hence no flutter, but the material is thin and porous enough for easy breathing. The further advantage of such a meditation hood is 11, that it does give a feeling of isolation, as would a cave or a magical ritual, from the everyday world. Even though the spandex material is too thin to block out sound, the feeling of isolation given by the hood makes it a kind of portable meditation chamber. We include a simple drawing to explain the home sewing. Obviously, the concept can be modified if materials other than spandex, such as thin kid skin, are preferred. Then it would be necessary to fit the hood more carefully to actual shape and measurements of the head, and to provide a shaped form for the nose with an opening at the nostrils for breathing as well as an opening from the crown down to the neck that can be laced or zippered shut. To accom soft-plish the effect of a minimal amount of pressure against the closed eyelids, the hood, or head mask, must be form-fitting, but not uncomfortably tight. For persons who suffer a degree of nasal congestion, this shaped form of hood may be preferred to the spandex. 12. Meditation hood construction. Spandex material, cut to shape, top neck around mouth, around nose, around forehead, around chin and crown, around hairline and base of skull. Shavasana, the mind-body relax, the tranquil, the blissful, the undivided. Mandukya Upanishad. Unfortunate as it may be, you and I are immersed in a tension-filled world. It is life's very tension that forms the basis for psychosomatic disturbances. We are left asking ourselves what we can do about our individual tensions and what we may do about world tension, which, after all, is only the result of a soft-lated individual tension. Psychiatry offers tranquilizers, but Hatha Yoga offers drugless inner relaxation through the ancient practice of Shavasana. Seldom do you find physical tension apart from mental tension. Curiously enough, mental tension almost always arises first and is the cause of physical tension. Shavasana, like Sukhasana, reverses the usual mind-body arc and teaches the individual to gain conscious control over the vital zones of his or her body and thus relax the mind into Yoga Nidra, sleep of the yogis, through first relaxing the physical body. This again confirms our elementary Hatha principle that the mind and the body are linked, and whatever happens to one will affect the other as surely as goading one of two yoked oxen will force the other to move along with it. Knowing this, we may confidently proceed to use Shavasana as an adjunctive therapy for such diverse conditions as old-fashioned neurasthenia, not unlike burnout, early stages of mild to moderate depression, sleep-onset insomnia, general anxiety and panic attacks, between attacks, not during, and reduction of mild to moderate hypertension, high blood pressure, particularly the soft-to-lick or high reading. 15. A chakra and one less than Unalini workbook. Shavasana means corpse pose, Shava corpse, Asana pose, and it has also been called Mritasana, or dead pose, Mritya. The student will discover that the classical names given to this exercise rather dramatically emphasize the relaxation accruing from its practice. Specific advantages L. A deep state of muscular relaxation is brought about. Pressure may suffer discomfort from practice of Shavasana, while at the same time heartbeat and respiration are considerably slowed. 2. The blood pressure is lowered. Individuals with unusually low blood (3) A transfer of prana, nervous energy, to the internal organs takes place. 4. The nervous system is rested and rejuvenated. 5. The mind is brought to the point of complete relaxation from which it may go into a deep, dreamless sleep. This is optional, depending on the student's desire. Elementary technique. The practice of Shavasana is conveniently divided into 2 steps or stages. In the first stage, you learn to relax the body as a unit and give soft-pletly to the force of gravity. If you observe an animal or a baby sleeping, you will see that upon awakening they leave a deep impression in the cushion or mat slept upon. Animals and babies instinctively let go completely and allow gravity to do the work. Technique 1L. Lie supine, face up, on the floor upon a suitable folded blanket or mat. Loose clothing should be worn, and the room temperature ought to be comfortably warm. 2. Place your feet about 20 inches apart and allow your ankles and toes to relax to the outside. 3. Place your hands palms up, or comfortably on the little finger edge of the hands, as we are trying to avoid stimulus to the sensitive tactile receptors. Sanskrit Mrit is the etymological antecedent to such English words as mortal, post-mortem, and moribund. 16. Underneath the fingertips, thus dampening the alerting responses in the brain. 4. S. Check that your shoulders are flat and that the small of your back is relaxed into the floor. Adjust your head to a comfortable position. Completely surrender your body weight to the floor. 6. Note: in steps 4 and S you may place small cushions under your knees, neck, and shoulders to increase comfort. Anyone with low back trouble must be soft-trained to place several pillows under each knee. Also be aware that Shavasana may be practiced upon a bed or couch, but training on a floor teaches you to overcome discomfort by melting into the floor. 7. Preliminary rotation sequence: tighten, lift, release, drop. The following sequence commences on the right side of the body and progresses to the left, for both arms and legs, and finishes with awareness of the whole trunk of the body. If necessary, you may repeat the routine several times before progressing to the more classical step 8. Right arm, on inhalation, breathing naturally, make a firm fist. Extend ing the contraction up the arm to the shoulder, while simultaneously stretching your arm and raising your whole arm a few inches from the floor. Upon exhalation, release the tension in your arm and let it drop, to the floor. Left arm, switch the searchlight of your mind to your left arm, mentally, scanning from shoulders to fingertips. On inhalation, make a fist, stretch your arm from the shoulder, and lift it several inches from the floor. Upon exhalation, allow your arm to relax and collapse to the floor. Right leg, focus your attention down your right leg, from groin to toes. On inhalation, bend your foot back, dorsiflexing, pointing your toes toward your kneecap, stretching the calf muscle, and raising your leg several inches from the floor. With the exhalation, relax your leg and let it drop to the floor. Left leg, turning your concentration to your left leg, sense and feel it, repeating the inhalation contraction elevation sequence, as with the right leg, and following with the exhalation relaxation releasing sequence. Let soft-ting it drop to the floor. Whole body awareness: in this inhalation-exhalation cycle, direct your awareness to your spine and trunk, mentally traveling from your pelvis to the back of your head, cultivating a melting sensation on exhalation. 17. A chakra and one less than an Allen workbook. Advantages of Step 7. This step begins elementary Shavasana proper, and basically is intended as a 5-part routine to commence the practice at each session. The specific advantages of Step 7 are: 1. Encourages release of physical tension in the limbs by muscular contraction followed by flexidity. 2. The contraction-release phases increase proprioceptive, kinesthetic, and circulatory consciousness of the limbs. 3. Both hemispheres of the brain, alternatively, become involved with the sequential firing of motor strips, contractive phase, and sensory strips, relaxation phase, within each cerebral cortex. This becomes an auto-soft-matic psychophysiological attention fixer for centering consciousness. Summary of Step 7: Inhalation while sensing, contracting, and lifting. Exhalation while relaxing, dropping, and melting. Inhalation while sensing, contracting, and lifting. Exhalation while relaxing, dropping, and melting. Inhalation while sensing, contracting, and raising. Exhalation while relaxing, dropping, and melting. Inhalation while sensing, contracting, and raising. Exhalation while relaxing, dropping, and melting. Mentally scan from the pelvis, up the spine, to the back of the head while surrendering the trunk of the body to gravity. L. Right arm, 2. Left arm, 3. Right leg, 4. Left leg, 5. Whole trunk, 8. Commence concentrating upon your upper and lower extremities, the arms and legs, and with each exhalation feel your arms and legs become soft-ing heavier and heavier. Imagine yourself melting or sinking into the floor. It should be noted that the placing of the extremities permits the soft-il to take maximum advantage of the natural pull of gravity. Hatha Yoga teaches, as a fundamental tenet, the use of natural forces such as gravity. This exercise should be practiced for a minimum of 10 to 15 minutes and should be performed for a week before starting the second phase of Shavasana. 1. Shavasana 1a, Raj/1 Kneel 1j5, wire relaxer. Focus upon a feeling of total sagging, going with gravity, and simultane soft-ously cultivate the imagined sensation that the ground or floor is moving up to meet you, rather like an elevator going up. Advanced technique. In the advanced step we learn to localize each part of the body and systematically soft-coolly relax and inhibit afferent and efferent, sensory and motor, nervous impulses. This is accomplished through commencing concentration at the feet and slowly working up to the head. The yogis, whose knowledge of neuroanatomy was gained by introspect soft-shin, long ago discovered the secret nerve zones of the human body and divided them into 16 major areas called Marmastanani. These positions are as follows: 13. Back of head 5. Abdomen 9. Hands 1. Feet 2. Shin 6. Solar plexus 7. Upper chest 10. Forearms 1 Upper arms 1 2. Throat 14. Jaw 15. Eyes 1 6. Scalp or Brahmapura 3. Kneecaps 4. Thighs 8. Spine. In fact, there are 108 of these zones listed in the Ayurvedic, Hindu, and soft-ical texts. The above list is just one classical selection used for concentration. They divide the body up conveniently, from major joint to joint, cavities, and partitions. The word mama is usually translated joint, but is better in soft-joint complex. The Hindu surgeons maintain that a person would die or be permanently maimed if struck in these areas. In fact, they were called soft-wrecked because any injury to a joint by a non-sterile, penetrating weapon, from arrow to bullet, guarantees septic arthritis, barely treatable with modem anti-B soft-notics. When these joints and inclusive areas are reduced to heaviness, relaxed soft-nation, and motionlessness through yoga concentration, we disconnect major nerve receptors called proprioceptors, from the same Latin root that gives us the word property, meaning one's own, thus blurring body-mind bound soft-areas and escaping physical confines. Our worst misfortunes never happen, and most miseries lie in anticipation. H. de Balzac, 1799 to 1850, 19, A Chakra and One Less Than Anatomical Workbook. Classical Mamasthana chart. Eyes, scalp, back of head, /e, jaw, upper chest, solar plexus, I, spine, I_, abd_off_e_n_e_, knees, caps, shins, throat, middle, upper arms, forearms, feet, hands, thighs. 20. Classical Mamasthana chart 2, eye, back of head, occiput, throat, entire neck, top of skull, including parietal bones, frontal bone, spine, hips to between shoulder blades, upper arms, including shoulder joints, forearms, including elbow joints, hands, including fingertips and wrist joints. Q'. 1. Chest, tip of breastbone to collarbones, L. 21. Solar plexus, mid-abdomen, navel to tip of breastbone, lower abdomen, groin to navel, knees, whole joint, shins, lower legs, and calf muscles, feet, including ankle joints. 0. The first stage is to experientially fix the order of the 16 places in memory. This is done by a combination of visualization and physical contraction of each mama. Lie supine as per instructions for the elementary text /nic. Visualization contraction exercise 1. Feet. Visualize sense your feet, including the ankle joints. Simultane /ousely curl the toes of both feet, then relax suddenly and be aware of any tingling sensations. Mentally repeat, feet, first zone. 2. Shins. Visualize sense your lower legs and calf muscles. Increase awareness of your calf muscles by turning your toes up toward your knees caps, dorsiflexion, then suddenly relaxing while consciously scanning your shins and calves. Mentally repeat, shins, second zone. 3. Knees. Visualize sense both knee joints and become aware of the area in a 3600 area. Push the hollows, popliteal spaces, behind each knee against the floor, release, access any sensations, and repeat silently, knees, third zone. 4. Thighs. Visualize sense the thighs, tense them by inverting the toes, turning them in toward each other, causing the adductor muscles to contract, relax, and let go, allowing your legs to flop back outward. Eversion. Note the sensations and verbalize to yourself, thighs, fourth zone. 5. Abdomen, navel to pubic bone. Visualize sense the pelvic basin from groin to navel. Expel your breath while simultaneously squeezing your buttocks together, and suck in your abdomen in as if trying to pull your navel and anus together. Release, letting air rush into your lungs. Note the sensations, and mentally state, lower abdomen, fifth zone. 6. Solar plexus, navel to tip of breastbone. Visualize sense your midriff, expelling your breath while contracting the navel, as if you were pulling it back and up to touch your spine. Release abdominal tension while let soft-ting air reflexively flood back into your lungs, and with an awareness of midriff sensations, affirm silently, solar plexus, sixth zone. Mnemonic tip, S is common to the words solar plexus and sixth, so later, when mentally going over these zones, you will know you are at the sixth mama when you reach the solar plexus. 22. 5 HTLL,/TL5 TLL1 TL, F, MI150YE Tluxa 7. Chest, thoracic cavity, rib margins to collarbones. Visualize sense C and inhale, deliberately expanding your ribs to obtain the maximum vol soft-. Relax, and allow the ribs to drop with a natural exhalation. Note the sensations. Silently say, chest, 7th zone. 8. Spine, from the tailbone to the point where the neck joins the thoracic vertebrae. Visualize sense C and flatten the small of your back against the floor. Release, then push the rest of your spine against the floor. Relax, and perceive all the feelings you receive from your spinal column while silently echoing, spine, 8th zone. 9. Hands, fingertips to wrists, multiple joints. Visualize sense C while Slowly making tight fists of your hands, put your thumb in your palm before curling the fingers to increase sensations. Relax, letting go sud soft-denly, and note your feelings while silently saying, hands, 9th zone. 10. Forearms, including elbow joints, visualize see your forearms, press back your wrists isometrically against the floor to build tension send soft-sessions up to the elbows. Release, note your feelings, and silently say, forearms, 10th zone. 1 liter. Upper arms, including shoulder joints, visualize sense. Focus on pressing your elbows isometrically against the floor, allowing the sensor soft-function to spread into the shoulder joints. Relax, note any sensations, and silently say, upper arms, 11th zone. 12. Neck, cervical vertebrae, visualize sense. Keeping the back of your skull in contact with the floor while flexing, pull your chin as close to the jugular notch, top of breastbone, as possible. Feel the neck flexing for a few moments, then release, silently saying, neck, 12th zone. 13. Back of the head, occiput, visualize sense. Push the back of your head against the floor for a few seconds, then relax, silently saying, back of the head, 13th zone. 14. Jaw, from the tip of the chin to the hinge joint of the jaw, visualize soft-sense. Keeping your lips together, push your tongue strongly against the roof of your mouth. Relax, silently saying, jaw, 14th zone. 15. Eyes, including cheeks and forehead, visualize sense. Squeeze your eyelids together, becoming aware of your cheeks and forehead. Let go, relax, sense, and silently say, eyes, 15th zone. 16. Top of skull, scalp, visualize sense. Sense the weight of the brain inside your skull while cultivating a letting go sensation in the scalp. Silently say, scalp brain, 16th zone. 23. Technique 2. Advanced Shavasana using the 16 Marmasthānāni work through the entire visualization contraction sequence of the Mamas before completing step 1. Below. 1. Begin with the first Marmasthānāni, the feet, and a. Create a mental picture of your toes and ankles. b. Increase your awareness of the area by concentrating upon feeling internally the bone, muscle, sinew, and blood. c. Having increased your consciousness of the area, mentally develop a state of relaxation, heaviness, and sinking into that particular spot. 2. Switch your attention to the next zone and repeat parts A, B, and C of step 1. Work your way up over the whole body in this fashion. Allow at least half a minute for each zone and go over the body repeatedly until you relax so completely that you fall into Yoga Nidra. Shavasana is the ancient and natural contribution of yoga to this very modern problem of tension and insomnia. Because of the effect Shavasana has in slowing the metabolic processes, while at the same time conserving nervous energy, it is one of the hidden keys to the many medically authenticated cases of hibernation involving the burying alive of yogis for weeks at a time. A mastery of Shavasana will enable the student to gain conscious control over his or her muscular and nervous system. A good test of mastery of this technique is the ability to fall asleep within 3 minutes. Shavasana represents a first step towards alteration of brainwave patterns from active, alert beta right down to dreamless delta. Advanced techniques can involve guided imagery with affirmations, sometimes called psychic energies soft-ers, through to a profound state of altered consciousness known as Yoga Nidra. Yoga Nidra is also best done through voice or audio tape guidance, or placing your own script on audio cassette. See Chapter 14. 24. Psychic Shavasana. This exercise can produce out-of-body experiences and profound altered states of consciousness. The method is dependent upon prior mastery of the Elam soft-Tari and advanced Shavasana techniques. The essence of the exercise involves 2 keys. 1. The amalgamation of the Marmasthānāni zones into 10 areas by verbal cue, 2. Preliminary conditioning through performing Trataka, open-eyed fixation, upon a rotating spiral disc, followed by gazing at a picture or the wall and experiencing apparent expansion of the environment. Stage 1. Preparation of Tenzon Mahasthanani chart. Spend at least 20 minutes attempting to fill in the following chart as per these instructions. Starting at the feet, list 10 body parts spelled with 3-let soft -ters only, in ascending order, and when you reach the face go from the surface to deeper structures. Example, toe. Slang expressions, gut, bum, and not per soft-mitted. Many permitted words are not necessarily anatomical terms, but soft-min words. Tenzon chart for completion. 1. Toe 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. On the following page we present the complete list with associated, inclusive body parts. The exercise of attempting to fill in the chart helps integrate these zones into memory and bridges the area with the classical Mamas soft-thanani you have already learned. 25. A chakra and 1 less than Unalen workbook Tenzon chart, body part, anatomical area inclusive of L. Toe 2. Leg 3. Hip 4. Rib 5. ARM 6. Jaw, entire foot ankle to knee, thigh to groin buttocks, abdomen, solar plexus region, midriff entire chest hands, forearm, elbow, upper arms, shoulder neck, jaw, lower mandible, from tip of chin back to TMJ, jaw joint, upper and lower lips in relationship to upper and lower jaws and teeth space between lips and teeth, teeth sockets embedded in gums, tongue and mouth cavity eyeball, eye socket, cheekbones, forehead ear, entire side and back of skull, brain, 7. Lip 8. Gum 9. Eye 10. Ear. We are now ready to rotate the consciousness through the established 10 regions. This is done bilaterally, going from the toes up the left half of the body to the left ear and down the right half of the body from the right ear and ending at the right toe. Sweeping the attention up the left side Mamas and down the right side may be practiced sitting in a chair, although for the full Yoga Nidra it is better to recline on a couch or the floor. Your eyes are to be closed and you may even use a sleeping mask or meditation hood. Focusing involves simultaneously feeling the part, visualizing the anatomy, and mentally repeating the name of the zone. This will produce intense monoidism, or a single-pointedness of consciousness with an ensuing transcendent state. SSS rule: sense it, see it, say it. 26. Become aware of your left foot and sense circulation pressure, tingles, and any other sensations from toes to ankles. Visualize a picture of your left foot, and silently say toe. Next, encompass your entire left leg with your attention and repeat the procedure. Continue to work up the left side in this manner, and then down the right side. Repeat 3 times. See the diagram on the following page. Stage 2, Preliminary consideration of spiral visualization. In the second phase of Shavasana, we are going to extrude our consciousness from the body by visualizing a commencing spiral, perhaps of white mist, soft-tinted at the navel, rotating counterclockwise in ever-expanding circles, slowly lifting up out of the body, and slowly exceeding the circumference of the thigh's soft-ical body. Remember lefty loosey lifty, the carpenter's motto. Undoing a screw involves twisting with a screwdriver to the left, counterclockwise, and the screw lifts up and out as you do so. Consequently, it follows that at a deep, archetypal, unconscious level, counterclockwise movement of the attention equals extrusion from the physical body. This mental creation of a spiral will lead you, figuratively and literally, into a spaced area and level of consciousness. If you do not drop into a dreaming or dreamless state, in which case you will drop back into the body and awaken deeply rejuvenated, the process is reversed for re-entry by a marg soft-ining a clockwise spiral which, vortex-like, draws you back into the body. The point of entry may not be the navel, but could be the heart, throat, or between the eyes. Righty-tighty turn-in is the carpenter's second motto. Twisting a screw to the right, clockwise, drives it down and into the surface. The uncon soft -cis registers clockwise turning as embedding into the body. The point at which re-entry occurs confers spontaneous harmony according to your psychic needs at the time of the exercise. 27. A chakra L11 less than L1 EL1I workbook, Psychic Shavasana rotation diagram, ear 0I. Gummy lip. Jaw, arm. Point 11. 11, G ear, IE gum, lip jaw, arm, leg, sweep down right side, leg sweep up left side, toe 0, toe, repeat circuit minimum of 3 times, Psychic Shavasana counterclockwise extrusion spiral, 29, Psychic Shavasana clockwise re-entry spiral with alternative chakra entrance points, third eye, command center, intuition, insight, throat, purity center, communication, cleansing, heart, unstruck sound center, compassion, cooperation, navel, gem city center, energization, enthusiasm. All of the body is in the mind, but not all the mind is in the body. Swami Rama, 30. Shavasana, the J/in-L08 relaxer stage 3, conditioning practice with Trataka. Spiral. Jeff Whitefield, founder and president of Spiral Concepts, attended one of my seminars and devised the most ingenious solution for using spirals by using old CDs. You can purchase old CDs at second-hand shops cheaply. Jeff's scheme is marked by the true stamp of genius. It's simple. Before Jeff brainstormed this idea for us, we recommended electric motors, rotators, old record players and other clumsy pieces of equipment. If you can spin a top, you can do this. What is required? A, B, C, D. 1 CD no longer wanted, that is unloved. 1 thumbtack, variously referred to as tacks or drawing pins. Blue tack. How freshly chewed wad of gum. Plasticine could also be used. Some masking tape, the kind used to seal up packing cartons, or Scotch tape. Jeff tells me the adhesive on masking tape is better as it lasts longer. Make a photocopy of the Trataka spiral for use with Psychic Shavasana, see page 33, and another photocopy of Jeff Whitefield's Magic Trance spiral on page 34. Paste the spirals onto another piece of good quality paper and cut around the circumferences of the spirals. You should now have 2 spirals, exactly the size of a CD. They both will attach to a CD, as we shall see, which allows them to be spun on a smooth surface. Take the CD and put 2 pieces of masking tape over the central aperture, in an X pattern. Do this on both sides of the CD, as per diagram page 34. Put a small blob of blue tack on the playing, grooved, side of the CD and flat soft -10 it out so a circle is made over the masking tape covering the aperture. Take the thumbtack and push it through the masking tape, on the label side, and at the very center, so the point projects through both the mask's soft -ing tape and blue tack on the grooved side. We now have a perfect spinning device as the convex surface on the head of the brass thumbtack provides a perfect pivot for the CD to spin around on any smooth surface. 5. Now it becomes a simple matter to carefully align the center of one of the spirals with the point of the thumbtack and then settle it onto the CD so a soft -face. The blue tack will firmly mount the spiral onto the CD. Procedural. 2. 3. 4. Jeff recommends cutting the tip of the thumbtack back by 1/3 with pliers. 31. A chakra and a 1 less than Unolini RWLRKBMK. The point of the tack sometimes protrudes enough above the spiral to throw a shadow and distract the attention. A smooth surface clipboard provides a good portable surface for spinning the CD and spiral. 1. 2. Jeff emphasizes 2 additional points. Best effects are produced under a bright fluorescent white light. You could also experiment with colored light bulbs. Resist the tendency to smooth out the jagged lines and serrations along the veins of the spiral. These serrations are a design feature incorporated into the spiral designed to produce a light diffraction of white light into the component colors of the visible spectrum. using the spirals for accelerating out-of-the-body experiences with Psychic Shavasana. I. Place one of the CD-mounted spirals on a smooth table surface, that is plastic CD case, and give it a vigorous spin, either clockwise or counterclockwise. 2. Gaze without blinking, Trataka, into the center of the spiral, where the tip of the thumbtack comes through. Gaze as long as the spiral is spin soft-ing. The spiral should turn into a visual whirlpool or emerging vortex, depending on the direction of the rotation, and your impression will be of going down into it or alternatively that it is coming up to meet you in an endless unraveling. 3. When the spiral stops spinning, quickly shift your gaze to A. An adjacent wall, preferably with patterned wallpaper or several pictures. B. A picture in a book, preferably of a Hindu deity or a symbolically soft-joyous depiction. Try gazing at Albrecht Dürer's The Crucifixion on page 76 of this book. C. Your hand, your reflection in a mirror, or into a friend's eyes. Many students have their first impression of an aura doing this. 4. Be prepared for an initial shock as the environment scintillates and retreats. Relax totally into the visual experience of the vibrating soft-roundings and try to feel yourself, or a subtle part of you, expand or contract with the experience. This exercise should be done for a week. Special receptors in the visual cortex, back of your brain, called feature detectors, are being stimulated to the point of fatigue. As an example, depending on which spiral and the direction of spin, feature detectors that are responsive to clockwise rotation will tire, and when you look away the adjacent feature detectors sensitive to counter, 32, /asana, EJ /1 inch -6'8 relax a clockwise movement are activated, producing the illusion of an expanding universe. We are using this phenomena to encourage the consciousness to release, with awareness, beyond the physical body, sometimes, in this context, referred to as the shell. A special note about Jeff Whitefield's Magic Trance Spiral. Jeff showed me a number of different spirals and I particularly liked one basic design used in America as a hypnodisc. Jeff promptly went to work, modifying and improving the design radically. One of the special features of his Magic Trance Spiral is the serrated edges which act as a diffraction pattern for light waves. The consequence of this is that, like a Benham's disc, you will start to see colors emerging as the spiral spins. The colors vary at different speeds and Jeff comments that the colors are also dependent on the clockwise or counterclockwise rotation of the spiral. Trataka clockwise spiral for use with Psychic Shavasana, 33, a chakra and 1 less than N workbook CD1. T thumbtack, tape 3. Push thumbtack through center of masking tape on label side so point penetrates mask soft-ing tape and blue tack on the grooved side. Apply tape in, X pattern on both sides. 2. Flatten blob of blue tack over tape covering aperture on grooved side. Jeff Whitefield's Magic Trance Spiral, at 4. Use point of thumbtack to guide cut out photocopy of Magic Trance Spiral onto the center of the CD and push firmly onto blue tack. 34. Chapter 3, Yoni Mudra. The voice of silence as salt dissolves in water and camphor in fire, so the self dissolves in the eternal. Hindu proverb, equals he eternal. Age-old path of yoga has techniques which permit a person not used to escape the illusion, maya, we term life, but to escape within him or her soft-lf to a true inner reality wherein may be found the flaming lamp of transcend soft-enthal consciousness. As we use yoga to probe deeper within the grottos of, greater than our own minds, we approach the core of our own beings until we experience LF reintegration physically, mentally, and emotionally. One such technique of turning within is Yoni Mudra. Yoni means womb or source. This reference is to the Absolute, or Brahman, as the source, greater than all existence. The word mudra, in this case, denotes a physical practice which has effect on the mind. Yoni Mudra has also been called Sanmukhi. San means 6 and Mukhi means orifice or mouth, indicating that the L body orifices, namely eyes, ears, nose, mouth, anus, and genital opening, X. Eel closed. Another classical name is Parang Mukhi. Parang suggests a turn soft-I1G away from the outside world and a closing of the senses, resulting in Pratyahara, sense withdrawal. 35. A chakra and one less than Unalini Workbook specific advantages 1. The 5 senses are shut off mechanically, leading to a semi-automatic state of Pratyahara. 2. The nervous system is rejuvenated, particularly in terms of diminished gross sensory input through blocking the eyes and ears by the forefingers and thumbs respectively. The remaining 3 fingers produce partial sense-soft-sensory blocking, tactile, via pressure on branches of the trigeminal cranial nerve. See neurological basis for psychosomatic action of Yoni Mudra on page 4.1. 3. Psychophysiological homeostasis, or balance, is induced through press soft-shore on the nadis, psychic channels in yoga. This is most easily soft-stood in terms of acupuncture points and meridians. See acupuncture points stimulated during Yoni Mudra on page 45. This means that every performance of Yoni Mudra is an acupressure rejuvenation treatment. 4. Cooperation is brought about between the mind and the body as a result of the disciplined conditioning required to maintain the pose. 5. The mind is given an opportunity to introvert and experience a complete withdrawal from what may be a disturbing environment. 6. In the advanced phase, the student uses a powerful procedure that ends in self-realization or an intense U3 experience, ultimate universal unity. Brahma verily is this whole world. The Brahma knowing, Brahma indeed becomes. Mandukya Upanishad, 36. Yoni Mudra, the verse or lens Yoni Mudra, like Shavasana, is divided into an elementary technique and an advanced technique. Western students need to note that, although tradition uses Sukhasana, a chair may be substituted. I would also point out that those with osteoarthritis of the arms and shoulders may compensate by concentrate soft-hyphening upon the mantra in the advanced technique. Carl Weschke has drawn my attention to this, and in his words, earplugs or cotton smeared with Vaseline can be used to cut off sound, and a sleep shade, blindfold, or meditation hood can also be used. Elementary Technique 1. Sit in a meditative pose. Padmasana is preferred for those already experiencing soft-ensed in Hatha Yoga, but Sukhasana or the Egyptian chair pose will be adequate for the beginner. 2. Raise the elbows level with your shoulders and at right angles to your body, jutting out on each side. 3. A. Close your ears by inserting your thumbs in your ears. B. Close your eyes with your forefingers by placing your fingers along the lower lids to trap the upper eyelashes. C. Place your middle fingers on either side of the bridge of your nose, leaving the nostrils open for breathing. D. Press your upper lip shut with the ring fingers, the fingertips touching each other. E. Press your lower lip shut with the little fingers, the fingertips touching each other. 4. Breathe slowly and evenly while concentrating upon any visual images, spots, or colors that may arise. If spots appear, visualize them contracting and expanding. The pose should be held for at least 5 minutes and maintained for up to 15 minutes. You will notice that colors appear brighter after practice and a feeling of tranquility ensues. Spend a week on this exercise before attempting the advanced technique. The initial conditioning involves learning to keep the arms up with the dowels straight out at the sides, at shoulder height. Discomfort tends to vanish. /semicolon thin a week. 37. A chakra L1 less than L1 L1 workbook, Yoni Mudra position, elbows in line with each other and at shoulder level, +1, chair or couch may be substituted. Yoni Mudra, F Voice of Silence Yoni Mudra special instruction chart for thumb and index fingers. The thumbs may be used to block the ears in 2 ways. 1. When the thumbnails are short, smear both thumbs with saliva and insert them, with a forward corkscrew movement, into each ear hole. External auditory matters beyond diagram. 2. With long thumbnails, press the tragus flap, on diagram, firmly over the ear hole, using the ball of each thumb. Inserting the wet thumbs into the ear canals provides the most efficient sensory isolation from sound vibration. Indeed, the procedure provides of a soft -2 water seal. Using the tragus as a trapdoor to occlude the ear canal is also quite effective, and in both methods it should be noted that a powerful stimulus is provided to the relaxation, parasympathetic, component of our autonomic nervous system, via reflex stimulation of a branch of the vagus nicknamed Alderman's nerve. Yoga is sometimes defined by physiologists as the culty soft-vashon of the parasympathetic nervous system. The index fingers should be gently slipped down over the closed eyes after the thumbs are blocking the ears, so that they secure the upper eyelashes over the lower eyelids. Be certain no pressure is exerted against the eyeballs by the forefingers. Test this by gently attempting to open the eyes. If the index fingers are correctly placed, the upper eyelids should be softly sealed by the pressure of the forefingers trapping the upper eyelashes. Advanced Technique 1. Repeat the elementary technique up to and including Step 3. 2. Commence alternate nostril breathing by pressing shut the left nostril with the left middle finger, and inhaling slowly and evenly through the right nostril. After a full inhalation, press the right nostril shut with the right middle finger, then open the left nostril and exhale slowly and evenly through it. Inhale slowly and evenly through left nostril, close it, open the right nostril and exhale through it, and continue repeating the cycle of alternate nostril breathing. 3. After firmly establishing the breathing rhythm, begin the mental repetition soft-function of the mantra So hum. So is mentally repeated on the inhalation and hum is mentally repeated on the exhalation. The japa, repetition, of the mantra is to be carried on in conjunction with, and while being mindful. 39. A. Tragus B. External auditory metta C. Antitragus, of, the alternate nostril breathing. This particular mantra will have a deep effect upon the subconscious as well as quieting the conscious mind. 4. Absorb yourself deeper and deeper in the exercise with the object of exp soft-rinsing what might be best described as a conscious moment of no soft-thought. This advanced stage should be performed for 15 minutes and a goal set of 30 minutes. Implications of the new steps. Let us discuss the implications of the new steps in the advanced stage. The addition of alternate nostril breathing has a profound effect upon the body-mind relationship. As we will discuss more fully in a later section, the respiratory cycle is a major link between the physical and mental activity of humans. A person who is emotionally aroused, angry, or frightened will also breathe rapidly. Obviously, any attempt at controlling the breathing will simultaneously produce a tranquilizing, balancing effect on both body and mind. Not only does the physiological effect of a harmonized metabolism through controlled respiration induce relaxation, but also slow, even breathing signals tranquility and peace to the unconscious mind. We may compare the mind to a monkey jumping constantly from place to place, never stopping to regenerate or concentrate its scattered energy unless a pole is placed into the ground for it to climb upon and rest. 40. In the early stage of Yoni Mudra the mind has been shut off from external soft-house sensory stimulation and mental agitation and further calmed by deep, even respiration. It is now that the mind needs a pole, a concentrative point, if it is to climb into higher states of consciousness. The pole, or focal point, is provided in the form of the mantra So hum, which means He I am. He is the eternal source of all being, Brahman, the Paramatman, the _absolute. You could not have a more powerful pivot or focal point from which to spring into higher states of consciousness. Through this Ujjhita, silent chanting, you pass from pratyahara proper into 5 niyama, concentration, contemplation, and meditation. Yoni Mudra is one of the most suitable methods in Hatha Yoga for passing into Antahanga, the higher branches dealt with in Raja Yoga. It should be mentioned that just as 5 Havasana is the hidden key to yogic trance states, so Yoni Mudra is the key to the siddhis, psychic powers, of clairvoyance and clairosoft-dense. Neurological basis for psychosomatic action of Yoni Mudra. The thumbs indirectly inhibit sensory stimulation of the 8th cranial nerve. This is the purely sensory acoustic nerve. The 5th cranial nerve, the trigeminal, is the primary nerve affected by pressure of the fingers in Yoni Mudra. The trigeminal is the largest cranial nerve. The trigeminal divides into 3 major branches: the ophthalmic, sensoft-sensory, the maxillary, sensory, and the mandibular, one branch of which is sensory. During the performance of Yoni Mudra, the first fingers touch over the infratrochlear branch of the ophthalmic and the infraorbital branch of the maxillary. The middle fingers depress the nasal rami, branches, of the infrasoft-vital nerve. The ring fingers press upon the superior labial rami of the infrasoft-vital nerve. The little fingers affect the inferior labial branch of the mandibular nerve, sensory branch. Note, the nerves pressed by the fingers are tactile. The second cranial nerve, the optic, is indirectly affected by the closure of the eyes, and thus a saving of body energy is brought about by Yoni Mudra. 41. A chakra and one less than Anaina workbook. Psychosomatic effects of Yoni Mudra. 1. The mind is brought to a point of relaxed absorption within itself. Pratya soft-hara, or sense withdrawal, ensues. This state is probably produced by the pressure of the fingers upon specific nerves as outlined. Such pressure would result in a. Inhibition of some of the afferent or sensory impulses which normally disturb, stimulate, and distract the mind. b. Induction of a slight dullness in tactile and pain-afferent impulses of the skin, which would further increase the psychological feeling or tendency toward introversion and abstraction from the external envy-soft-environment. The combination of these two factors would aid in placing the mind into a state of monoidistic equipoise, such as usually results from the practice of Yoni Mudra. 2. Yoni Mudra rejuvenates the nervous system and gives the illusion of sharpening sensory perception. This may be attributed to the conserve-soft-function of energy through shutting off afferent impulses to the optic nerve, coupled with the psychological awareness of becoming slowly active after an enforced period of temporary inactivity. 3. Heavy perspiration and disturbance of heart rate sometimes occurs. This may be the result of oculovagal reflexes such as occur after pressure upon the eyeball in an incorrect Yoni Mudra. 4. Stimulation of the vagal nerves, 10th cranial, is reflexively encouraged by pressure upon the ear canals with the thumbs. Vagal stimulation, thus initiated, safely encourages dominance of the parasympathetic nervous system, reducing heart rate, blood pressure, and encouraging digestive processes. 5. The position of the arms encourages neuromuscular coordination and improved ideomotor discipline. 42. Lewa Neura, Evos of Slil 1's Yoni Mudra neurological chart. Pressure from nerve-affected effect. First fingers, middle fingers, ring fingers, little fingers. Pressure from infratrochlear, ophthalmic, infraorbital, maxillary, nasal rami, infraorbital, superior labial rami, inferior mandibular labial nerve affected. Tactile, 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 tactile. Dullness, 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 dullness. Indirect influence. First fingers, optic, second cranial, oculomotor, third cranial, oculovagal reflex, 8th cranial, thumbs, nervous energy conserved, perspiration, heart disturbance, inhibition, afferent impulses, This is composed of blockage of temporary sensory impulses and pressure of the fingers, producing a slight numbing effect. Difficulties of this type may warn the student that the pose is incorrectly formed. Such disturbances may also have something to do with changes in blood pressure due to the position of the arms. My life has been full of tragedies, most of which never happen. Michel de Montaigne, 1533–1592, 43.a. Chakra and one less than Analenujk, Yoni Mudra pressure points, first fingers infratrochlear, infraorbital, nero plus equals. Middle fingers nasal ramina. Plus. Ring fingers labial rami, little fingers labial rami. 44. Yoni. 1v1.ura, the voice of 8 islands, acupuncture points stimulated during Yoni Mudra, bladder stomach. Governor V, /Tessel, __, conception. L vessel, plethora of ear points within ear canal, external auditory meatus. Having profound effects on balancing autonomic nervous system. 45. In shallow souls, even the jishoj small things can cause a commotion. In oceanic minds, the largest jish makes hardly a ripple. Hindu proverb, 47, chapter Polarization. The wise man is like a blacksmith's anvil on which many expery soft-ends are hammered out without change in the anvil itself. Hindu proverb, Raja means king, thus Raja Yoga is the kingly yoga or royal way. The king or master in our lives is the mind, and it is the control of mind that Raja Yoga teaches. Patanjali's Yoga Sutras is considered the classic text on Raja Yoga. Its 4 chapters deal with the discipline of the mind and psychic potential. Ashtanga Yoga, as Patanjali's book is often called, is a specific study of the inner or esoteric 4 limbs of yoga. These 4 limbs are pratyahara, sometimes considered read a part of Bahiranga or as the transitory stage from Hatha to Raja, Dharana, concentration, Dhyana, contemplation or sustained concentration John, and Samadhi, states of ecstasy, realization, and cosmic consciousness. Supernormal abilities are going to be primarily concerned with Dharana or concentration. Concentration is the key to the siddhis, the so-called supernatural powers, really ? Normal abilities latent within us all, such as photographic memory, Mnesia, mental calculations, etc. According to tradition, Raja Yoga confers :0 and the student the more spectacular psychic powers in the form of telepathy, _:::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::cometry, and related phenomena belonging to the field of 3. Psychology. _:::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::> A chakra and 1 less than Unalini workbook. Raja Yoga may be defined as the science of concentrating and focusing the conscious mind upon the unconscious mind until a merger takes place between them, resulting in a new superconscious state of mind. As you have gathered by now, Raja Yoga deals exclusively with the mind and may therefore be considered as applied Eastern psychology. In this age of Western psychologists, psychiatrists, and social workers, a few words would not be amiss concerning the essential differences between Eastern psychology, as typified by Raja Yoga, and contemporary Western psychology. Modern Western psychoanalysis may be said to have really commenced with the work of Freud, some 90 years ago. The psychology of Raja Yoga, as expounded by Patanjali, is nearly 2,000 years old, and the source from which Patanjali drew his material is even older. Western psychology is based upon theory proved empirically by tests which have provided statistical data. Eastern psychology has as its fundament soft-tal basis personal, subjective experience. The Eastern student does not ratio soft-analyze truth, he or she experiences it. It is an Eastern maxim that the student accepts nothing as true until he or she validates it by personal experience. Differing methodology. Western and Eastern psychology both have the goal of aiding people to solve their problems. Where they differ is in methodology. What is needed is a synthesis of the best of Eastern and Western soft-energy. Where Eastern psychology lacks objective data for providing empirical proof, Western psychology lacks objective techniques which will produce sub-soft-objective changes within the patient or student. The emergence of the transpersonal psychology movement in the 80s is certainly a promising amalgamation of East and West. Let us hope this trend continues through the 90s, as it is certainly a healthier perspective than the pop psychology fads espoused by some. The one thing certain in Western clinical psychology is that this year's theory will be replaced by a new one next year. Raja Yoga, as taught by a competent teacher, has 2 aspects which are emphatically denied as impossible by Western psychologists. First, through graded steps in visualization, The development of a photo-soft-graphic memory is ensured. Second, the raising of an individual intelligence quotient to well above average and perhaps even genius level can be done. 50. Analyzation 1. Keeping these claims in mind, the student can see just how interesting the implications of an East-West psychological synthesis would be. Worry-absorbing exercise. We finish our 50-minute hour with the psychiatrist and once again find ourselves alone to face the worries, frustrations, and problems of our lives. What have we gained, that we personally may apply, in the way of a concrete technique for self-help? Raja Yoga fills the gap of Western psychology with a worry-absorbing exercise that we call polarization. Let us use an analogy as an aid to understanding the mechanics of polar soft-hyphenization. Suppose we have a magnet and an ordinary piece of iron bar and desire to magnetize, or polarize, the metal. You will recall enough of elementary psi soft-ends to know that the molecular arrangement of a magnet is in alignment, so that a single force field is produced. This is not the case with the unmagnetized iron bar, as its molecular structure is not harmoniously patterned, and consequently the individual force fields of each molecule are working at cross-per soft-hyphens to each other. If we commence, slowly and systematically, to stroke the iron bar with the magnet, we shall gradually align the bar's molecular structure and a layer of polarization will result, turning the bar into a magnet. The magnet represents the mind, while the iron bar symbolizes the emo soft-0 null and psychic aspects of the physical being. Raja Yoga teaches polarization is an exercise that brings about harmony and balance between all positive and negative aspects of the body-mind system. It is suggested that just as we may, 3 netize a piece of iron with a magnet, so may we magnetize or polarize the E with mental currents. Yoga teaches that this is possible through the soft-ing of the psychic nerves or nadis. A short trial of the psychological rejuvenation brought about by this //will convince the student that it is one of the most valuable techniques in X':1 yoga. Specific advantages. Practiced regularly, polarization will give relief from anxiety and mild depression. The mind is forced to absorb itself during the exercise and thus the worry circle is broken up. Polarization may be practiced to induce Yoga Nidra, and therefore is used soft-il in conjunction with Shavasana to ease exhaustion and insomnia. 51. A Chakra and 1 less than Unalini Workbook 3. Concentration and visualization are greatly increased, at the same time, internal awareness of the body is developed. 4. Yoga theory suggests that the psychic nerves are purified, through direct control of the nervous energy or prana within the body. Technique 1. Lie supine, face up, on the floor upon a folded blanket or mat. The middle should be so oriented that the head is north and the feet south. This is again the yoga principle of taking advantage of natural forces, in this case, the Earth's magnetic field. 2. Place the feet together and the hands palm up, close to the body, actually touching the sides. 3. Start polarization proper by visualizing on a slow, even inhalation pose soft-hyphenative, pranic, sun energy, warm and golden yellow in color, being drab/eel through the top of the head, down through the body, and out of the soles of the feet. 4. On a slow, even exhalation, visualize negative, pranic, moon energy, cool and blue in color, being drawn up through the soles of the feet, through the body, and out of the top of the head. If you are practicing polarization for the relief of anxiety, neurasthenia, or insomnia, prepare yourself by doing Shavasana in reverse. Start with the vital zones of the head and work down to the feet, maintaining soft-ness and not falling into Yoga Nidra. Continue the respective visualizations of inhalation and exhalation, and at the same time try to feel the passage of these energies sweeping the body and producing a sensation similar to an electric current. 6. With the colored inhalation, feel a tingle vibrate from head to toe, and from toe to head with the colored exhalation. Synchronize the breath, visual soft hyphenization, and sensation of energy flow. Ancillary technique considerations. 1. Polarization may be done in bed, on a couch, or even sitting up in the Egyptian chair pose. In the case of sitting up, it is usually done for concentration purposes. The emphasis is on developing an electric, pins and needles, paresthesia, tingling effect. 52. Polarization 1-2. Some students will find it more beneficial to break each of the two phases into inspiration-expiration cycle by themselves. A. On inspiration, draw golden solar energy through the top of your skull to your solar plexus. The solar plexus is located under the diaphragm, above the navel, and just below the tip, xiphoid process, of the breastbone. B. On expiration, push golden energy down through the remainder of your trunk, through your legs, and out the soles of your feet. C. On the following inspiration, draw blue, or silver, moon energy up through the soles of your feet to the solar plexus region. D. On the subsequent exhalation, draw the blue-silver energy up through your chest, neck, and out through the top of your skull. Continue the above sequence until the proper result has been achieved. Men suffer from thinking more than from anything else. Leo Tolstoy, 1828–1910, 53, A Chakra L11 less than L1 L1I Workbook, The Flow of the Sun and Moon Energies, OS? 54, Arise at on, reaping the benefits for the treatment of psychological symptoms. Remain absorbed in the exercise until you lose consciousness and drop into the refreshing state of Yoga Nidra. For improvement of concentration and visualization, keep the conscious mind focused on visualization and internal sensations without permitting sleep to ensue. Polarization should be practiced 15 to 30 minutes each day for at least a week before adding new exercises. The first indication of mastering this technique will be the intensification of concentration to the point where you feel a distinct electric current running through the body with each inhalation and exhalation. This is a sensation which must be experienced to be understood. The commencement of study in Raja Yoga makes it possible to refine the Hatha technique of Shavasana, a method of achieving physical relaxation with inevitable mental relaxation following. We can now begin distinguishing between physical tension and mental tension. As a rule, Shavasana and polarization may be used together to ensure the attainment of Yoga Nidra. The stipulation is that in cases of mental tension, namely anxiety and worry, Shavasana must be done from the head down rather than from the feet up. This is for the simple reason that we unconsciously and consciously associate our mental activity, and hence our mental tensions, with the head region. It is obvious that mental tension is better relaxed by carrying our conscious awareness away from the skull area and down to the feet. The mind is no more in the body than music is in the instrument. Robert Anton Wilson, the self is no more in the mind than the wind is in the trees. Swami Anandakapala Saraswati, 55, Chapter 5, Concentration. The mind during meditation should be like a lamp in a windless place, where the flame does not flicker. Hindu proverb, concentration is a focusing of the mind by the mind. In other words, ration always involves an internal adjustment. Most people forget, however, just as a delicate, high-powered microscope must be gently brought into focus, so gentleness is a prerequisite for true concentration. Yoga emphasizes ahimsa, or non-violence, whatever the nature of the activity. Dharana Yantra: 0 What may we test for a relaxed state of mind ready to begin dharana or concentration practice? Close your eyes and deliberately create a warm, smooth, HT darkness as if you were looking up into a moonless, starless tropical equals 5 HT. The more tense your mind is, the more your inner blackness will be coloned by colors and white spots. It was to aid in gaining the necessary relaxed state of mind that yogis mended meditation in dark caves, monastery cells, and similar places. The cation of a pure, black field of mental vision will often so relax the mind that, Sensations from tension headaches are inhibited. Recall in earlier chap soft-5 that we mentioned the meditation hood and also suggested the use of a colon cupping mask for this purpose. 57. A. CHL1KRL1I1N1 less than UNL1 Lini workbook. The student may be wondering what specific result was gained by Da soft-Rana in the yoga scheme of self-development. The mind may be thought of as a wave-covered, emotionally turbulent lake. Such stormy waters perturb boats, the external objects perceived through the five senses, and also obscure view of the lake bottom. Through concentration, the waters of the mind are calmed and we achieve a clear focus upon the boats or objects of the senses. At a later stage, dhyana, we focus within our own being and catch a glimpse of the pearls lying upon the lake bottom of our lives. Specific advantages: 1. Develops concentration to the level required in Raja Yoga. 2. Increases the ability to visualize by transferring an external image to the inner mind's eye. 3. Facilitates unconscious access by opening a tunnel within the stilled conscious mind. Preparation: it will be necessary for the student to construct a special dharana yantra or concentration diagram. A yantra is a geometrical figure used for concentration purposes. The dharana yantra is made by pasting a 2-inch square of white paper upon the center of a black piece of paper of average writing size. Technique 1. Assume a meditative pose or sit in a chair facing a blank, light-colored wall at a distance of 2 or 3 feet. 2. Pin the dharana yantra diagram, see page 6.1, upon the wall in such a fashion that the center of the white square is at eye level. Have sufficient light thrown upon the wall from behind you to see the diagram clearly. 3. Close your eyes and spend 2 or 3 minutes creating a warm, velvety blackness. Relax and gently push all disturbing or distracting images aside by repeatedly creating the black field in your inner vision. 4. Open your eyes and perform Trataka, or fixation, on the center of the dia soft-gram for 3 to 5 minutes. Gaze steadily and firmly, inhibiting the blinking reflex somewhat, but avoiding strain, until an aura forms around the edges of the white square. Concentration 5. Slowly and without strain transfer your gaze to a blank portion of the wall on either side and concentrate upon the afterimage, a black square, which should appear on the wall. Hold your concentration for as long as the image is perceptible. When it becomes faint, use your imagination to strengthen it. 6. When the afterimage has faded completely again, close your eyes and mentally recreate it. Attempt to hold it as steady as possible on the screen of your conscious mind. The practice of dharana yantra should be continued for at least a week before starting the technique for internal dharana. Practice time should be extended to 15 minutes, and you should spend as much time upon each stage of the exercise as is necessary. Open-eyed preliminary practice yantra for internal dharana. This yantra is constructed using color patterns opposite to the ones you will visualize with your eyes closed. The chart may be used as a preliminary stage to internal dharana. Gaze upon the white circle until a remora has begun to show around the edges. Wait at least a minute after the first appearance of the remora, and then close your eyes. The afterimages will manifest in the correct sequence of black background, white square, and black circle. The ability to retain an afterimage can become a barometer of your degree of mental relaxation. Western psychophysiology has only recorded the variables of stimulus strength and length of stimulus exposure in regard to afterimages, and the time span the afterimages can be seen by the subject. A /middle variable that is known in the East is depth of mental relaxation. By increasing your depth of relaxation as soon as the afterimage starts to fade, you can it longer. Specific advantages: 1. Develops concentration and visualization to the point where a photo graphic memory becomes a distinct possibility. May be specifically used to stimulate latent memory tracts of the subconscious and thus recall forgotten material. 59. A chakra 1 less than unalin RKBK Technique 1. Lie down, supine, in a semi-dark room. 2. Close your eyes, with great care create a mental field of warm, velvety blackness as in step 3 of Dharana Yantra. 3. Project upon your black field a white square about the size of writing paper and centered 10 to 12 inches from your eyes. Concentrate upon holding the image steady and prevent it from moving to either side or up and down. 4. Holding the image of the white square framed by the black background, imagine a black circle or black hole in the center of the white square. The black spot should be roughly the size of a 50-cent piece. Concentrate upon the black circle while maintaining the composite visualization of the black background, white square, and black center. End the exercise by suddenly releasing the entire visualization and watch soft-hyphening the images that may flash across the mind's eye. This particular form of internal dharana may be cultivated to the point where you close your eyes for a few seconds and instantly recall the desired material that had slipped beyond conscious recall. The secret of instant recall: all forgotten memories have simply passed from the conscious mind into the subconscious storehouse. When we forget something, in an examination for instance, what has happened is that the conscious mind has frozen moment to soft-ily and thus shut off communication with the memory tracts of the brain. This exercise thaws out the conscious mind by relaxing the tension and permits soft-ting a free flow along the association stream of preconscious and subconscious memory reservoirs. Note, if recall does not come after 15 to 30 seconds with your eyes closed, break your pattern. Open your eyes and focus on your fingers flicking in front of you. Get up and walk around. Do a cleanup task, dishes, filing, tack soft-ing the garbage out, dusting, etc. Later, the memory will flood back. 60. See Magntrati N, Concentration Dharana Yantra Diagram 1. This diagram is designed, along with the one on the other side of this page, to '' cutout. It may be enlarged by a photocopier to the desired size and used as instructions. 61. A chakra and 1 less than Unalini WDRKHDDK, Concentration Dharana Yantra Diagram 2, Z, less than 1. This diagram is designed, along with the one on the other side of the page, to be cut out. It may be enlarged by a photocopier to the desired size and used as instructions. 62. Concentration. The next time you forget a desired fact or name, close your eyes, give yourself the sharp mental command that you will remember, and then absorb your mind in this internal dharana exercise. After completing the visualizer soft-hyphenation, concentrate intensely upon holding it steadily for a few seconds, and then shatter the picture and wait, with eyes still closed, for the desired association to pop itself into your conscious mind. With practice, recollection will take place in 10 to 15 seconds. The SEM formula: the ability to create intense mental images is half the key to memory power. This ability is easy once you understand the fundamental mechanics of visual soft-hyphenization. SEM stands for size, color, and motion, the 3 requirements for successful mental imaging. If we are to leave an impression upon our memory, we must do it by administering a triad of shocks to the mind. The best example is that of the advertising psychologist who stamps impressions upon the mind by the skillful use of large billboards, vivid colors, and flashing neon lights. Take a simple object, like a match, and attempt to visualize it with the intention of remembering the match as the first of 5 objects. Look at the match, close your eyes, and mentally see it as having grown to the size of a telephone pole. Get a feeling of its enormous size. Now visualize this match as igniting and see the intense red of the flame and the sudden flare of ignition. At this point you have brought color and motion into action, along with size. Stamp the match upon your memory. Association memory magic. Along with SEM we use the better-known principle of association to permit tension of a series of visualizations. A link is established between each object of association. Imagine a spark shooting off from the burning match and dropping onto a fluffy tail of a large white rabbit, who begins hopping around in an effort to LFF out his smoldering tail. The rabbit starts brushing his teeth with a bright yellow oversized tooth soft hyphen, L5H. Upon finishing, he throws the toothbrush into the river which is rushing apidly. A deer comes down to drink from the river. You should now find that you have effortlessly memorized 5 items. KD match, rabbit, toothbrush, river, and deer. It is as easy to link together J.T objects as it is 5. The student is encouraged to experiment with this. 63, Chapter 6, Pranic Rejuvenation. The key to psychic healing. As a man sucks water through a lotus stem, so should breath be drawn in as immortal elixir. Amritanad Upanishad. Yoga has always had very definite theories concerning mind and its potential J5S. The yogi considers mind to be the highest evolution of energy, and this Ori is not limited to just individual mind but is applied to the universe as a ... whole. Yoga suggests that the ultimate and original state of the universe is energy in the form of cosmic mind, which permeates everything conceivable. As a result, we are said to be surrounded by mind, much as goldfish are so soft hyphen, greater than undid by water. When cosmic mind manifests itself in building matter, the fundamental energy involved in such phenomena as cohesion, electricity, magnetism, etc., is prana, the basic kinetic energy of the universe. Such a cosmology nat equals ally leads to the theory that since mind is all and a fundamental form of it is Jed prana, then each individual's mind should be able to control the prana or yaus energy within the individual physical body. Contrary to Western soft hyphen equals E. Eastern science claims that nervous energy within the body may be equals rest, stored up, and controlled at will by the mind. This control of energy, prana, is learned through mastery of pranayama equals urge control, involving breathing exercises. It is postulated that breath gs prana into the body as well as oxygen. This is the essence behind many ALD supernormal powers. 65, a chakra and one less than Unalen workbook. Raja Yoga holds the key which explains the apparent failure many people experience with pranayama. The key is concentration of the mind upon the body while performing pranayama. Just as the blood circulates through the body, so Raja Yoga teaches that the mind may be made to circulate consciously throughout the body. As blood is the vehicle of oxygen, so mind is the vehicle of prana. This is the whole secret of revitalizing and rejuvenating the body. The practice of Shavasana has taught you to carry the mind through and to any of the Marmastanani, while Polarization started you on the first expo-soft-iments in controlling pranic energy. You are now ready for an effective rejuve-soft-nating technique that requires no mastery of a difficult pranayama exercise, but only the comfortable retention of breath, coupled with intense concentration upon the basic 16 Marmastanani or vital zones. Specific advantages: 1. Increased oxygen absorption, as breath retention has a tendency to tract the spleen, throwing more red blood cells into circulation. 2. The full inhalation required enlarges the chest cavity, improving the heart action, and aiding the suction return of venous blood, deoxygenated red blood cells in the circulatory system, to the heart and lungs. 3. Prana, or hypothetical life force, is consciously infused into the body. This results in the recharging of organs, tissues, and cells. 4. Considered a psychic healing technique for any part of the body. 5. A specific antidote for quickly counteracting mental fatigue and physical exhaustion. Technique 1. Lie supine, face up, with your feet comfortably together, allowing the toes to fall outward, your hands comfortably by your sides with palms up, or as close to this as is comfortable. 66. Pranic rejuvenation. The one less than egg to psychic healing. 2. Inhale a slow, even, deep breath and hold it as soon as the lungs feel full. Retain the breath as long as is comfortable. 3. While retaining the breath, mentally become aware of the feet, first vital zone, and visualize golden pranic energy saturating the area with stimmer soft-latting, tingling energy. Tip: use your imagination to actually see the area glowing, scintillating, from the inside out, filled with sun gold vitality, forming an aura soft hyphen rounding the Marmastanani. 4. Slowly exhale, relaxing the intensity of concentration. 5. Inhale again, retain the breath, and move to the next Marmastanani, the shins, and repeat your concentration. 6. Work up the body, retaining the breath and concentrating at each of the basic 16 vital spots until you finish at the head. 7. If necessary, go over the entire body several times until you feel a distinct glowing and tingling from toe to head. Allow at least 15 minutes for the exercise. In that time you should be able to go over the body once or more, depending upon the retention period. The student should strive for 30 seconds kamak, or breath retention, at the end of several months' practice. The key point is to become so consciously aware of each of the zones that your awareness creates a tingling indicative of successful infusion of prana into that zone. Before proceeding to practice, we need to do a more detailed analysis of Marmastanani list given in Chapter 2. Each zone focused upon must be sensed as three-dimensional layering. Often the area involves a bone, so we cultivate the feeling of golden prana being taken into the lungs, subtle energy extracted from the air by the alchemical wool of your mind, and then trans-soft wafted by consciousness to the body part concentrated upon. At the site of concentration, visualize the bioenergy diffusing from marrow cells through knee cells, blood vessel cells, muscle cells, skin cells, and outward for several he's, forming a force field. Pranic rejuvenation, when used in conjunction with other exercises, is to end for bringing the consciousness back from a deep state of introspect soft = 1. You will discover that not only are physical results apparent with this, but also psychological effects appear in the form of a calm, relaxed mental state. This is due to the respiratory process acting as a psychosomatic between mind and body, as discussed in the chapter on Yoni Mudra. 67. A chakra and one less than Unalini workbook. Pranic rejuvenation may be practiced daily and there are virtually no soft contraindications, provided we always adjust the breath retention in terms, avoiding strain. Pranic rejuvenation, LD key to psychic healing, classical Marmastanani chart. Body part area included and internal organs. 1. Feet, toes to heel, ankle joint, sole of foot to dorsum, all tissues. Area between ankle and knee joint. Again, concentration is from the marrow out. Entire knee joint from popliteal space beneath knee through to patella, kneecap. Between knee joint and groin. Focus from inside out. Groin to a little above navel, lower poles of kidneys, genitals, bladder, small intestine surrounding large intestine. Also includes buttocks and front abdominal wall. Navel to tip of breastbone. Spleen, upper poles of kidney and adrenals. Pancreas, stomach, gallbladder, liver. Tip of breastbone to top of breastbone, jugular notch, diaphragm, lungs, heart, thymus gland. 2. Shins 3. Kneecaps 4. 5. Thighs, abdomen, smile. Solar plexus, upper chest, spine. Follow spine down from cervical region, starting where Brahma down to neck bones join skull, to coccyx, tailbone. Hands fingertips to wrists and inclusive of wrist joints. From above wrist joints and inclusive of elbow joints. Above elbow joints and inclusive of shoulder joints. Thyroid gland, parathyroids, voice box, trachea, all tissues. Occiput, heavy bone protecting the back of the head. Posterior half of brain. Lips, gums, teeth, upper and lower, throat, face. Eyes, nose, forehead, pituitary gland, anterior or front half of brain, ears. Forearms, upper arms, throat, back of head, jaw = eyes, bones on top of skull, superior or top portion of brain, scalp, Brahma or pineal gland. Our God's city, _IE_. Boundaries and organ allocations may overlap in some cases, so this, guide only. 69. A Chact and one less than Analini workbook, organs from mamas 5 to 7, parathyroids, lungs, 70, TLRTF3, pound A8 yoga, doctile supersensible 08 over it shines the sleeping Kundalini, fine as the fiber of the lotus stalk. Like the spiral of a conch shell, her shining snake-like form goes 3.5 times round Shiva, and her luster is as that of a strong flash of young lightning. Her sweet murmur is the Indus soft-tinct hum of swarms of love-mad bees. She maintains all the beings of the world by means of inspiration and expiration, and shines in the cavity of the root chakra as a chain of brilliant lights. Chakra Nirupana verses 10, 11, 71. Chapter 7, Laya Yoga, the psychic sea enters. Now I speak of the first sprouting shoot, of the yoga plant, of the complete realization of the Brahman, which is to be achieved by means of the 6 chakras in their proper order. Chakra Nirupana. Introductory verse. La Yoga is the science of unleashing latent energy hidden within the human nervous system. As we have evolved from a primarily physically motivated soft-mammal to a mentally motivated animal, we have lost much of our physical strength and capacity for endurance. It could be that the strength and endurance of our cave-dwelling ancestors still lies locked within our central nervous system, namely, the brain and spinal cord, in the form of potential energy. La Yoga is the key that attempts to unlock these hidden energy reserves. Carl Weschke has pointed out how the archetypal dream of primal power release has been evidenced in the former popularity of the television series The Incredible Hulk. This latent energy is called Kundalini and is symbolized by a snake coiled 3.5 times. The symbology of the snake gives us the secret imply soft-cations of Kundalini. The snake has been a sexual symbol from time immemorial, and this tells us that Kundalini is intimately connected with the sexual expression of human soft-nity. Indeed, sexual activity springs from the stream of Kundalini force and is the most concrete example we have of a latent energy lying within us that has far soft-reaching effects in our life. The orgasm of sexual union is said to be similar to the trembling and bliss of Kundalini rising. 73. A Chakra and one less than Analin workbook. This connection between sexual activity and Kundalini has led to the devil's soft-openment of 2 distinct schools of thought. The Tantra school teaches the rise and release of Kundalini by using the physical act of intercourse as a channel for this energy to express itself. The Yoga school teaches that sexual activity should be curtailed, Brahmacharya, thus suppressing Kundalini until the pressure becomes sufficiently strong for Kundalini energy to force itself into arousal. Both schools of thought have half the key in their respective viewpoints, and the result has been that both schools have thoroughly confused Westerners who have taken to practicing the exercises prescribed by each tradition. Wisdom of mental control. The snake, as well as symbolizing the procreative urge, symbolizes wisdom the wisdom of mental control. This is a hint that if such an energy as Kundalini does exist, it may be released only through the mind exerting careful stimulus at the points where Kundalini is most apparent to manifest. The individual who would awaken or arouse Kundalini is advised to first gain control through Raja Yoga disciplines. The last point that should be brought to the student's attention concerns the fact that the snake is always shown as coiled. This coiling of a snake is preparation for striking out, and it is in just such a manner that Kundalini lies within us, compressed like a spring, ready to change from potential static energy into kinetic manifestations under the proper conditions. The coil of 3 represents the 3 states of energy, positive, negative, and neutral, while the half coil represents Kundalini as always on the verge of changing from static to kinetic manifestation. It is taught in the East that just as the snake charmer must first become immune to the poison of the snakes, so the student of La Yoga must be pre-soft-paired for the shock of arousing Kundalini. Process of introspection. The ancient yogis obtained their remarkable knowledge of the human body largely through a process of introspection. By Raja Yoga they became so intensely aware of themselves that they internally felt, rather than saw, the major blood vessels, nerves, and organs. Out of such introspections grew the soft hyphen or E concerning the existence of certain nadis, or psychic nerves, through which Kundalini could manifest. 74. LTL-JJTL-YTFTL, FPS Chkik centers. The three most important of these astral channels were called Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna. Ida and Pingala are said to run up the left and right sides of the spine, corresponding with the sympathetic nerve ganglion on either side of the spine, while Sushumna runs between them in a position corresponding to the spinal cord. Ida carries feminine, lunar, cooling energy, while her partner, Pingala, conducts hot solar energy. This allocation is transcultural, as exemplified by the alchemical art of Renaissance, and earlier, Europe. In alchemy the same polar juxtapositions occur, via sun and moon, king and queen, hot, burning sulfur, the soul, and cooling, liquid mercury, the spirit. Allegorically, Sushumna is said to represent the channel of Christ con soft-cisness in us all, which is kept vacant, or crucified, by the emotions run soft-ning rampant in Ida and Pingala, the two thieves hanging on either side of the crucified Christ. Albrecht Dürer, generally acknowledged as the greatest of German Renaissance artists, has a magnificent portrayal of the crucifixion, with the thieves hanging on either side of Christ. The sun, Pingala, is above the thief on the right, while the moon, Ida, crowns the thief hanging to the left. Kundalini is stored at the base of the spine in the egg-shaped kanda, from which is said to emanate 72,000 psychic nerves including Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna. The object of La Yoga is to bring about quiescence of Ida and Pingala and arouse the fire of Kundalini Sociasens Sushumna, awakening various vital centers, chakras, situated along the way, and finally uniting with the top center, Sahasrara, where a union takes place between Kundalini Shakti, feminine receptive, and Shiva Shakti, masculine projective. This concept may be taken as either symbolic or literal. Each chakra, or psychic center, as it is touched by the ever-climbing flame of Kundalini, has the particular god and goddess dwelling within consummate. This is the story of the union between the solar, logic, and lunar, emotion, aspects in our life, which takes place upon the ascent into spiritual consciousness. La Yoga is transcendental alchemy. The body becomes both Athena, furnace, and crucible, Latin cross plus throuble, back to Greek sacrificial cross. The fire of Kundalini calcinates, purifies, the salt, material aspects, sulfur, soul, and mercury, spirit. Ultimately, with repeated purifications and extractions, transmutation and reconstitution into a more perfect being occurs. The spagyric of body, soul, and spirit manifests and the alchemist yogi becomes the lapis philosophorum. 75. The Crucifixion. 76. Aga Yoga, F. Skik centers, basic chakra concepts. Most commonly, it is taught that the human body contains 7 major psi-soft-chic centers, 5 situated along the spine and 2 found within the head. These centers are called chakras or padmas. Chakra means wheel, and thus it is implied that these centers are moving or active. Padma means lotus, and as a lotus, like any plant, is something that grows, so the psychic centers are not fully developed in us but have yet to open their petals into full bloom. A psychic center, Chakraj Padma, is a whirling vortex of energy situated at the conjunction point of the body and mind. The Greek mystery schools espoused the same idea of inner growth potential when they called their first-degree initiates neophytes, or literally new plants. The European alchemical and Rosicrucian analogous lotus was the rose, the color coding of red, yellow, or white signifying the degree of open soft hyphening in the psychic centers. The Western equivalent to the implication of chakra, movement, was the concept of planets orbiting within the micro-soft-cosm man himself. The flower is a particularly powerful feminine symbol of cup-like receptive soft-activity to impregnation by firepower, focused attention. The six-petaled lotus is the macrocosm, universe at large, sacred to Vishnu, the preserver. Within this context, Kundalini becomes the functional equivalent of an insect ensuring cross-pollination with each Padma. The flower sacred to Shiva is the hibiscus five-petaled, representing the five senses of the human person, and is therefore analogous to the microcosm. The god, Diva, and goddess, Devi, in each chakral padma respectively become the stamen, lingam, and pistil, yoni, and hence the inherent pattern soft-tal for cohabitation with each psychic center when stimulated by Kundalini. Even more importantly, the hibiscus is sacred to Shiva's Shakti, whose many names include the epithet Kali. Ebony Kali is the timeless mother of all manifest, prakrit, matter. The blood red of the hibiscus is her sacred menstrual fluid and is also symbolic of the Rajasic or active principle of nature. A chakra and one less than Analin workbook. The parts of a hibiscus flower, stigma pads, 5 in number stamen, Angam, god, Diva, pistil, yoni, goddess, Devi. Anthers style, app. Staminal column, hollow petal, calyx plus. Apostrophe. The hibiscus is a genus of plants profuse in warm, temperate regions of the northern hemisphere. They are known as rose mallows, family, Malvaceae, and the Hibiscus syriacus is even called rose of Sharon. Colors range from yellow to red, purple, and white. 7. AI Yoga. The psychic centers. The La Yoga teaching of chakras is in reality an abstract 2,500-year-old Eastern theory only recently rediscovered in the West as psychosomatic medi-soft-sign, and most recently as psychoneuroimmunology. Located in a psychic body, or considered as a reaction of the pituitary-adrenal axis, the chakra concept is a holistic map reuniting mind and body, in defiance of the Cartesian dualism that has plagued Western science for the last few hundred years. The old question, conundrum: what is matter? Never mind. What is mind? Never matter, has become totally irrelevant. The chakras are transducers, shunt points, for stepping energy up or down, and La Yoga is an ancient unified field theory yoking all existence beyond individuality of organisms and matter. At the purest level, we no longer can acknowledge that I don't mind and you don't matter. Returning to our definition of a chakra is a whirling vortex of energy at the conjunction point of the mind and the body. Translate this into /Western anatomy and physiology and note that the traditional location of each chakra correlates with a major gland, or glands, and a main autonomic nerve plexus within the body. By some coincidence or method of analytical introsoft-inspection now lost to us, the point where each chakra is located corresponds / the points in the body where psychosomatic illness most commonly manifests. 1. Muladhara means root support, is situated at the base of the spine in the coccygeal region, and is physically manifested through the gonads and the pelvic plexus. Traditionally this chakra controls the sexual functions in humans, a responsibility shared with the next chakra, and therefore is implicated with sexual dysfunctions. Muladhara is said to influence the legs and has a relation to the sense of smell. Swadhisthana means one's own place. All fluids in the body are and through this center. Physiologically related to the adrenal glands, kidneys, and hypogastric plexus, Swadhisthana has its root in the first few vertebrae of the sacral region. Classic teaching relates malfunctioning of 79, a chakra and one less than Unaina workbook Swadhisthana to fluid disturbances such as edema, anemia, anuria, polyuria, etc. Sexual fluids, the arms, and the sense of taste are also consoft-nected. 3. Manipura, or the gem city center, emerges from the lumbar region of the spine and is physically evident as the solar plexus. The glands most often connected with Manipura are the pancreas, spleen, and liver. The solar plexus, sun center, has often been called the second brain, Its importance psychosomatically is readily appreciated by anyone who has ever suffered stomach cramps, butterflies, etc. The Indians believe that, according to your date of birth, some are more prone to feel emotional tension in this area. The theory is that sustained tension here may elicit anything from ulcers to gallstones. The anus and the eyes are also influenced by Manipura. 4. Anahata, the center of unstruck sound, comes out between the upper thoracic vertebrae and manifests through the cardiac plexus and the thigh-soft-mus gland. Heart problems such as palpitations, tachycardia, aortic angina pectoris and even cardiac infarction have been suggested as falling within the domain of Anahata. Secondary factors include any disorders of the lungs. Anahata also encompasses the entire tactile response from the skin and the procreative genital function. 5. Vishuddha, OR with purity center, is the last OF the chakras rooted upon the spinal column, cervical or neck vertebra, in this case. The thyroid and parathyroid glands, as well as the pharyngeal plexus and vocal cords, are associated with Vishuddha as physical vehicles. Thyroid over or underactivity will be accelerated in some people by stress, as well as speech disorders and deafness. Vishuddha has the ears as a sensory input. 6. Ajna, or the center of command, is stated to be situated about where the eyebrows cross, if extended, and internally where the pituitary gland rests in the Turkish saddle. Ajna is the third or all-seeing eye and may loci soft-cauli be related to the nasociliary plexus and frontal lobes of the brain. This is interesting when you consider the pituitary gland as the overseer of most of the other ductless glands. It should be stated that the pineal gland is also considered related to this chakra. 7. Sahasrara chakra means the thousand-petaled center. This is a reference to the thousands upon thousands of brain cells contained within the seer soft-brum, with which Sahasrara is related. The gland connected with Sahas-Rara is the pineal, about which we know too little. 80. Idata's Yoga, Hischik centers. It is said that when Kundalini rises and unites with Sahasrara, the result soft-ing shock to the nervous system awakens the pineal gland from its dormant state and we find ourselves possessed of siddhis, or psychic powers. These siddhis soft-dice represent dormant sensory faculties within us that have been lost through disuse. Australian Aboriginals, for example, are still capable of appearing to track by smell, much as a dog does. The native senses water in desert areas and Gen soft-eerily displays an acute sensitivity to the environment which is lacking in his or her modernized counterpart. The native's siddhis, like those of an animal, have remained active through force of circumstances. Chakra chart. Sanskrit English body root plexus and gland, Muladhara, root support, coccyx sacral vert. Navel, below, lumbar vert. Navel, above, thoracic vert. Heart region cervical vert. Throat area nasion between eyes, pelvic plexus testes and ovaries hypogastric plexus adrenal glands solar plexus pancreas and liver cardiac plexus thymus gland pharyngeal plexus thyroid gland parathyroids nasociliary plexus pituitary gland cerebrum pineal gland. Swadhisthana one's own place Manipura and a heart of Vishuddha gem city unstruck sound purity center, Ajna s less than Sahasrara. Command, 1, 0, 0, 0 petaled bregma top of head. At this point I must emphasize that Westerners, over the last 100 years, have launched a momentous rationalization in attempting to correlate the chakras with physical correspondences. This is best exemplified by careless snap allocations of the endocrine glands to the padmas. For example, Swad soft-histhana is aligned with the adrenal glands, more properly in primates, the suprarenal glands. But Swadhisthana is below the navel. If you should have your adrenal glands that low, you are in serious trouble and need to consult an endocrinologist. 1. A chakra and one less than Kundalini workbook. Yet consider this. The Tantric yogis matched Swadhisthana with the sense soft-sori input of taste, gustation, the element of water, fluid, sexuality, and the moon, and related it intimately to Muladhara chakra, earth, salt of the earth. I will vastly oversimplify the suprarenal glands by designating them as the SSSS glands: salt, sex, stress, sugar. Underactivity of the suprarenals, a D-soft-Sons disease, produces taste hyperacuity and inadequate reabsorption of water and salt, specifically sodium. Alternatively, overactivity of the suprarenal core soft-Tex, Cushing's disease, results in moon face, excessive reabsorption of water and salt, sodium, diminished taste sensitivity, and excessive production of androgens, sex hormones. Comparing the chakras with the endocrine glands is strictly an Occidental soft-tel habit of logical materialism and popular copycat convenience. Few people, Eastern or Western, are capable of any real thinking or originality. All endocrine correlations with the chakras should be approached from a physio-soft-logical, functional stance and never from an anatomical, structural stance. Soft-through evidence of the subtle, intuitive genius displayed by the Hindu sages may be found in a tantric synoptic commentary on the Shat chakras in my book Ecstasy Through Tantra. I have by no means exhausted the material available on the theory of La Yoga, but have been concerned with only what is pertinent to the purpose of this book. Above all, I have concentrated upon rationalizing all such theory into a more or less acceptable form. Regarding the theory as a whole, the reader will readily discern 2 points. 1. The theory may be taken as an allegory of the ascent and transmutation of human consciousness into divine consciousness. 2. This ancient theory contains material which has an undeniable implica-soft-tion for in relationship with the hypothesis of modern psychosomatic medicine. A transcultural alchemical allegory at the base of the spinal cord, Sushumna, is the canus medullaris, an inverted witch's hat containing a cone of astral power. Here sleeps Shakti, sleeping beauty, awaiting Shiva, Prince Charming. Shiva's kiss of consciousness can release her from trance, allowing them to ascend into the medulla oblongata. 82! Ajla Yoga, the Physiological centers oblong cube or mason's ashla. They consummate within the cranial nuptial chamber, termed by anatomists thalamus, Greek for bed chamber. Shakti is a widow's, Isis, a virgin, Snow White served by the 7 chakras, dwarfed in the unawakened. She is the bride Cinderella, that is, Lady of the Cinders, whose latent alchemical fire is tended at the fireplace, Kanda, ever ready to ignite as Kun soft-Dalini blazing up the chimney, Sushumna. She is the Lady of the Lake, constantly bathing her hair, Cauda equina, in a cistern of alchemical water, cerebrospinal fluid, and one day she will thrust up Excalibur to be received by Arthur. This is both a reference to the ancient Vedic horse sacrifice and the secret contractions of the yogi. Shakti is not only a widow's, a virgin, and a bride but also a wife, mother, and divorcee. Humankind has forgotten the alembic within the sacred sacrum foundation of the body temple. This microcosmic furnace extracts gold from sulfur, silver from mercury, unites, yokes, the sun and the moon, the red rose and white rose, distills the tincture from the principles, the quintessence from the elements, and gently heats the philosopher's egg within the Athena of the skull, ultimately manifesting the lapis philosophorum. Medulla oblongata, lumbar nerves, cauda equina sacral and coccygeal nerves, canus medullaris, a chakra and one less than Allen workbook, the chakras and the body zones, cerebrum sahasrara cerebellum nasociliary plexus o, brain cone, T, __o I, lacrimal gland, D1 mucous membrane of -0 j.j.j.j.v nose and pharynx A : R submaxillary and DC greater than sublingual gland Vishuddhi mucous membrane 1 of mouth I ajna j l ganglion spinal black C: O: R: DK: 4 cardiac plexus solar plexus manipura dash sense, apostrophe. Stomach uva, gallbladder and bile ducts blood vessels superior of abdomen, dash, mesenteric 6 pancreas ganglion dash, apostrophe 0, adrenal gland small intestine FNO, -0, apostrophe, mesenteric large intestine ganglion 0 1, less than and L, apostrophe, CJ parotid gland, colon, // dot, 1, dash, q dash, T, heart, anahata, trachea, bronchi, and lungs, dash J, apostrophe H, dot, dash, I hypogastric plexus pelvic, dash, I, la dash J dash, less than, I, apostrophe, genitals, dot, swadhisthunklni, ureter, and urinary bladder, JF, muladhara, spine, 84, F.ai yoga, psychic centers, location of organs and glands, thyroid, parathyroids thymus, ovens. I testicles, adrenals, junior, kidneys, pineal, pituitary, 85, a chakra and 1 less than Allen workbook, correlative neuroanatomy of the chakras. This is an artificial construction of the Western mind. What is important to note is the common confusion between the central nervous system plexuses, spinal cord and 31 pairs of peripheral nerves, and the autonomic plexuses. Central nervous system plexuses, autonomic nervous system plexuses, trigeminal ophthalmic, cranial nerve V, apostrophe, dash, 111 apostrophe, equals less than 1 dash, middle dot, dash, nasociliary, cervical, thyroid, pharyngeal, brachial, Q, thymus cardiac, lumbar, pancreas, celiac, sacral, hypogastric, coccygeal, pelvic, formed from anterior rami, peripheral nerves of the spine. T. The trigeminal nerve, 3 twins, reflexes from the mouth to the frontalis muscle of the forehead, consequently a very cold substance ingested into the mouth, for example, ice cream, may produce a reflex pain between the eyes, Ajna chakra. Swami Gatananda always suggested marking the site of the pain, indicating each individual's trigger point for Ajna. Lumbar, sacral, and coccygeal plexuses are subdivisions of lumbosacral plexus. Aiosa, pound psychic centers, organ equivalent chakra chart with alternative chakra names: Saraswati chakra, Akasha chakra, middle dot 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 thyroid, surya chakra, middle dot B equals thymus agni chakra, y dot slash 1 dot comma o middle dot 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 thread chakra dot Chandra chakra, pancreas, Saraswati, goddess of wisdom, chakra, cerebral cortex, sensory and motor, strips, frontal lobes. Manas, mind, chakra, optic chiasma and visual cortex. Akasha, void, chakra, larynx. Hrid, heart as the English hearth derivative, chakra, heart and lungs. Agni, fire god, English derivative ignite, chakra, pancreas and stomach. Surya, sun, chakra, liver and gallbladder. 7. A chakra L11 less than F, M L1 workbook Chandra, moon, chakra, spleen. Uppers, water, chakra, all fluid secretions of abdominal pelvic region, kidneys, ureters, bladder, and urethra. Ganesh, lord of all, chakra, the elephant god, related, in some traditions, to the genitals, uterus, sigmoid colon, and rectum. Chapter right. Chakra Dharana, focusing psychic power. We may say that a yantra is an instrument, designed to curb the psychic forces by concentrating them in a pattern, and is such a way that this pattern becomes reproduced by the worshippers of visualizing power. Heinrich Zimmer, Ph.D., Indologist. Humankind has always been aware of the existence of certain vital areas in the human body. The use to which the esoteric knowledge of these nerve zones was put varied from civilization to civilization. The work we are embarking upon relates to the Shat chakras, or 6 soft-ters. Be aware that doing visual yantra and color awareness classically involves the 5 primal elements: earth, water, fire, air, ether. D.V. Senso. A. Chakra-Nalini workbook, or, as represented in Western alchemy, earth, water, fire, air, ether. Hence, the exercises are Panch chakra, 5 centers, only. Ajna and Saha's soft-rara open automatically when the first 5 centers are stimulated. However, we will deal with the 6th center, Ajna, in Chapter 13, and answer your inevitable questions about the 7th, Sahasrara, in that chapter as well. The student will be interested to note that a correlation exists between the chakras of the Indian yogi and the kyashos of the Japanese judo expert. The 7 most deadly kyashos, jujitsu pressure points, taught in Atemiwaza, one of the esoteric branches of judo, exactly correspond with the traditional posy soft functions of the 7 chakras. While the Indian mind used this knowledge for spiritual and psychic purposes, the Japanese mind used the same knowledge for concrete physical purposes, namely, the induction of unconsciousness or even death, Atemiwaza, and the revival of those who had been so disabled, Kwapo. There is evidence to indicate that the martial arts originated in India, and were taken up by the Tibetan monks as a means of self-defense. Their religious vocation forbade the carrying of arms, and spread from Tibet to China, where they were picked up and developed by the Japanese in the 15th century. This is plausible if we also recall the migration and transmutation of Indian Buddhism to Japanese Zen. Cultural migration chart of vital zones: race, major or emphasis, occupation, Indo-Aryan, Chinese, Japanese, meditation, acupuncture, healing points, martial arts, striking points, priests, yogis, physicians, soldiers. Note, this chart only denotes a trend, as each race also had meditation, acupuncture, and martial arts utilization of vital zones. 90. Chakra Dharana, focusing psychic power. If you are in doubt about the existence of an ancient Indian martial art, then I must inform you that it is a living tradition in South India today. Not only does this art exist, but here acupuncture and control of the elephant through 90 vital points has been an established Indian medical science and everyday practice by the Mahout, the elephant driver, for 2,500 years. Marma points of an elephant: 38, 49, 5, 46, 47, courtesy of L. S. P. S. S. Publications, Madras, South India. From Marma Chick soft -sa in traditional medicine. 91. A chakra and one less than Nalini workbook. Specific functions of the elephant's Marma points: 1. Twists trunk 2. Straightens trunk 3. Frightens 4. Frightens and makes trumpet 5. Frightens and makes animal trumpet and stop 6. Controls 7, 8, 9, low. Kills 1, 12. Controls 13. Rouses 14. Controls 1-5. Kills 16. Kneels 1-7. Goes backwards 18. Controls animal while being tied to a tree 19. Gives his shoulder 20. Lowers head and neck and stops 2-1. Controls 22. Kills 23. Bends head 24. Stops 25. Rouses, infuriates 26. Stops 27. Offers seat 28. Kills 29. Stops 30. Controls 3-1, 32, 33. Travels 34. Lowers head 35. Benumbs 36, 37. Stops animal as well as makes animal walk 38. Lowers seat 39, 40, 41. Frightens 42, 43, 44, 45. Walks 46. Stops 47. Travels 48. Stops animal, and makes it walk 49. Offers seat 50. Stops without fidgeting and puts trunk to ground 51. 52. Gets up and runs 53, 54, 55. Turns round 56, 57. Kills 58. Drops to ground 59. Turns round 60, 61. Rouses, infuriates 62. Turns round 63. Rouses, infuriates 64. Kills 65, 66, 67, 68. Stops 69. Kneels 70. 71 kneels 72, 73, 74. Travels when two kneel are touched, stops when one kneeler is touched 75. Raises 4 foot from out to mount 76, 77. Gives 4 foot 78, 79. Brings hind foot forward 80, 81. Offers hind foot and twists 82. Draws hind foot backward 83, 84, 85. Raises 4 foot 86, 87. Kills 88, 89, 90. Gills 92. Chakra-nervous, pound focusens psychic FNVCR. In February 1, 993, I returned to Pondicherry, South India, after 2 years to see my beloved mentor, Dr. Swami Gatananda. He was sponsoring a Yoga World Earth Summit and I was one of the keynote speakers. There I met a South Indian martial artist, and later, back in Madras, he shared some information with me. The fighting arts, taught even today, are known as Mama or Varami, Varma as San. In the villages, knowledge of these zones is used for healing and has been passed down, parent to child, and provides the backbone of an indigenous rural healing system. South Indian ancient palm leaf manuscripts, proudly possessed by Soft-Ters of various South Indian martial schools, often have a picture of Lotsu engraved on the front, an indication that the art, perhaps, was transferred to China several hundred years B, and then migrated back to India with the addition of some Chinese innovations. The remarkable concentration I saw exhibited by practitioners of Varami in focusing energy into a single blow upon a vital zone involves simultaneous Soft-Ausli, 1. Visualizing a Deva or Devi, god or goddess, sitting within the opponent's vital zone. 2. An invocation, mantra, to the god or goddess, invoking their power. 3. Contacting the zone on the opponent's body with an awareness of prana, Kai or Ki exploding there. 4. The split-second withdrawal of the fist, elbow, knee, or foot striking the surface, leaving the shock waves, psychic and physical, to cause havoc. As a final comment, my first serious introduction to Varmani was in New York, 1965, where I had gone to see the World Fair. I met Swami Varasoft-Jayananda and the following quotation from the news story by Sidney Fields in the New York Mirror, September 10, 1959, will indicate just how early Varasoft-Mani migrated to North America, admittedly only taught as a recondite art. Swami flips tops with Varmani Only Human, by Sidney Fields, the little man over in the Broadway studio who calls himself Swami Virajananda, says that trying to compare Varmani to Ujitsu is like comparing bird-watching to the medieval torture rack. 93. A chakra and one less than L1 in a workbook. Courteously, but with doubt, I said, show me the difference. The Swami is only 5 feet, 2.5 inches tall, weighs 140 pounds, and is 69 years old. He led me to the mat, and recalled that once, while demonstrating the art of Varmani at a doctor's convention, one doubting physician used a sudden jitsu hold to floor him and sat triumphantly on his chest. I gave him the warning he didn't give me, The Swami said. I asked him, are you ready? And when he was, he flew off my chest in a second. Come on, I will show you how. He let me get a double wrist lock on him, force him to the mat, and sit on his chest, still holding the wrist lock. Are you ready? He asked. I nodded. He just pressed against my elbow. I flew off his chest, and my arm felt like it was leaving my shoulder. If you wish to enjoy a happy soft-fidence in life, you must learn to defend yourself, the Swami said, helping me to my feet, while I rubbed my arm and shoulder. With such confidence you can use all your mental power to enjoy life and not waste it with unnecessary fear and worry. Here fed to demonstrate a few Varmani holds, serpent clinging, arm saw cut in belt, the elephant grab, or the breath plugger. I took the last one with the understanding he wouldn't plug the breath of completely. He agreed graciously, allowed me to put a tight hammerlock on him from the rear. Up went his rump, jaw soft-ring me, and up went his fingers deep under my chin and deeper into my throat. Uncle? He asked. Uncle, I wheezed. He led me to a chair. In Varmani, he soothed, we use the enemy's strength and weight to dis-soft-enable him. The simple way you can apply Varmani is the nice part. I would like to show you now the skullcracker throw. Let's talk for a while, I countered. Swami means teacher, and Virajanand is joy of determination or drunk with spirituality, and he admits humbly that both are assumed the names, that is. He learned his Varmani from an uncle back in Tricur, India, where his father was a farmer. Varmani is handed down from family to family, he explained. It is at least 5,000 years old. The Chinese learned it from us when Buddhist monks crossed Tibet. So you can imagine how weak it became there, and the Japanese learned it from the Chinese. In 192 he left the poverty of his father's farm, and came to America as a sailor. Not knowing any English, he washed dishes and worked with a shovel until he learned the language, and began teaching Varmani. He got to teach the entire Gary, Indiana, police force by throwing the chief a few times. There's a framed "Let's soft-ter" on his wall, signed by the chief, L.T. Studness, testifying to that fact and this confession. During the course, none of them, the police, got hurt. From Gary, the Swami moved to Chicago with his Varmani. In 194 he brought it to New York. 94 Chakra Dharana, focusing Chelsea power, Varma points front of body South Indian martial arts striking points Kondi Koli Nama Varman, yoga chakras, Shahasrara Ajna, Sanguthiri, less than J, plus Vishuddhi, Shakti Varman Vayukalam, Anahata Manipura, Vasti Varman Vithavanam, Swadhisthana Muladhara, Siddha tradition, approximations only. 95, a chakra and one less than Analini workbook, Chakra Dharana comparison chart Japanese Judo 8 Tamiwaza striking points yoga chakras, Tendo, Sahasrara Yuto, 111 1 backslash Ajna Haichu Vishada Ykototsu C Anahata Swijtsu T Manipura Jomayo Swadhisthana, Tsungane, Muladhara. 96. Chakra Oharal 1a, Arak user 18 psh. It has been suggested by several modern schools of yoga that the chakras, with their associated symbology, represent nothing more than a method of forcing the mind to concentrate upon the body. This may be so, especially when you consider that one of the literal means soft hyphenings of the Sanskrit la is absorption. Such absorption, or concentration of the mind upon the body, would lead to the opening or harmonizing of the chakras and their respective psychophysical functions. Harmonizing the chakras implies an ancient scheme of psychic anatomy that corresponds with our Western physical, or gross, macroscopic anatomy, of the central and autonomic nervous systems. Consider the following correlative analysis. Central nervous system divided into brain and spinal cord. Brain, cerebrum and cerebellum. A midline sagittal slice resembles the fetus, symbol of latent growth. The neophyte, or Sahasrara Padmala, full potential yet to be released. Spinal cord, averages 18 inches in length. 18 is the Hindanam soft bar of completeness. In the Mahabharata we note the 18 days of the great battle, the 18 battalions that fought, and the 18 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita, Song of God. When the spinal cord is dissected out of the vertebral column, along with the brain cone, it resembles a serpent, Kun soft-Dalini, while the cavity of the spinal canal is Sushumna. The spinal cord transsoft-midst sensory, afferent, messages to the brain and receives motor, efferent, signals from the brain down its tracts to produce changes in effectors, muscles and glands. The sensory nerve tracts of the spinal cord represent either receptive, passive, functions, while motor nerve tracts down the spinal cord are equivalent to Pingala, projective, active, functions. Autonomic nervous system. It was formerly called involuntary, and even earlier, 19th century, the vegetative nervous system, as it was thought to govern functions beyond sus regulation, for example, heart rate, blood pressure, respiration, digestive functions, etc. However, by the 1970s Almagreen, Ph.D., was able to prove that voluntary control could be established through a combination of biofeedback and autogenic training. The autonomic nervous system divides into two sections which constantly interact with each other, either for dominance, according to need, or functional integration. 97. Aklataku and 1 less than Analin physical anatomy and the psychic chakras, cerebrum, cerebellum, brain cone, colon, sphenopoian ganglion subimanary 2 ganglion, spinal, black, C:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:**:** semicolon rd, L, 1 dot, underscore dot 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 1 dot dash, underscore 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 I dash I apostrophe less than JJJJV equals Y comma nasosiliary plexus Sahasrara 0 at I ajna underscore 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 :t apostrophe underscore 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 0 R mucous membrane of nose and pharynx -0 R U crimal gland sublingual gland underscore 1 underscore mucous membrane of mouth ganglion apostrophe equals L dot 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 S apostrophe parotid gland V C colon semicolon colon submaxillary and greater than dash V L shuddy apostrophe cardiac plexus solar plexus colon underscore 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 heart anahata colon I J underscore 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 apostrophe colon Q underscore 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 apostrophe D equals adrenal gland apostrophe small intestine INF dash -0 underscore Superior mesenteric ganglion, 6 apostrophe, dash hypogastric. Plexus, mesenteric ganglion, apostrophe QI, dash, equals F, spine, question mark, dash J, pelvic, percent, backslash underscore, apostrophe, apostrophe, underscore, apostrophe, apostrophe, backslash, dash, dash, apostrophe, QPR apostrophe, R, trachea, bronchi, and lungs, stomach, liver, gallbladder and bile ducts, blood vessels of abdomen, manipura, pancreas, less than, apostrophe, U, intestine, swadhisthana, kidney, ureter, and urinary bladder, genitals, dash, apostrophe, H, J. Muladhara, 98, Chakra Dharana, focusing psychic power, sympathetic branch, left and right chains of ganglion, tethered to the spinal cord but running down each side of the anterior bodies of the vertebral column, and averaging 22 ganglion apiece, spread out from the coccyx up to the cervical vertebrae. This symmetry is reminiscent of Ida and Pingala, with Sushma, the spinal canal, as the middle pillar of Western magical practice. The 22 ganglion represent the number of the avatar, or soft-ing savior in Hinduism, and in Western occult anatomy the 22 ganglion correspond to the 22 paths on the Kabbalistic tree of life, 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, 22 bones of the skull, used as a communion cup as in the Nordic skull, and the 22 cards of the major arcana in the tarot. Functionally, the sympathetic nerves most often act as an accelerator, producing Pingala reactions, an extreme example being the so-called fear, fight, flight syndrome. Parasympathetic branch, the major section comprises a pair of vagus, lish, vagrant, nerves, which emerge from the base of the skull to wander down the neck, through the chest, and deep into the abdominal cavity. Again, remember the symbolic twins, Boaz and Jachin, Ida and Pingala. Parasympathetic branch fibers constantly meet with sympathetic branch fibers to form plexuses, the major ones on the physical plane representing the materialization of the non-physical chakras. Functionally, the parasympathetic nerves most often perform braking actions. I call them the rest, relaxation, recuperation fibers, and hence they may be allied to Ida reactions. Now examine, on the following page, the anatomy chart we first presented in Chapter 7. 99. A chakra and one less than an LNRKBK. A few simple examples may help us relate to the autonomic nervous system in a meaningful way. Organ or system. Pupils of eyes. Sympathetic action, better to see with if interested or frightened. Dilate, parasympathetic action, no threat, so every photon of light not necessary. Constricts, heart rate, tachycardia. If frightened or anxious, more oxygen and glucose pumped around faster. Increased, bradycardia. Safe to relax and rest. Slowed, hand temperature, cold, principle of brain sparing. Blood is with soft drawn from extremities and saved for the heart and brain. Hyperalertness, warmed, vanishes cold hands. Many types of meditation do this. Sleep, deep sleep comes easily. Anxiety, insomnia. Organ or system. Sympathetic action inhibits if nervous, as arterial blood supply constricted to penis. Sympathetic arousal at right level is necessary for ejaculation. Parasympathetic action allows full erection. Male sexual function, erection, ejaculation, inhibits ejaculation. Female sexual function, vaginal lubrication inhibits nipple tumescence, inhibits clitoral tumescence, inhibits, promotes. Note, over-arousal of the sympathetic may lead to premature ejaculation and also ejaculation without erection. 100. Chakravrana, for using CHIO, the above examples demonstrate a delicate union, or yoga, that must occur between the sympathetic and parasympathetic branches of the autonomic nervous system. In the sexual example, We could express it in our yoga terms and say that a fine balance is necessary between Muladhara and Swadhisthana, and between the god and goddess cohabiting within each chakra. The discussion of the nervous system has been vastly oversimplified, but it can form a solid physical matrix to build a much more subtle base for inner concentration. Someone once defined yoga as autonomic nervous system gymnastics. Indeed, more specifically, we could define most meditation as parasympathetic gymnastics. Examining the above sympathetic-parasympathetic action chart, it will become apparent why Dr. Swami Gitananda will not commence EEG or ECG readings in male subjects until their nipples are erect. Examine the chart on the following page. Some parasympathetic branches have been placed on the left and sympathetic on the right. Realize they constantly intertwine. This device allows us to perceive their delicacy a little more easily. On an etheric plane the ramifications are even more intricate, but regardless, we can learn to control the physical more easily by focusing upon the chakras. 101, a chakra and one less than WLRKBK. Schematic diagram of parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous systems. Parasympathetic sphincter of pupil and ciliary muscle. Sympathetic, Pingala, Ajna zone dilator of pupae. Sweat glands and blood vessels of head hypophysia. Ida, __ thyroid gland upper limb, heart, bronchi and lungs. Vishuddhi zone Anahata zone Manipura Z0 knee. Sweat glands and blood vessels of bronchi and lungs. Esophagus, stomach __ small intestine proximal colon liver pancreas __ small intestine stomach proximal colon suprarenal medulla kidney Swadhisthana zone urinary bladder and genitalia and genitalia Muladhara rectum. Urinary bladder zone distal colon and rectum, blood vessels or lower limb sympathetic chain of ganglion, sweat glands and bottom of spinal cord. 102, chakra Haral 1a, Oka 5E18P5J : Chic power. Introduction to Chakra Dharana Yoga postulates that the focus of psychic power may be developed through concentration, dharana, upon the chakra zones. The result is dispersion of psychosomatic tension that so often occurs at one or more of these vital zones. An analogous situation is autogenic training, developed in the early part of the 20th century when the German psychiatrist Dr. Johannes H. Schultz amalgamated yoga methodology with the then current European fasci-soft-nation hypnosis. For example, concentrating upon the hands, visualizing them flushing red with blood, and telling yourself they are getting warm will actually raise the hand temperature by as much as 10 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on your starting point. This type of autogenic training is a form of Western yoga and works exactly the same way as most meditation methods. The sympathetic nervous system is dampened, allowing the peripheral arterioles to dilate and flood the extremities with blood. By now you will have empirically discovered that successful meditation is always accompanied by an end result of warm hands and feet. In the initial stages, the mind is best trained by giving it something concrete upon which to concentrate. This is the purpose of the elaborate symbol soft-energy. Each chakra has a certain number of petals, and each petal is inscribed /ith, the letter of the Sanskrit alphabet. This is for awakening the chakra through Tantra yoga, an animal, a god and goddess, a geometric form, a color, and a bija, or seed, mantra. All that will be necessary, for our purposes, will be a knowledge of the last three symbolic components, color, form, and bija mantra. Students who wish to learn the full symbolic implications of each chakra are encouraged to peruse /Thravalon's classic study of Tantra, the serpent power. The form and color of the first 5 chakras represent the Tatwa, or soft-ment, assigned to each. The bija mantra is a basic sound which groups or awakens the dormant energy of the individual chakra. a special comment about the sound vibrations or bija mantras is required. Learning yoga from a book can be a delicate matter. In fact, Indians are quite sarcastic about it, and refer to many self-styled Western experts as kitab book yogis. In a market inundated with yoga books written by people who have not trained in India and have no knowledge of Sanskrit pronunciation, errors can occur in the intonation of sounds. I was myself guilty, in early Eda's soft functions of psychosomatic yoga, of neglecting to clarify the pronunciation of the bija mantras, and since an integral part of this approach involves a very specific, 103, a chakra al-1 kul-1 I-1 workbook vibratory patterns during the intoning of the mantras, I have to address this issue now. The 5 primary bija sounds we are concerned with are, to be simplistic, consonants. In Sanskrit every consonant has an inherent vowel. The 5 consonants are, uva-ha. When transliterated with the inherent vowel, lavara-yaha, it looks straightforward enough. However, there are 2 forms of in Sanskrit, one short and one long, and without getting complicated, suffice it to say that neither in Sanskrit sounds like the English as in apple. Soft without trying to be a Sanskrit pundit, which I am not, or merely pedantic. The vibration we are after more closely approximates the as in the English further or the u in up. Irrelevant? Consider the following: when we chant or silently vibrate these bijas, each consonant now correctly ends with either a ng, nasal soft palatal, sound, or an m, labial, sound. This is called the anuswara, literally little heaven, and heaven, after all, is a state of mind. Chanting aloud we attach the ng sound, and meditating mentally we attach the m sound. Since the whole bija acts as a fishhook for the unconscious mind, we want to be careful of English associational words. For instance, assume the a has the value of English as in apple, and we are mentally repeating the bijas with an m ending. The message might be construed, by the unconscious mind, as instruction to flee or hide as in go on the lamb. Or perhaps you may develop a problem with sheep. Straight into vamping or maybe vampires? Note, V in Sanskrit sometimes sounds like W, but with the bija it is V as in Victor. Be careful you don't starting bashing into things, or attract a frisky male goat. Perhaps a strange urge will emerge, to dig obsessively in the earth for a root vegetable. Meditations may be disturbed by uncontrollable visions of smoked pork. Ram Yam Han, 104. We will now replace the inherent of each bija with an u as in the English up, yuppie, rut. I am only employing an artificial device which will get us within the correct intonation range. Therefore, we have, luang lam vuang vam ruang rum uang yum huang hum. Audible chant as in English lung. Mental repetition as in English lumber. Audible chant as in English Vulcan. Mental repetition as in English come. Audible chant as in English rung. Mental repetition as in English rummage. Audible chant as in English young. Mental repetition as in English yummy. Audible chant as in English Hungarian. Mental repetition as in English humming. There exists a consensus of opinion amongst scholars that Sanskrit is a perfect language, having an exact representation for nearly every possible intersoft hyphenation. This device of using u with the bijas is a practical scheme I have devised to avoid technicalities. The u is a connective bridge between the consoft consonants and the anuswara ng and m. Almost no accent should be placed on the u, and in fact, if you imagined it there, we could safely write lnglmvngvm, rngrm. YNG, HNG. Symbology of the chakras: Luladhara, a yellow square representing Prithvi, the earth element. The bija mantra is Luang, audible, and Lam, inaudible. A silver crescent moon representing Upas, the water element. The bija mantra is Vuang, audible, and Vam, inaudible. A red triangle, apex down, representing Tejas, the fire element. The bija mantra is Ruang, audible, and Rum, inaudible. A blue hexagram composed of 2 interlocked equilateral triangles representing Vayu, the air element. The bija mantra is Yung, audible, and Yum, inaudible. Swadhisthana, Yanipura, _/Nahata, 105, a chakra and one less than Analin or Cook Vishuddha, a black or dark indigo oval egg representing Akasha, the ether, sometimes called spirit, element. The bija mantra is Huang, audible, and Hum, inaudible. The procedure of chakra dharana is based upon a form of concentration known as saguna meditation, or meditation upon concrete qualities as expressed through color, raga, form, rupa, name, nama, geometric shape, yantra, and vibration, mantra. Chakra dharana divides into two phases, external chakra dharana and internal chakra dharana. External chakra dharana is an open-eyed saguna two-dimensional meditation, while internal chakra dharana is a closed-eyed saguna three-dimensional meditation. Focus is upon color, geometric shape, mantra, and ultimately upon the physical space within the body. Chakra chart chakra muladhara swadhisthana manipura two-dimensional geometric form color body space, square crescent moon triangle, apex down hexagram, yellow silver red, gonads, pelvic floor between pubic bone and navel between navel and breastbone tip, sternum, behind breastbone, roughly on a line between the nipples inside voice box, thyroid cartilage, Adam's apple, Anahata, blue, Vishuddha, oval, egg, black. Specific advantages of chakra dharana L. Concentration and visualization are improved. 2. Eastern occult theory states that this technique of concentration is one of the safest and the most natural ways of gently awakening and harmonizing the psychic centers. 3. Relaxation of psychosomatic tension, in any specific chakra body space, develops by focusing upon that chakra within its area. 106. Chakra Dharana, focusing psychic power. 4. Traditional psychological characteristics are encouraged by meditating upon chakra areas with the appropriate color, sound, and shape. Psychological attributes of the chakras: chakra muladhara swadhisthana manipura anahata vishuddha three-dimensional geometric form. Psychological attributes: cube crescent, like a melon slice, tetrahedron, inverted hexagram egg, solidarity, cohesiveness, integration, diplomacy, flexibility, equanimity, power, passion, energy, motivation, compassion, tolerance, understanding, empathy, communication, freedom. The list of psychological characteristics as chakra attributes is not a sophisticated summary, but only intended as a guide to possibilities. Preparation for external chakra dharana. Reference to the diagram on the following page will provide a clear picture of the symbolic representation of each chakra through its Tatwa, or quality. To produce models for these yantras suitable for use, the student will require a selection of yellow, silver, red, blue, and black drawing paper such as is soft-moly given to children for cutting and pasting. With a ruler and compass, construct each geometric figure upon the core soft-rect color of paper. The square is inscribed upon yellow, the crescent upon soft-verb, the triangle, apex down, upon red, the hexagram upon blue, and the oval upon black. It is now a simple procedure to cut out each pattern and paste it on the center of a larger square of black paper, with the exception of the black oval, which needs a white background. The final result is a set of 5 Tatwa yantras which may be affixed to the wall for the technique of external chakra dharana. Alternatively, the student may find it advantageous to mount each Tatwa yantra on a cardboard backing for durability and ease of handling. It is then easy to stand the Tatwa yantra card selected against any stable object on a table or desktop for the dharana exercise. 107. A chakra and one less than Unalini workbook, chakra Tatwa yantras, Prithvi yellow muladhara, Upper silver swadhisthana, Tejas red manipura, Vayu blue anahata, Akasha black vishuddha. 10. Chakra Dharana, focusing psychic power technique for external chakra dharana. 1. Sit in a meditative posture or in a chair, in a room lit by a candle. 2. Place before you the yellow square Tatwa of Muladhara chakra, with the candle on one side so that the diagram is illuminated. 3. Gently, softly, contemplate the yellow square and audibly intone, Ujjhita, the bija mantra Luang, with emphasis on the nasal palatal Ng. The sound vibrates the sphenoid bone, with the sphenoidal sinus acting as a sound chamber, and the pituitary gland receives stimulation. 4. Continually pull the consciousness into focus so awareness rotates around the square yellow field and the mantra Luang. 5. Continue this procedure for 5 minutes. You may want to use a timing device, attempting to occupy your mind completely with the yellow square and the bija mantra. 6. Repeat the process the next day with the silver crescent for Swadhisthana, and each day switch to the next Tatwa card until on the 6th day you are ready to start again with the Muladhara yellow square. As you change Tatwa symbols, you change to the appropriate bija mantra. In fact, while you are learning them, you could write each mantra on the back of the appropriate Tatwa card. The sequence, therefore, will be Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, Day 4, Day 5, yellow square Tatwa of Muladhara. Bija mantra Luang. Silver crescent Tatwa of Swadhisthana. Bija mantra Vuang. Red triangle Tatwa of Manipura. Bija mantra Ruang. Blue hexagram Tatwa of Anahata. Bija mantra Uang. Black oval Tatwa of Vishuddha. Bija mantra Huang. Special considerations with external chakra dharana. 3 rotations of the 5 Tatwa cards takes 15 days. This is suggested as the minimum before progressing to the advanced internal chakra dharana. The object is to quiet the consciousness by becoming more and more imbued with the geometrical shape seen, entranced with the color related to the form, and entrained by the bija mantra reverberations. Do not gaze intently at the Tatwa, as in the fixated gaze of Trataka. Blink when required, and if the color field starts to change, look away until the eyes readjust. The external chakra dharana is not intended to produce after images through ocular fatigue, as is the case with Trataka. 109. A chakra and one less than analin worklock. The word Sanskrit means perfectly formed, and this is a hint about how scientifically the language was structured 2,500 years ago. Each of the 33 consonants is carefully grouped according to the parts of speech used in the production of its spoken vibration. An additional tip about the bija mantra for Manipura, Ruang, is worth noting. Although the Sanskrit R is normally undrilled, the psychic effect may be enhanced by trilling somewhat, as in Russian. R in Sanskrit is designated as a cerebral, along with 5 other consoft consonants. A cerebral sound is one which is produced by the tip of the tongue retroflexing or flapping its underside against the palate, roof of the mouth. The result is that a vibration is sent through the skull bones affecting the frontal lobes of the cerebral cortex. If you place one hand on the top of your forehead and strongly drill the R, you will feel the frontal bone momentarily shake with the sound. Needless to say, this effect is physiologically and psychically beneficial, so it is worth emphasizing the trill in Ruang if you can. Unfortunately, some people cannot drill, and if that is the case, just get as close to it as you can. Each technique in this book is carefully designed to be synergistic and is firmly grounded in classical yoga. By the same token, I have not hesitated to use contemporary innovations when they enhanced the value of these practices. It is important that the exercises in any given chapter are not hurried and that ample time is given to practicing initial forms before moving to the more advanced phases. Preparation for internal chakra dharana. Find the complementary colored Tatwa yantra plates in this book. They may be cut out, or you may prefer taking the book to a copying or quickprint place and having color copies made, and even enlarged, for your use. The principle with internal chakra dharana is that we start by perform soft-hyphening fixed gaze Trataka on the complementary color Tatwa yantra in order to fatigue specific color cone receptors at the back of the eyeballs. When the eyes are then closed, an inner experience of the correct color will be perceived. For example, the square of the Muladhara complementary colored Tatwa yantra is blue. Consequently, after a minute or two of gazing at it, When you close your eyes, the complementary color of yellow will manifest as an after soft hyphen image. If you look at a chart of the Sanskrit alphabet, you will find R grouped with Y, 1, and V as semi-soft hyphen vowels. Such charts often fail to show you that each of these letters is often subgrouped according to the position of the tongue when the letter is pronounced, thus Ya, palatal, Ra, cerebral, La, dental, and Va, labial. 110. Chakra Dharana, using psychic to do a technique for internal chakra dharana. 1. Sit in a meditative posture or in a chair, with a desk lamp available to illuminate the Tatwa yantra. Ideally, this should be the only light, as this soft size is best undertaken in the evening, and you should be able to switch the desk lamp off so you can enjoy relative darkness. 2. Place before you the blue square complementary color Tatwa yantra of Muladhara and arrange the desk light so it is fully illuminated. The card may be on your lap, or perhaps mounted on the wall at eye level, a distance away equivalent to your outstretched hand, about 2 to 3 feet. 3. Inhibit your blink reflex and gaze fixedly at the white bindu, or spot, in the center. Continue gazing. It may take 1 or 2 minutes, until a remora of light starts to appear around the edges of the square and the blue color starts to pale. While watching, focus the inner self upon the silent repetition, or jita, of the bija mantralam. Many students find that this mantra recitation naturally accompanies the breathing. 4. When the remora is well manifested, simultaneously switch the light off and close your eyes. Continue the silent repetition of the bija mantralam while gently looking through your forehead and closed eyelids. With relaxation, a yellow square will gradually emerge, floating in the dark space in front of you. Watch the yellow square, constantly adjusting the focus of your attention, in order to perceive the afterimage as long as possible. 5. When the afterimage has totally faded, proceed to the final step by a marg soft-ining. You have moved the Tatwa symbol down into its appropriate space in your body. In this particular case, for Muladhara, visualize the yellow square as level with the base of your spine and occupying the pelvic floor. 6. Now, turn the 2-dimensional square into a 3-dimensional solid gold cube. Your unconscious mind will determine the size, and this image is uniquely yours. Continue concentrating on this for at least 10 minutes. Be patient with fluctuations and simply recreate the cube each time it fades, distorts, or changes. Throughout this portion of the technique you will be still repeating the bija mantralam to yourself. Special considerations with internal chakra dharana _11 of the geometrical yantras, when internalized, should be formed in 3 dimensions. You will imagine this by changing your perspective, /ith the following guidelines. 111, a chakra and 1 less than Una Enlkblk Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, Vishuddha, yellow square converts to golden cube. Silver crescent converts to silver melon slice. Red triangle converts to ruby red tetrahedron, an upside down, 3-sided pyramid. Blue hexagram converts into 6-sided blue star carved out of blue sapphire. Black oval converts into a black marble egg. Remember that the appropriate bija mantra with the M ending is used at all stages of internal chakra dharana. Practice routine. The technique of chakra dharana should be practiced for 10 minutes or more each day. Begin with Muladhara chakra the first day, Swadhisthana chakra the second day, and so on, doing each chakra in turn until you return to Muladhara and start the cycle over again. After the first 2 or 3 weeks, you may dispense with external soft-rana in the form of concentration upon a Tatwa diagram and may proceed with just internal dharana upon the chakra symbols within the body. With practice, a sensation of physical stimulation will be produced by mentally moving the Tatwa symbol down into its proper position along the spine and concentrating upon the area. The yellow square of Muladhara should be visualized as at the base of the spine. The silver crescent of Swadhisthana is 2 inches below the navel. The red triangle of Manipura is about 3 inches above the navel, level with the pit of the stomach, The blue hexagram of Ana-Hatha should be visualized as level with the heart, and the black egg of Vishuddha-Dat chakra is level with the Adam's apple. In essence, internal chakra dharana is the familiar tantric technique of internalization of gods, colors, forms, etc. 112, chakra ahārana, focus psychic power, internal chakra dharana yantras, blue, Prithvi yellow Muladhara, upper silver Swadhisthana, Tejas red Manipura, Vayu blue Anahata, white, 113, chapter solar plexus charging above it, and at the root of the navel, is the shining lotus of 10 petals. Meditate there on the region of fire, triangular in form and shining like the rising sun. Shat Chakra Nirupana verse 19, the student has now reached the point of introduction to pure technique. I must, however, warn that the material presented in this chapter is beyond rationalization, although I will not hesitate to draw some correlative comparisons with Western anatomy. The absolute and sole purpose of lay yoga, Kundalini yoga, or simply yoga is to induce a profound altered state of consciousness that I will describe as a singular grasp of multiplicity. This is a concept beyond the dogmatism of both Western science and Orthodox religion, East or West. The end goal of yoga has nothing to do with the plane of material existence, and that this is so, and only be appreciated from the perspective of mysticism, and in particular the most profound aspects of traditional Indian mysticism. I will affirm that mysticism is the immediate experience of ultimate uni-ursal unity. Mysticism is the direct apprehension of reality. The word apprehension deserves definition as I am using it in a specific philosophical, MD psychological context. 115, a chakra and one less than Allen workbook philosophical, the act of mentally grasping or of bringing before the mind, specifically, a perception that is comparatively simple, direct, and immediate and has as its object something considered to be directly and non-discursively understandable. In traditional logic, that one of the 3 operations of thought by which one grasps what is expressed by a term or a name contrasted with judgment or reasoning. Psychological, the observing of an object as a whole without distinguishing its parts. Webster's Third New International Dictionary advanced exercises are couched in terms of awakening the chakras and arousing the Kundalini to the point at which the practitioners experience definite subjective and objective changes taking place within their bodies, yet such manifestations are only penultimate. The ultimate is solipsistic and transcendent. Kriya, the Kriyas, or techniques, bringing about, in symbolic language, the ascent of Kundalini up Sushumna are among the most closely guarded secrets of lay yoga, and yet, like the alchemical prima materia, they could be freely displayed and go unnoticed by the world. I am deeply indebted to my mentor and guru, Dr. Swami Rishiketananda of Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu, South India, for initiating me into a set of 6 soft-Gali Kriyas in 1958. These cannot be passed on in a book. However, the first kriya is what will herein be described as solar plexus charging. I should remark that even if the aspiring student had access to the mechanics of the 5 succeeding kriyas, it would be of little value as the degree of concentrative soft-nity required to bring about results would, in all probability, be beyond the soft-dense present stage of development. Just as certain pathological conditions produce distinct signs and symptoms permitting an accurate diagnosis, so the arousal of Kundalini is tradition soft-ally marked by specific signs and symptoms. The first definite indication that latent energy is being successfully released into the body is the appearance of psychic heat. At first, this is subjective and the student simply becomes aware of warm currents running up and down his or her spine and circulating in the region of 116, solar leaks U5 charging the solar plexus. Later the currents become hot, and anyone passing a hand along the student's spine will feel distinct heat waves emanating from whatever chakra region the Kundalini energy has ascended to. As Kundalini rises, the heat waves move from the base of the spine to the top cervical region. Tibetan yogis make particular use of this psychic heat in a process called Kummo, mastery of which permits wandering naked in the snow-covered Himalayas. My friend, the Belgian writer on yoga, André van Lispeth, shared with me the superb description of Tummo given by Professor Jacques Keats. This excerpt is from the article Glances at Tibetan Yoga, which I have translated from the French. The Tummo, the Tummo is perhaps the form best known in Europe of all Tibetan practices. Its fame had already passed beyond the frontiers of Asia under the Roman Republic, proof that it is antecedent to the introduction of Buddhism into Tibet. Cicero mentions it in his Tusculana. In the 20th century, Madame A. David Neal is giving it wide publicity. It concerns the creation of physical heat which allows the adept to live almost naked in the most rigorous cold. Most often he clothes himself in a long cotton garment, whence his name of Raspa, reaper, dressed in cotton. The princely soft-pull presiding over the training is simple enough to seize for one familiar with yoga. Evans Wentz sums it up exactly. According to the secret teachings, the word Tummo indicates a method for extracting prana from the inexhaustible reservoir constituted by nature and for storing it up in the battery of the human body, then for using it for transforming the seminal liquid into a subtle energy by which an inter-soft-nal psychophysical heat is produced and circulates in the channels of the psychic nervous system. In other words, the practice of Tummo allows the initiate to accumulate cosmic energy within which acts on the sexual force. This latter under soft-goes a transformation, it is turned aside from its habitual end and produces, by soft-coolating in the psychic body, an important release of heat. Exact or not, this doctrine allows the adept to obtain spectacular results. The yogi succeeds not only in resisting the most intense cold without suffering from it in the slightest degree, but can also make the snow melt around him and dry wet sheets covering his body. Unfortunately, the Tummo implies a rigorous asceticism, a long training under the guidance of a qualified master, and there are hardly any in the West, as well as a kind of life incompatible with an organized society. Only a hermit can hope one day to reach the goal. Such is the present situation. This, of course, does not preclude an Occidental from one day being able to extract a practical recipe by reconsidering the question from a personal point of view. 117.a. Chakra and 1 less than analnrk.bk specific advantages 1. The solar plexus storehouse, Manipura chakra, overflows with pranic energy. This surplus is automatically distributed wherever needed. 2. The arousal of Kundalini and the resulting heat produced will surely change the student's attitude toward cold. Once it is experienced, the body never really becomes cold again. 3. The mind becomes deeply absorbed in the exercise as the production of heat increases. What is the solar plexus? Defining the solar plexus as a psychic reservoir is a bit like the experiential soft-emission of Valium. Valium is that substance which, when ingested or injected, vanishes the subjective state called anxiety. And thus, the solar plexus is an autonomic neural conglomerate, which is, with the possible exception of the pineal gland, most talked about as a psi-soft-chic appendage. Given the difficulties, this is actually quite a good definition. Our oxy-soft-dental, left hemisphere dominant thought processes are really doomed in any attempt to rationalize Indian metaphysical conceptions. The word rationalize comes from the root ratio, which means to divide or break up, and once you have broken something, you no longer can easily grasp the whole. When we equate Manipura chakra with the solar plexus, the reality is, at best, that we are only constructing analogies, correspondences, metaphors, similes, etc. In truth, when we equate any of the chakras or Kundalini with any soft-thing, we are only constructing relationships. We cannot help ourselves, and even to invoke the argument that the human brain is hardwired for making sense out of nonsense is a rationalization, a rational lie, that is part of an infinite regression. And yet we need a conception to occupy the void, until a moment of meditation can provide an existential, experiential state of being. Classical tantric literature suggests that Muladhara, Swadhisthana, and Manipura chakras are interconnected in an intricate web of fibers, nadis, and that they function both synchronistically and synergistically. The ultimate seduction is always to find physical parallels which objectively exist in the physical body. Early anatomists must have considered the term solar plexus a fitting description of the ganglion, wrapped around the abdominal aorta as it exits through the diaphragm, in view of a severe blow to it inducing lights out. Solar pound lex U5 charging unconsciousness. Remember, Manipura is allocated to fire, heat, metabolism, energy, and light. The autonomic nervous system powerfully innervates the solar plexus. Sympathetic fear, fight, flight fibers, Pingala, cohabit with parasympathetic recuperation, rest, relaxation fibers, Ida, in an influential net that spreads down the abdominal cavity, to interconnect the hypogastric plexus, Swadhisthana, and the pelvic plexus, Muladhara. The solar plexus is also called, most correctly, the celiac plexus with its subdivisions, the celiac ganglion. Celiac stems from a Greek root meaning cavity, hollow, and, distantly, heaven. Finally, consider abdominal brain, an interesting term suggesting an auxiliary control center perhaps, as Dr. Douglas Baker once suggested, an evolutionary remnant of the pelvic brain of the Brontosaurus. The technique for solar plexus charging 1. Lie supine, with your head north and feet south, in a semi-dark room, with your legs folded as in Sukhasana, as if you had fallen backward while in Sukhasana, and the hands clasped over the solar plexus. 2. On a slow, even inhalation, visualize warm, golden pranic energy being drawn in through your head, as in Polarization, and down the body into your thighs and lower abdominal region, where it is prevented from escaping by your crossed feet and is therefore stored. 3. On a slow, even exhalation, bring the accumulated prana up and around the solar plexus in a series of clockwise circles, as if you had a clock dial, the size of a dinner plate, centered over the navel with 12 o'clock at the chest and 6 o'clock at the groin. 4. Making as many circles as possible, while exhaling concentrate upon feel soft hyphening and internal heat develop with each visualization of energy sweeping around the solar plexus. The exercise should be carried out for a minimum of 30 minutes. Once my student succeeds, he or she will be surprised to realize that the inner soft hic heat produced is not the result of self-hypnosis. The mechanics of the exercise, when analyzed, reveal several interesting theories peculiar to yoga. Yoga physiology maintains that the hands and feet are terminals through which the body throws off psychic energy in the form of prana. The crossing, the feet and interlocking of the hands short-circuit the escape of prana and, results in an additional source of energy for solar plexus charging. The cross, 119, a chakra and 1 less than ina wrkbking of the feet relaxes sexual tension as well, and thus another possible source of energy waste is prevented. It is with this kriya that we realize the need for a new physiology capable of explaining the release of hitherto unsuspected energy reserves. Once the induction of psychic heat is accomplished, the student will find his or her mind becoming more and more absorbed in the performance of this type of kriya. The student will come to understand that La truly means absorption and rhythm such as can be found only within the eternity of one's own consciousness, the link with universal consciousness. La Yoga and Self-Realization. Some final considerations. The European medieval alchemists constantly reiterated to their apprentices that no one could tell them the secret of the philosopher's stone, lapis philosophorum. Only the individual could find the secret for him or herself through diligent applications of fire. This mystery the elixir must be searched for in the moment, and in a body subject to the vicissitudes of time. Often, as a physician, I have had to reassure others, and myself, that we recover from every disease except the last one. For the last 10 years, I have explained, I don't know anything about anything except anything I know anything about. Those who would quench their thirst at the ocean of Indian metaphysics are exactly in this position. 120. Solar plexus Chakra-nervous, the solar plexus, celiac ganglion, solar plexus, celiac ganglion, visceral branches apostrophe. Of lumbar ganglion, parasympathetic, fibers to inf. Hypogastric plexus, soft hyphen, 12-1, a chakra and 1 less than Allen workbook, solar plexus charging, 122, FR 8 higher and 8 upper and Mudras. The third center, Manipura, is located in the region of the navel. Here dwells the realized being, giver of all auspicious things, named Rudra, Lord of Tears. Shiva Samhita 5, 104-105, 123. Chapter 1n, Yogic power flows. The yogi, focusing always on Manipura, fire, chakra, achieves all attainments. Pain and disease vanish, every desire is fulfilled, and time defeated. Shiva Samhita 5, 106-107. The siddhis represents suprasensual and suprasensory controls bestowed upon the yoga adept as the result of sadhana or practice. McDonnell's Sanskrit Dictio soft-ilari defines siddhi as hitting of a mark, accomplishment, performance, full soft-fulfillment, complete attainment, success, getting the better of, cure, of a disease, attainment of one's aims, success, fortune, personal perfection entailing the acquisition of supernatural powers, magical power. Magic is the art of causing changes to occur in conformity with the will or Richa Shakti, efficacy, fe soft-sciency, skill, demonstration. The demonstration of siddhis is a byproduct of one-pointedness, ekar soft-grata, and neural equilibrium, yoga, through years of technique, kriya. Mind-body durability. Over the decades a constant source of personal excitement for me has been the declaration of my own mind-body durability against the fundamental elements JF nature, fire, blood, and steel. We are conditioned from infancy to fear fire, blood, and steel, and the conquest of such fear is symbolic of the ascent of spirit over matter. For my own mastery, I am indebted to a series of adepts both Eastern and Western. Indeed, in India some of the secret Siddha Yoga Kriya is 125.a. Chakra and 1 less than Allen workbook inherited from father to son and may be passed down generation after generation. Immunity to fire and pain is not a trick in the sense of sleight of hand or mirrors, but rather the ultimate confidence trick. Confidence literally means a mental state of togetherness, Greek prefix con, in perfect trust, faith, and fidelity, Latin fides, to one's own true self. In short, trance consciousness or transcendence of the little self which is so habitually filled with doubts and insecurities. Even a momentary lapse of such confidence, yoga, during a demonstrous soft-hyphen can mean a trip to the hospital or morgue for the foolhardy and unsoft-lightened. The 3 chakras below the diaphragmatic partition give control over fire, blood, and steel, as follows. Muladhara chakra. Opening of Muladhara gives power over all the elements of the earth, includes soft-hyphening metals, particularly steel, and the earth part of the person, or flesh. After the opening of Muladhara, pain control becomes a reality with the skewering of the flesh, spiking, the oft joked about bed of nails, everyone's life, and ultimate crucifixion preceded by the crown of thorns, opening the Sahasrara chakra, producing Atwament. Swadhisthana chakra. Mastery of the blood flow in the deha, or physical body, of the yogi arises with the opening of this force center. Vasoconstriction and vasodilation of the arteries soft-rioles at will and even cessation of capillary oozing occurs. Stigmata or the soft-collation of blood through the skin to the outside environment can also be demonstrated. Swadhisthana is the fluid control point for the entire system. With the opening of Swadhisthana, the inherent Swami or water walker of each man and woman emerges. Manipura chakra. This is the center of the salamander, fire walker, and fire breather, whose inner life is sustained by the primal heat element. The firewalkers of North India who tread across beds of glowing embers, and the Pacific Islanders who walk upon white-hot stones employ the Manipura chakra, as do those who lick white-hot bars. So-called fire eaters unwittingly use the Manipura chakra in conjunction with the Anahata chakra, air or pranayama center, to perform their feats. Simultaneous mastery of earth, water, and fire with subsequent immunity to pain and searing of flesh by heat is accomplished through juggling of their 126 Y0 elgic power flows, forces inherent in the first three chakras blossoming upon the tree of life. Soft-cycle demonstrations include dipping the hands into boiling water, boiling oil, molten lead. Lead melts at 3 times the temperature of boiling water, and molten steel, also bathing in and drinking these substances. Tongue piercing. In the Hindu tradition, siddhi rituals are a religious act of supplication to the goddess Durga for karmic purification. All ceremonies begin by piercing the tongue with a dirty, non-sterile spike or skewer. This results in the reflex soft-ending of the Swadhisthana chakra, permitting fire to be fought with water. Just transfixing the tongue alone is no petty feat, for although the sensi soft-sensitivity to pain varies in different body areas, the tongue along with genitals, eardrums and the eye cornea shares the distinction of being one of the most painful and sensitive regions in the body. Remember the last time you bit your tongue? A group of medical doctors investigating Hindu torture rituals in Fiji stated, the piercing of the tongue, however, is a different matter. It is a very sensitive organ. The participants maintain that no pain was felt when the tongue was pierced, and that no bleeding took place. There was certainly no sign of either. Whereas the absence of blood during skin puncturing can perhaps be explained in other terms, the soft-ing of the tongue cannot. It is blood-filled and tender. There can be no doubt that the non-null bleeding reaction, as well as the non-null pain reaction, was successfully overcome by whatever processes are involved in the rituals. Holy Torture in Fiji, Pacific Publications, Sydney, Australia, 127, a chakra and one less than Unalini Workbook, Hindu Torture Ritual Nosticon 1977 Twin Cities, MN USA South India Fire Ritual. Swami Anandakapla commences the ritual with the traditional piercing of the tongue to open Swadhisthana chakra. A skewer is thrust through the tongue into a lemon. 12 less than 5. The Swami in trance, having conjoined steel, Muladhara, with flesh, Swadhisthana, to evoke and invoke the water element in preparation for fire, Manipura. Preparing to heat the steel bar to the white-hot stage. 129. A chakra and one less than Unalini Workbook, Marjorie and Robert using a mantra to transcend fear, pain, and heat. Robert licking a white-hot steel bar, impervious to fire, beyond fear, and immune to pain. 130. Yogic power flows. An ounce of practice is worth a pound of theory, one picture is worth 1,000 words, one demonstration a year is worth 11 lectures. The soft-pose of unleashing psychophysiological power through the siddhis is to cause soft-et a psychic shock in the witnesses, so that a momentary realization of life's potential is experienced. Such demonstrations provide tangible proof of the transcendence possible through Tantra. Tantric Sexuality. In 1975, my book Sexual Occultism was published by Llewellyn Publications. An enlarged edition retitled Ecstasy Through Tantra has since been published. The introduction states, "It is my profound hope that encouragement will be given to all, through this book, for utilizing the sexual dimension as a key unlocking joyous power. In these purportedly enlightened times, let me make several flat-state soft-ments at the very outset of this section. All yoga is really derived from Tantra." Garud Satyananda says, "Yoga is an offshoot of Tantra, Tantra Yoga Panorama." The scholastic proof of this is outside the scope of this section, but we will deal with it another time. Westerners, who love gossip about sexual matters, equate Tantra with sexuality. This is incorrect, as sexual considerations form but a small fragment of the total tantric teaching, and indeed sexual references are sparse in the Tantra Shastras, most of which have not yet been translated into European languages. However, the attitude in Tantra towards sexual expression is one of liberation and reality rather than repression or suppression. Quoting my friend Dr. Saina, director of the India Institute of Yoga, Patna, writing in his book Yoga, Meaning, and Values, according to yoga, sex is not an evil nor a sin. It is neither degrading nor weakening. On the contrary, according to Tantra Yoga, sex is regarded as generative of vitality, energy, and power, and also as a harmonizer of the senses. The zoologist Desmond Morris, the naked ape, ascribes 10 distinct OZs to sexual experience. Beginning with procreative sex, the most primal of sexual functions, anyone who limits sexual activity to procreation needs a psychiatrist. His enumeration includes physiological sex, relied, occupasoft-jonal sex, anti-boredom device, tranquilizing sex, anxiety-reducing, and stasoft-us sex, aggression release, as well as 5 other categories. Using his brilliant analysis of sexual function from a biological viewpoint, we could add 3 soft-G dimensions to sexuality which derive directly from tantric wisdom. 131, a chakra and a 1 less than Unolini workbook L. Sex for consciousness expansion. An orgasm tends to automatically manate the nervous system in a way traditionally described as awakening Kundalini. Nearly everyone can learn to deepen, prolong, and enhance this state, through some types of tantric methodology, using the orgasm as a springboard to transcendence. 2. Sex for ESP development. Sexual activity promotes sensory hyperacuity or sensory awareness, at least it should. Tantric sexual sadhana induces profound experiences of ESP, extrasensual perception, converting the whole skin into one extensive, massive, genital organ. One meaning of the Sanskrit root tan is to extend. Humans are so out of touch with our own bodies that few ever even experience the 2 erogenic zones in each hand that are tantric chakras. Those who open up the full potential of the 5 sensory gates through tantric sexual sadhana will immeasurably speed their psychic development. 3. Sex for positive thinking. Sexual arousal, culminating in a climax, is the key to attitude changing or self-hypnosis. The English psychiatrist William Sargent, Battle for the Mind, rediscovered the tantric secret that a sexually aroused human is hypersuggestible. Correct use and null soft-edge of this, sometimes called sex magic, allows an individual to soft-consciously inculcate his or her unconscious with life-affirming rather than life-negating attitudes. Sexual terminology, etymology and semantics, coupled with psycholinguistics, reveal the esoteric and arcane function that the erotic impulse serves in the human organism. The following are a few examples taken from my book Ecstasy Through Tantra. Climax, the word, which we use as a term for the desirable culmination of sexual stimulation, comes from the Greek klimax, meaning ladder or stair soft-case to heaven. It indicates the inner significance of sexuality as a spiritual path. This is unconsciously implicit in the joke that a run in nylon stockings or pantyhose is a ladder to heaven. Clitoris, from Greek through Latin, asin, Davis, a key. That part of their female vulva which unlocks her nervous system in the way a key unlocks a door. The central genital push button for ecstasy. Consummate, used in the contemporary sense of completing a marriage through intercourse. The original Latin root is replete with the significance of the esoteric object of intercourse, for it means is to bring to completion. Yoga, 132, yogic power flows or perfection, make perfect, siddhi, highest, topmost, utmost, and the crown. The object of tantric intercourse is to open Sahasrara, the crown chakra. Create, from the Sanskrit root kr meaning to make, through to Latin as implying production, growing, to bring into existence. The close soft relationship between sexual fecundity and mental originality is demonstrated by our use of the word to denote both creation of life and artistic creativity. The birth of ideas is analogous to physical birth. We interchange words like conceiving and conception, using them both for either physical preg-soft-nancy or mental agility. We also speak of a fertile woman and a fertile imag-soft-ination. Occult psychology views the mind as divided into the masculine active consciousness and the feminine passive unconscious. The art of mental soft-nation is an alchemical process of impregnating the unconscious mind with a seed or germinal idea, grasped by the consciousness but ejaculated into the deeper unconscious realms for incubation. Gestation continues in the soft-sus womb, until the sudden birth of the idea as flash or inspiration which emerges fully formed into consciousness. Orgasm, found in English, through French and Latin, from two closely related Greek roots, orgio, a sacred rite or sacrifice, of semen. Ceremony in the early Greco-Roman mysteries celebrating the feast of Dionysus or Bacchus, hence our expression an orgy. The second related root is orgasio, meaning to swell with ardent desire, passion, expansion of the auric field in the way a balloon is overinflated, to burst, namely, an experience of such intense excitement that the ego is momentarily fragmented, producing a nameless formless inner state. Yenerate, allied to the Sanskrit van, to love or honor, but directly taken from, Latin vena, to revere and love. Related words from the same Latin stem. Venerable, venereal, and Venus, the Roman goddess of love. To venerate is recognize the sexual parts as truly worthy objects of our adoration and awe. In conclusion, let us realize that contrary to popular belief and teachings, the sexual dynamics of life have by no means been neglected as a source of irritual sadhana in the Indian Tantra Yoga. In particular, the Tantrist worships Oman as divinity personified, and sexual sadhana is an oblation to the soft-11 female. It is the mother goddess sustaining manifest existence as eternal Kakti who is incarnate in each woman. 133, a chakra and one less than Yama and workbook. Secret science of hand gestures. The word mudra, as applied to hand positions, has the multiple meanings of sign, symbol, and gesture. Mudra, in this context, is a secret sign language sending a message from the body to the mind via the nervous system and from conscious to unconscious spheres of existence. A simple example of this occurs when practicing savasana, deep relaxed soft-nation pose, lying supine with the palms placed uppermost in Shunya Mudra or the empty gesture, signaling the mind to become receptive, empty. Shunya Mudra is that universal open-handed sign one give in, trust, surrender, relaxation, or letting go. Mudra also means seal, shortcut, and short circuit, indicating an actual physiological basis for the effects of hand gestures by closing or uniting certain neurological reflex points which terminate on the surface of the hands. The famous Nana, pronounced Jian, mudra formed by joining thumb and forefinger, leaving the remaining three fingers gently extended, demonstrates the anatomical, neurological, and psychological principles of mudra. Nana mudra means literally the wisdom gesture. The Sanskrit nana gives rise to Greek gnosis, which comes through into English as no soft-ing. The person who meditates in nana mudra affirms a subsuming of all the wisdom of the universe, thus placing the mind automatically in an optimum state for higher consciousness. Why? The thumb, humanity. Let us begin with the thumb, which is the digit symbolizing humanity, finite, limited, but at the top of the evolutionary phylogenetic scale as the greatest of beasts. The characteristic of a humus or earth creature, is a devil soft-opt mind, Sanskrit manas, coupled with a tool-making capacity or manual dexterity excelling that of all other animals. This tool-making ability is due to the anatomical development of the sad soft-dal joint at the base of the thumb where it joins the wrist. The saddle joint allows the thumb to be placed firmly in opposition to all the other fingers, thus permitting manual flexibility and grasping to a degree not found in other mammals, soft-males and primates. The index finger, God. The index finger, so called because we instinctively index or classify all soft hyphenation outside ourselves by pointing with this foremost or forefinger digit, Rep. 134. Yog C power FFOW5 resents God, the absolute sea of cosmic energy that is infinite, limitless, and eternal. Uniting the thumb with the index finger forms a circle in which finite, limited humanity is linked with the infinite, unlimited absolute. The circle is a W whole, being both absolute zero and utter completeness. Pascal, the 17th century French theologian, defined God as a circle whose circumference is nowhere and center everywhere. It is incorrect to say that God exists, only humanity exists, and the moment something exists it is already limited by form and name, Namarupa. God subsists and persists but never exists. Principle of Trinity. When forming the Yoni Mudra gesture, the remaining three fingers represent the principle of Trinity in major world religions. Christianity conceives the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Ancient Egypt immortalized Horus, Isis, and Osiris as a triplicity, while Hinduism rests upon a tripod of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. The gods and goddesses of theology esoterically represent not the soft-sons but rather forces responsible for the manifestation of all creation. Ixis soft-tense is the result of an interplay of three forces: positive, negative, neutral, male, female, hermaphrodite, the sun, positive, the earth, receptive, and the moon, neutralizing transformer. In assuming Yoni Mudra for meditation and pranayama, you have telegraphed to your unconscious that you possess all that can be known about life, yourself, and the universe. Humankind has developed an intimate relationship between hands and brain, hence whatever we do with our hands affects, through the nervous system soft-m, the cerebral cortex and the associated conscious and unconscious layers of the mind. In a general context, all hand mudra is a special category of body land soft-language which is instinctive and universal among both primitive and civilized races. Hasta Mudras. A very interesting group of mudras are referred to as Hasta Mudras, which automatically gesture the breath into the abdominal ribcage or collarbone area of the lungs. These special hand positions readjust the relationship between 135, a chakra, and 1 less than Allen work MK, the pelvic girdle and the shoulder girdle, in such a manner that expansion C equals desired lobes of the lungs occurs. For the beginner in Hatha Yoga, the Hasta Mudra technique is a dramati, introduction to yoga breathing or pranayama, bestowing breath control upon the merest tyro. At any given moment the position of our hands exerts a subtle but profound influence which actually determines the manner in which we breathe. Mudra is the psychic science relating hand and brain, gesture and state, if consciousness. Following the Hermetic axiom as above, so below, our finger movements betray our inner state at an instant in time, hence, the nervous drumming with fingertips by the agitated or eager person is described as itchy fingers. Conscious assumption of ritual mudra reverses this psychosomatic arc, molding mind, breath, and body into the willed or desired state required as a prelude to ultimate inner life experience. 136. Chapter 11, Yoga and the West. The wise renounce the fruit of action and in so doing attain a state beyond all evil. Gita 2, 5:1. The reward of a thing well done is in having done it. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Yoga is the world's oldest and most effective method of achieving total mental and physical health. The whole person is included in yoga, all aspects of the self. What do we mean? The United Nations World Health Organization has defined health as a condition of mental, physical, and social well-being and not merely the absence of disease. This statement is in perfect agreement with the goal and aims of yoga in general. Yoga is evolutionary in approach. Western science, from the time of Da Soft-in, has accepted the principle that all living creatures have evolved their soft-ical features over a period of time on the basis of adapting to change and survival of the fittest. In terms of the human animal, Western biologists consider that the body is fully mature and ceases growth around the age of 25. But what of the mind? Self-realization yoga has always taught that growth does not cease with maturity of the soft-al body. Each of us contains an unlimited potential for mental and psychic, 137, a chakra and one less than an Allen workbook growth to influence our personalities. The individual who evolves wholly as a person will eventually experience a mental state that is called self-realization yoga. He or she will become fully aware of the inner possibilities and richness of the mind. Western psychologists belonging to what are sometimes called humanistic schools call this state self-actualization. Yoga is a technique that makes a better person of the Christian, Hindu, atheist, socialist, and agnostic alike. Better people make better communities. Better communities make better nations, and better nations make a better world. The Indian rope trick. Who has not heard of the Indian rope trick? This legendary feat of Asian magic involves the magician throwing a coil of rope into the air. Suddenly the rope hangs erect, suspended by magic. A small boy appears, climbs to the top of the rope, and vanishes into thin air. Everyone has heard of this trick but no one has ever witnessed it. Why? Because the trick is not a feat but an allegory or story about your life and mine. The magician is the creative power of mind, the unrealized or immature self. The rope is an astral umbilical cord, Sushma or Jacob's ladder, giving access to heaven or the sky. Heaven is a state of mind. The whole legend is a state soft-meant about how we may use yoga to rise above the earth or for escaping the pettiness of ego and limited self to find freedom of mind and body. West meets East. In the summer of 327 BC, Alexander the Great invaded a small section of what we now call India. Having conquered the then known world, he ambitiously sought to subjugate the last unknown land. Alas, India was to become Alexander's soft-days Russia. His supplely lines too long, the territory too vast, and by 325 BC he retreated with a shattered army. Plutarch, the Greek historian, left a record of Alexander's experiences in India and thus gives us some idea of the cross-fertilization that occurred from the meeting of these two civilizations, the Western Greeks, with their love of philosophy, and the Eastern Indians, possessed of an even deeper value for philosophy and for the introspective life. As a boy, Alexander was tutored by Aristotle and inherited an appreciation for philosophical dialogue and a keenness to understand foreign religions. 13. Yoga and the West. After one battle in which he nearly lost his life, he captured a group of 10 yogis. The Greeks called these ascetics gymnosophists, naked philosophers, or, more literally, nude sophisticates, and greatly admired their sagacity and perspicacity in giving pithy answers to impossible questions. Upon pain of death for unsatisfactory answers, Alexander asked each of the yogis a question. I will quote 3 of the questions and answers as Partik soft-ali good examples of the inherent realism within Hindu philosophy, easily the equal of the shrewd Diogenes and the Epicurean school of Greek realism. Alexander, which are the more numerous, the living or the dead? Answer, the living, for the dead are no more. Alexander, how long is it good for a man to live? Answer, as long as a man thinks life better than death. Alexander, which is the stronger, life or death? Answer, life, for it endures so much misfortune. Alexander was delighted with all their answers and sent them away richly rewarded. However, he begged one of the yogis to stay with him and become his teacher and advisor. The yogi agreed and left India with Alexander. After about a year, Alexander's personal Indian sage became ill and requested that a funeral pyre be built for him. The Greeks did so and the yogi climbed atop the pyre, locked himself into the lotus posture, and ordered torches put to the wood. As the flames mounted, he gave one last glance at Alexander and said, "My lord, in a year one will meet you at Babylon." He closed his eyes and impassively allowed himself to be consumed by Agni, the fire god. 1 year later, June 1, 323 B., Alexander the Great was dead outside the walls of Babylon. Yoga and Western science. Yoga has been directly influencing Western medicine since physicians with the British East India Company first started publishing reports in Europe of Indian faquires demonstrating volitional controls beyond the then understood anatomical and physiological possibilities. This was first drawn to my attention by Dr. Elmer Green, who also noted the marriage of Eastern yoga with West soft-iron hypnosis giving birth to autogenic training. By the 1970s, Elmer Green, Ph.D., at the Menninger Institute began researching and documenting correlations between yoga and biofeedback with accompanying measures of psychophysiological parameters. The results, aside, 139, a chakra and one less than Unalini workbook from his many published research papers, flowered in his magnificent docu-soft-mentary film, Biofeedback, Yoga Odds the West. In 1979, I attended one of his auto-soft-genic training workshops as a student, and the cross-referencing between yoga and psychology was amazing. In 1982, I was able to catch up with his research at the Transpersonal Psychology Conference held in Bombay, India. At the same time Dr. Green was exploring Eastern connections, Dr. Charles Tart, Ph.D., University of California, was breaking new ground with research into brain tracings arising out of altered states of consciousness. He legitimized, for psychologists, the abbreviation ASC, as well as pioneering psychophysiological investigations of meditation, sleep, dreams, hypnosis, and parapsychology. This efflorescence in the 70s also sprouted the best theoretical explanation, in my opinion, of Kundalini. Dr. Lee Sandler, M.D., published his Kundalini, Psychosis or Transcendence? 1976. In the spring of 1977, I had the privilege of spending a few days with Dr. Sandler in San Francisco, and experimenting with its serpent apparatus for measuring micromotion during meditation. It was impressive, to say the least, and I have not seen anything so clever since. The list could go on endlessly. I have merely highlighted 3 Western scientists whose work influenced me. Yoga and India in the 1905 Yoga Earth Summit, February 1993, Pondicherry, South India, organized and chaired by Dr. Swami Gadananda, brought academic delegates from all over India together. Yoga is intrinsic to Indian culture, despite the fact that, as one of the 6 classical schools of Indian philosophy, it is hetero-orthodox in relationship to Hinduism. An impression left deeply with me, as always when I am in India, is that yoga is very much an Indian philosophy, science, and art only capable of being appreciated fully by the Hindus themselves. A Western mind, even our best Indologists, probably never plumbs its depths completely. I can report that many Indian medical schools, universities, and institutes are funded by the Indian government to establish full-time research departments devoted to investigating yoga as a medical and psychological therapy for somatic, if there exists exclusively such an entity, and psychosomatic disease. The doctrine of Panchkoshar, 5 sheaths, denies simplistic separation of 140. Yoga and the West mind-body in terms of pathology, and the yogis understand instantly our West soft-iron dilemma that a specialist is someone who knows more and more about less and less, until ultimately, he or she knows everything about nothing. Yoga was never intended as a therapy in classical India, however, beyond a doubt, it has therapeutic efficacy, including very powerful behavioral soft-functioning effects as well as allowing imagination to establish a healing bridge between the physical and mental realms. The techniques discussed in the first 9 chapters of this book may be formed into a loose and flexible yoga therapy guide. The essence of Hatha. The object of all yoga is to induce a harmonious release of energy at the intellectual, emotional, and physical levels of being. In Hatha Yoga, the two syllables soft-blus ha, sun, and tha, moon, refer to the inherent duality of all living organisms expressed as expansion and contraction, relaxation and tension, reflected down to the cellular levels of metabolic building up, anabolism, and breaking down, catabolism. In terms of the gross energy known to Western science, Hatha Yoga prac soft-tis achieves a correct balance of using sugar and oxygen for energy and throw soft-ing out carbon dioxide and water as breakdown products of this burning. The effect of all asanas, or poses, in Hatha can be summed up once the principle that nature tolerates no empty spaces is understood. All twisting and bending of the body through asanas produce an internal compression mass soft-sage of the tightly packed body organs, releasing vitality just as a sponge, or body organ for example, the liver, can be cleansed by immersing it in a basin, water, the body and circulating fluids, and systematically squeezing and releasing it. Every student of the philosophical life should find at least a few minutes daily for some of the classical life-affirming poses of Hatha. In Lawrence Soft-Rs Justine, Balthazar the Kabbalistic physician comments, "After all there, talk of the philosophers on his soul and the doctors on his body, what can we really know about man? That he is, when all is said and done, just a 3.5 sage for liquids and solids, a pipe of flesh." My emphasis, the efficacy of Hatha Yoga maintains the pipe of flesh as the perfected, vehicle of expression, tha, for the enlightened consciousness, ha. 141, a chakra and one less than Unaina workbook, Yoga Therapy Index. This is a fragmentary hint of possibilities and in no sense is suggested as a sub-soft-institute for treatment by a registered healthcare professional. Note that the word therapy stems from a Sanskrit root before it found its way into Greek, and on through the Indo-Aryan languages tree for final deposy into English. The original Sanskrit root meaning is to sustain, support, nourish. Subject L. Technique: anxiety circulation, poor concentration, scattered depression, mild, energy, low, fatigue hypertension, systolic insomnia, onsetted, polarization, Savasana Iron 2 Savasana 2, rejuvenation external and internal chakra Dharana polarization, rejuvenation Savasana 2, rejuvenation Savasana 2, rejuvenation Savasana Iron 2 polarization, Savasana 2 and 3 Savasana 2, Savasana 3 Sukhasana, Yoni Mudra Iron 2 external and internal chakra Dharana polarization, Savasana 2, rejuvenation Sukhasana, Yoni Mudra Iron 2 Savasana Iron 2 Savasana Iron 2, polarization SCM, external chakra Dharana, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Page 51, 16, 24 24, 66 58 51, 24, 24, 16, 66 66 66 24, 9. Insomnia, disturbed sleep, low. Meditation U. 51, 24, 66 24, 66 5, 37, 39 58 51, 24, 66 5, 37, 39 16, 24 16, 24, 5 163, 58, 12, 13, 14, 15. Neurasthenia, burnout, neuromuscular and ideomotor control tension, muscular tension, mental visualization, to improve. Early morning sudden awakening with an inability to fall back to sleep may be caused by severe depression involving a disruption in brain biochemistry, and should be checked out with a doctor, especially if accompanied by ceaseless worry, feelings of hopelessness, and suicidal ideation. 142. Yot al 1 The West, Yoga Therapy Suggestion. Some students may find it an advantage to drain their legs by elevating them using a large cushion or padded chair during certain practices in this book. These practices include, Advanced Savasana, Chapter 2, Polarization, Chapter 4, Pranic Rejuvenation, Chapter 6, Solar Plexus Charging, Chapter 9. Note: in the case of solar plexus charging, place the right ankle over the left foot. This has an equivalent effect to lying supine in Sukhasana, I.e. the termy soft-nulls of the feet are short-circuited. Alternative bent leg position for those with acute or chronic low back problems, astronaut position, normal drainage position. The above position is very helpful for those with 1. Edema, caused by fluid retention, of the ankles. Not a substitute for diuretics, where prescribed, but may be used in conjunction with them. 2. Tired, swollen feet from standing all day. 3. Varicose veins, for temporary relief. Serious varicose veins are only fixed by injection of sclerotic fluid or surgery. 4. Restless leg syndrome. 5. Strained or sprained ankles. 6. Leg ulcers, to assist healing. 143. A chakra and one less than N workbook. Finally, my personal aphorisms for your contemplation. Psychotherapy is anything that promotes faith, courage, and hope. Nothing is never soft and nothing is ever. Care is essential to cure, and curing is caring. 144. Muladhara Tatwa card for internal chakra Dharana, Swadhisthana Tatwa card for internal chakra Dharana, Manipura Tatwa card for internal chakra Dharana, Anahata Tatwa card for internal chakra Dharana, Vishuddha Tatwa card for internal chakra Dharana. 2. Z greater than Sahasrara Tatwa card for internal chakra Dharana, Caduceus card for internal chakra Dharana, LF right IV, Gnaniga for the inner life. He whose undertakings are all Jrijram the Willoj desire, whose works are burned up in the Jayaj wisdom, him the wise call a manoj learning. Gita 4, 19, 145. Chapter 12. Meditation and inner being. Having abandoned attachment to the fruit of works, ever content, without any kind of dependence, he does nothing though he is ever engaged in work. Gita 4:20. Yoga students are often confused about meditation. The Oxford English Dictionary soft-nary states that to meditate is having in mind to do or make, to ponder over, indulge in thought. This definition gives the impression that meditation is an active, ongoing process of the mind with many thoughts, like fish, swimming through the stream of consciousness. The implication is that meditation is a form of thinking, namely, a problem-solving activity. Nothing could be further from the truth. The word meditation is inadequate to describe the higher mental states sought in yoga. The object of yoga exercises is to induce a state of mental quietness, of tranquility, which is far removed from pondering or indulging in active thought. A state of no thought better describes the result of yoga. The author of the world's first known text of yoga was Patanjali, who defined yoga as stilling the mind, making the consciousness motionless, and suppressing emotional fluctuations. 8 progressive steps? Patanjali lucidly outlined 8 progressive steps to be followed by those seek soft-ng experience of yoga mental states. His system is termed Ashtanga Yoga, lit. 147, a chakra and one less than N workbook are really the 8 limbs or branches leading to absolute integration of the say through fusion of the personality in trance consciousness. The first 2 phases of Ashtanga Yoga are the Yama and Niyama, prizing 10 rules of conduct or behavior for the student desiring a unified life. Western scholars have confused the Yama and Niyama precepts with the 10 commandments of Moses, not understanding that the concept of sin or punishment is foreign to yoga. Karma, the law of action and reaction, is imper in Eastern teaching. Karma is the psychological equivalent of Newton's physics-cal law that for every action there must be an equal and opposite reaction. The Yama and Niyama practices are based upon a knowledge of karma, and unlike the 10 commandments, are devoid of moral or ethical meaning. For example, ahimsa is the yama of observing non-violence towards all creatures. This dictum is based on the knowledge that we pay for violent acts or feelings by the loss of our peace of mind. Mental agitation precludes higher psychic states. Santosha, the cultivation of contentment, is the Nama rule of living in the present time without brooding over the past or daydreaming about the future. Living in the present time conserves the psychic energy needed for meditation or superconsciousness. The aim of these precepts is purely the maintenance of mental hygiene. Yamas L. Ahimsa, non-violence. 2. Satya, truth. Maintaining a lie wastes energy and disrupts internal states. 3. Astya, non-stealing. We have a right only to that which we have earned. 4. Brahmacharya, sexual energy responsibility. S. Aparagraha, non-possession or detachment from materialism. Niyamas L. Sauka, purity of the physical body and freedom from toxic wastes. 2. Santosha, contentment. Living in the eternal now. 3. Tapas, indifference to extremes or external change. 4. Svadhyaya, self-development. When we cease learning we begin to die. S. Ishvarapranana, devotion to the philosophical life. 148. Meditation and inner 5eng. The third stage of Patanjali's classical system is asana, meaning any posy soft hyphen which is relaxed and sustained, allowing the body to be held motionless while mental silence is sought. Body activity is linked with mental states and the object of asana is to reduce the tendency of the physical body to disrupt mental poise. Pranayama, life energy control, is the fourth branch for mastery. It consists of breathing techniques resulting in controlled respiration which is characteristically deep and slow. Slow, full breathing, deliberately performed with conscious awareness, signals profound relaxation to the mind of the aspirant preparing for meditation. Hatha Yoga. From the third and fourth stages of Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga has arisen the well-known and excellent school of Hatha Yoga with its postures and breath controls contributing to the maintenance of health or freedom from disease. Hatha Yoga is designed to bring into reality the dictum of mind over matter soft-la. Through Hatha Yoga, the consciousness gains rulership of its vehicle for excretion, the physical body. Pratyahara, the fifth step, is withdrawal of the senses from the stimulation, the environment as preparation for the journey into the mental space Lord in meditation. It may be induced by fixing the attention upon a men's soft-al image so intensely that conscious recognition of impulses from the five sense soft-l gates are excluded or diminished. Physical aids, such as retirement to a ark underground cave or blocking the body orifices with cotton wool, may facilitate pratyahara. The final three stages are the jewels of yoga meditation. In these states the equals ind is cleared of the multitude of thoughts characteristic of normal soft-ness, leaving the lake of consciousness placid. This process is termed samyama and may be likened to dropping a pebble, nage concentrated upon, among a school of minnows, thoughts, with the result that the fish immediately flee, leaving the pebble resting on the bottom, able through the clear, calm water of consciousness. When the consciousness can contain a chosen mental image for a proxy soft-equals less than 12 seconds without interruption, the sixth stage of Dharana has reached. This is more difficult than may appear. Subtle breaks in cons and soft-colon occur, such as the thoughts I am doing this well or 12 seconds equals LB up. 149, a chakra and one less than Unalini workbook Dhyana, the seventh phase, is sustained Dharana, or steadiness of soft-centration, for over 2 minutes. Samadhi, with pure consciousness. The last stage, Samadhi, may occur at any moment in a spiritual disciple's life or it may be the culmination of diligent practice of the previous 7 steps. The word itself means with, sam, pure consciousness, adi. The Sanskrit root adi has been compared with the Hebrew adni, meaning Lord, and hence Samadhi may be thought of as an experience of cosmic consciousness dwelling with God. In this state, the yogi becomes one with the object meditated upon and loses awareness of separateness between the self, the object of attention, and the process of attending. Samadhi is the return to paradise lost. Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga had been summed up by a very clever English soft-man as simply to sit still, shut up, stop thinking, and go away. Excellent advice. The technique of meditation is not difficult, but like any worthwhile practice it requires perseverance, effort, and time. Daily meditation is a vital necessity which is totally missing from our Western way of living. Each day we waste our mental energies with negative emotions, useless daydreaming, and gossip. Even talking about projects or intellectualizing drains our energy, preventing us from actually doing or accomplishing in life. The philosophical student should be reminded of the injunction that what comes out of the mouth is more important than what goes into it. Interior Depths Yoga Mind Control offers a state of consciousness accessible to all, in which ceaseless mental chatter is finally stilled and we plunge into the interior depths of our minds to find rejuvenation of the nervous system and a new awareness of living. Meditation takes us upon the journey into inner space, which is as less and infinite as outer space. The particular method used mostly concerns concentration upon sound or visual imagery varies in each tradition. But whatever the technique, it may be considered to be a navigation aid, bringing us to the shores of meditative experience. Meditation is not one experience but many experiences. Bliss, creative thinking, meaningful emotional experience, and heightened sensory awareness all form some of the concrete results of meditation. 150. Metat en an inner, the criteria for validity of psychic or spiritual experience lies in the grating, settling effect upon all levels of the meditator's personality. Those who experience real meditative states are loath to discuss their experiences, as opposed to those who manifest their personality disturbances, which they interpret as spiritual experience. We initiate in a particularly potent form of meditation known as Surya Shabda or listening to the solar currents. These currents are inner, subtle sounds heard in the right hemisphere of the brain and related to the flow of certain nerve channels originating in the right sympathetic ganglion, which together with the left sympathetic ganglion form a Jacob's ladder to heaven on either side of the spine. The classical texts compare focusing upon internal sounds in the head to luring a deer, the restless mind, with a hunter's flute, nada or inner music, into a snare or trap to be slain. Thought dies. Sound has no external reality /11 Sound exists only in the mind and has no external reality. If a tree falls in the forest without anyone being in the vicinity, does it make a noise? No. The tree drops as silently as a feather, for the movement produces air vibrations and not sound vibrations. Until shock waves traveling through the air are picked up by the ear and hanged into mechanical vibrations, which in turn are converted into electrisoft-3.L impulses, in the temporal lobe of the brain, producing what we call sound. Nothing is heard. When we search for inner sound we force the _erness to cut through the 27 layers of mind like a knife cutting off an onion to the center. To begin practicing the most elementary aspect of the Surya Shabda Kriya, equals technique, sit comfortably in a quiet, darkened room with your elbows ting upon a table or your knees. Lick the thumbs, moistening them and then screw them firmly into the ears, letting the fingers cover their 5/ith out pressing upon the eyeballs. External noise and light should now dominated. Focus your attention upon your right ear and begin listening for inner 1D. Do not analyze the sounds you hear but simply accept them, searching underneath each manifestation for a yet more delicate sound, thus carrying elf deeper and deeper within the cavern of the mind-brain complex. 151. A chakra and one less than Anatomical Workbook. As with all meditative kriya, initial patience and quiet perseverance 15 necessary. Practice for 10 minutes the first week, increasing the time by 5 minutes each week to meet a goal of 30 minutes. 10 billion cells. The human brain contains some 10 billion cells, of which only 10%, or 1 billion, are used in daily living. Surya Shabda, when fully practiced, opens up the psychic or dormant areas of the right cerebral cortex, raising energy levels throughout the mind-body maze and releasing fuller intellectual, emo-soft-functional potential. Personal initiation into Surya Shabda involves the giving of a Shakti, power, mantra which vibrates the cerebral area, making it literally slop in soft-neurosecretions, soma, amrita, juices of immortality, instantly relieving tension, dispersing negative emotion, and dropping blood pressure. Initiates are taught the mapping of 27 layers to the conscious soft-ness and the meaning of each type of sound heard while practicing Surya Shabda. As the meditation experience deepens, synesthesia, translation of one sensory modality into another, occurs with the inner sounds becoming inner light, until ultimately Samadhi ensues. Yamas and Niyamas. The doctrine of Yama and Niyama has been so crudely interpreted in popular Hinduism and in popular Western yoga that it has been thought to be mere morals and dogmas. Such simplistic attitudes simply do not work. When the Yamas and Niyamas are taken to be a set of rules for moral behavior, we are faced with a profound problem. It is not possible for people to be perfect in the moral sense. It is not in our nature. In every person, no matter soft-to how highly developed, there are the basic uncivilized instincts deep in the normal brain, and as long as they are there the possibility exists of the crisis sit soft-nuation which will release them. I have found out two things about humans by my own personal experience. Soft-ence, in every person there exist twin buttons. One of these buttons I call the killer button and the other I term the Judas button. The killer button is an emotional response for a certain area of the brain, and when it is found in a person, normally by pushing that button with words, you can turn the most innocuous, the most passive, the most harmless person into a killer. The Judas button is related to the particular flaw in each of 152 metaton and inner 5 ens us, which when it is pressed will lead us to betray the Christos, the higher consciousness that is within. Subtle inner processes. This whole doctrine of Yama and Niyama is not a rule about moral conduct. It is a guide about subtle inner processes for controlling the ebb and flow of soft-chic content in the inner being. When we start analyzing them, we find they have a deeper meaning beyond the popular, external mass meaning. If we look at the first Yama, control, it is ahimsa, which literally means non-violence. From a simplistic view it is equated with the commandment thou shalt not kill. Yet within each one of us a button can be pressed in some crisis situation in life when we become capable of killing yoga or no yoga. One of the basic Buddhist injunctions is a form of ahimsa, thou shalt kill no living thing. Yet if you take quinine to cure malaria, you kill certain parasites floating around in your bloodstream. If you are a Jain, who rings a lit soft-little bell to scare away the insects as he treads on the grass, are you breaking your vows on non-violence if you use penicillin to overcome the microorgan soft-isms causing an attack of pneumonia? If a person is in a position in life where he or she must kill, where the person feels that to kill is righteous or justifiable, is he or she breaking the rule of ahimsa? Is ahimsa meant literally no flies soft-nickel killing? Given a little thought, it is obvious that the whole thing is a joke if it does not mean a little more than that. What is it in humanity that is not to be killed? That non-violence means, what ahimsa means, is an attitude of mind, not a set of actions. It is the attitude in the mind, not the action, that determines the karma. And what is it that each person is prone to kill? It is higher conscious soft-ness. What is the killer of the higher consciousness? It is negative emotions. One who esoterically practices ahimsa tries not to permit violence against the ego consciousness or to kill it by the misuse and abuse of the emotional occulties. Satya, truth. The second Yama is Satya, truth. It is a familiar moral injunction to always tell the truth at an external level. Now humanity possesses a very curious one-ing. It is called the unconscious mind. As each of us reads this, we are soft-un with approximately 1/10 of our total mental activity, because like iceberg 9/10 of our mind is submerged. What person can claim to 153. A chakra and one less than Anatomical workbook know the contents of that submerged part of his or her mind? How do you tell when you are being truthful? If satya means non-lying, then are you practicing satya when you refuse to tell the white lie that saves someone from hurt? It is obvious that a simple interpretation of what constitutes the truth is not satya. For that inner spiritual truth has to do with the most difficult thing that any of us can come to, that is the truth to the self, acknowledging the flaws, looking within and seeing what is there, facing it without fear, and going within, even if it tears one apart. In the West we have a particular type of yoga that does this very fully. Yes, this is yoga called psychotherapy. It is one of the most valuable heritages that Western civilization has produced. In fact, I do not believe that for Western people who are serious about yoga there can be any yoga in their life without at some time psychotherapy. That going within and facing the truth about the self and the acceptance of the self, this is satya. Astya, non-stealing. The third yama, astya, literally means non-stealing. At a general level we say that stealing is taking that which one has not earned. I accept that each of us must earn what we possess, that if we take something that we have not earned then we are breaking astya, or the rule of non-stealing. However, astya goes much deeper than that. Each person in life, in his or her personal existence, is a vital cog in the wheel of life. Each person fulfills a potential. Each person, in being part of that cog of this whole thing that we call life, fulfills dharma, or obligation to life. Esoterically, one who steals, one who breaks the law of astya or non-stealing, is one who steals the time of the spirit, the time of the higher consciousness, that is meant to be devoted to the unfoldment of the higher being. That stealing that takes place in our life is the stealing of time. From birth to death, from womb to tomb, and each moment of life that we fail to struggle with ourselves, we are stealing the time of the spirit, that time of dharma that has been given to us. This is the true essence of that rule of astya. Killing time isn't murder, it's spiritual suicide. Brahmacharya, divine action. Fourth, there is the yama of Brahmacharya. Perhaps of all the yamas that have been written about in popular Hindu books, this has been the most misunderstood, yet it deals with the most potent essence of being. Fools have said that Brahmacharya is celibacy, that it is something to do with the banking up of 154 sexual forces. Yet one who has any knowledge of Indian philosophy, who examines Buddhist and Tantric tradition, knows that there are other traditions in Indian philosophy, besides the simplistic Bhaktivedantist tradition, that belie the whole concept of Brahmacharya as mere celibacy. In the Upanishads it is clearly indicated that the sexual potential lying within each human is communion, a divine force. The Upanishads say that the vulva is an altar and that the hairs upon the vulva are the flames upon the altar. The body is a temple and the sexual act is an act of divine worship. And yet fools have said that Brahmacharya means celibacy. Consequently, whole hordes of people in India and the West are knotting themselves up sex-ily trying to follow this rule, thinking it means celibacy. Well, it doesn't mean that. What does it mean? Brahma means God, Charya means action. And the word itself means God action or divine action. What it says is that the celibacy of sex is not in the act, but in the attitude that is held in consciousness. Brahmacharya is an attitude of divine worship. It has nothing to do with the physical action itself. In the scriptures the body is spoken of as the castle of Brahma, and in this cas-soft-tle we worship an inner instinct as an aspect of the divine self. Charya is even more accurately translated as to wander, and the bra-soft-makari wanders for eternity, in the consciousness of God, his or her mental body wrapped in contemplation of the infinite varieties of cosmic generation. O-soft-mudra, aka kaleidoscope of shifting aspects of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Freud discovered for the Western world what the Tantrists of India, the early Dravidians, and certain schools of Buddhism had known for thousands of years. He found that the primal force of power within each of us is the sexual mainspring, that the foundation of being lies in sexual forces. People have badly misunderstood Freud when they interpreted him to mean that every soft-thing has to do with sex. What Freud said was not that the sexual energies were the most important thing in life, but that they provided the power for the basis of behavior. Just as the wiring in a factory provides the power for the making of its products, and if that wiring is faulty nothing will be properly made, so if the sexual energies that run in us through the nervous system are faulty or twisted, then the rest of the activity of the person is going to be influenced. This is what the whole concept of Brahmacharya is about. It means some soft-thing very special. What it means in each person's life, I cannot tell you. At a theoretical level, it means that this worship of the body should be for everyone. 155, a chakra and one less than Unalini workbook, but at a personal level, in practice, this is something that each person has to struggle to work out for him or herself. In theory we say that this divine act of expression of love should be free, provided that no hurt accrues and provided no uncared for children result. That is simple common sense. But each person has to work out the inner soft-significance of this on a deeply personal level. Aparigraha, non-possession. Finally, we come to the last Yama, aparigraha, which means non-possession. In the classical Vedantist tradition it should mean that when a person becomes a sannyasin he or she abandons all worldly goods. Now, what is important about this idea of aparigraha? It is obvious that if you are a Westerner living in a materialistic, commercial world, you cannot survive without goods. What is meant by non-possession? Only fools take the yamas and niyamas literally. This yama has nothing to do with the acquisition of goods. What it has to do with is the attitude or the attachment to these goods. All things, all material goods, are here for our use or for our misuse. All goods, all fruits of the earth, all fruits of the brain in the sense of manufacture of material goods, are here for enjoyment and pleasure, provided our consciousness does not center around acquisition. Again, apari-graha is not an act, it is an attitude of mind. It is not a question of possessing goods, rather, do the goods possess us? Sauka, purity. Now we move to the niyamas. They represent the positive element in the sense of things to be done, acts to be worked at, concrete realities. The first of these is sauka, which means purity. Fools have thought that it means purity of mind. Who can say that one has purity of mind? Only an infant, and even that can be argued from a certain psychoanalytic viewpoint, has the possibility of a pure mind, if it means the mind. Sauka does not mean the mind, it refers to the body. It means purity of the body in a physiological sense. For the purity of the body, which is the ve-soft-kal for the expression of consciousness, is the removal of toxic wastes, the malas, the phlegms, that alter the nervous system of humanity, that clog up the consciousness, the brain. The maintenance of that purity of the body temple has to do with the ways that each one of us starts to die. There are 4 ways in which each person begins to die. I will talk about 3 of them now and the 4th one later. 156, metaton and inner, beginning to die. The first way in which each of us begins to die physically and mentally we can call the psychosomatic act. We begin to kill ourselves by misuse of the mind-body relationship. How? By misunderstanding and abusing the yamas, by committing mental acts of violence, by killing our higher consciousness, by refusing to acknowledge the truth of the self, by stealing the time that has been given to us from birth to death, by misusing the nervous system in its sexual function, and by becoming attracted to physical goods and suffering the 10 soft-sign of their loss. Perhaps 60 to 70% of people who come to doctors are soft-faring from psychosomatic diseases, a disease process that started from emo-soft-shin tensions. The second way we start to die has to do with the fundamental care of our being, the nucleus of the cell. It is currently thought in Western biology that individual cell death is programmed in the chromosomes. We suspect that the practice of yoga may be able to alter the programming in the nucleus of the cell and thus prolong the physical act of life. The third way that we start to die has particularly to do with sauka, or purity. It is simply this: We begin to die at a cellular level by drowning in our own excretion. The semi-permeable membrane of the cell wall becomes clogged with wastes and loses its ability to take in nutrients and throw out waste products. The practices of Hatha Yoga, the internal cleansings, the internal mass soft-sage of the postures, diet and fasting maintain the health of the cell wall and prevent its deterioration. Saucha, purity, means consistent removal of internal wastes from the physical body to prolong life and cleanse the nervous system for higher states. Santosha, contentment, the second Nama. Santosha means contentment, the practice of being entered. How? By living in present time, forgetting the past, leaving the day ims of the future, keeping the energies of the mind, body complex for their resent moment. We can cultivate contentment by using the twilight period between waking and sleep and between sleep and full waking to seed our unconscious mind with positive suggestions of happiness. /h.com.au, is this thing called yoga? The oldest definition of yoga is the cessation of the fluctuations of the mind, its wanderings, those tensions, those emotional jumps. One who practices, 157. A chakra and one less than an Allen workbook. Yoga is one who can pull the mind together to stop those fluctuations. One WHC can reach inside to bring out the energies, regardless of what has happened. One who can, in his or her mind, be chased by the hounds of hell and torn to pieces and can stop these fluctuations of mind when necessary. This one has yoga. Tapas, indifference. The third of the niyamas is called tapas, roughly translated as indifference. Tapas is the practice of indifference to discomfort when no useful purpose is served by taking notice of that discomfort. Tapas is a cultivated attitude of non-challenge to extremes. Swadhyaya, self-study. The fourth niyama is Swadhyaya, self-study. Its inner essence deals with the fourth way we begin to die. This self-study means that the act of living is a continuous process of learning. Stop learning, and you begin to die in a very chill way. Psychologists know that at least 50% of senility is psychological loss of interest in life, loss of willingness to learn by life's rents. In this context, yoga is a form of reeducation. The final process, Ishwara Pranana, crudely interpreted, means devotion to God. In Samkhya terms, it means devotion to the self as the essence of God. For what is God? It is that ongoing life process. It is no being, no person, it is this whole process of life and life awareness. One who practices Ishwara Pranana is devoted to the ongoing process of life and evolution in the self. For yoga to survive in an intelligent way for thoughtful people in the West, a new recasting must come about. The classical texts of yoga are the testimonies of Indian civilization at its greatest peak. India is a badly decayed civilization at present, but it has left us a heritage in the classical scriptures which are short, succinct statements for the minds of future ages to expand, expound, and enlarge upon. Some schools have created morals and dogmas from the classical scripts. Let them. Those who want simplistic yoga, let them have it. But those who want to find out what it is really about are not involved in becoming builders and recasters of this thing called yoga. 1515. Chapter 13, Advanced Techniques. Ajna is directly connected with Muladhara Chakra. If any awakening takes place in Ajna Chakra, it first takes place in Muladhara Chakra. And anything taking place in Muladhara has to go to Ajna Chakra. Paramahansa Satyananda Saraswati, we have dealt with the Panch Chakra system, the 5 chakras below the head. Now we can begin to meditate upon Ajna, pronounced Agni as in agate, the so-called third eye. And in doing so we enter the realm of the Shat Chakra or 6-center system. The classical tantric text is Shat Chakra, Nirupana. Ajna, between the eyes, is usually compared with the pineal gland, on the functional basis that, 1. The pineal gland is light sensitive. 2. The pineal has a braking or accelerating effect on puberty. This is a direct connection to the Swadhisthana-Muladhara complex. 3. In terms of the phylogenetic scale, the pineal is considered related to a vestigial eye, which a particular type of Australian lizard actually has at the top of its skull. 4. Some of the pineal secretions trigger sleep-wakefulness cycles and are implicated in producing altered states of consciousness. 159. A chakra and one less than Analin orchid. On the other hand, the pituitary gland, 1. Anatomically sits at the root of the nose, in the sella turcica, Turkish sad soft hyphendal of the sphenoid bone, between and behind the eyes. 2. Has been referred to as the master gland or gland. Old master, exhibits soft hyphening control over most of the glandal chakras below it. 3. Functionally influences gonadal maturation and continuing cyclic activity. 4. Anatomically, with its two lobes, anterior and posterior, resembles the two wings or petals, dalas, of the mandala. Full diagram, of Ajna. The map is not the place. Korzybski, since a chakra is but a concept for attention focusing, it does not really matter, and I suggest both glands are involved, and anyone that wants to argue about this is going to have to deal with messy pieces of brain anatomy, includes soft hyphening the hypothalamus and the thalamus. A full mandala diagram of a chakra, containing a god, goddess, soft hyphen meant god, hidden or present by implication, for example, Agni, the fire god, is present in Manipura, animal vehicle, yantra, bija mantra, and Sanskrit letters of petals. Dala mantra is an information storage and retrieval system, which the Anitai soft hyphenated can read for hours. Classical color mandalas of the Shat chakras, with an esoteric tantric commentary, may be found in my book Ecstasy Through Tantra, Llewellyn Publications. Focusing upon Ajna is a royal road to the unconscious, especially when the prior chakras have been meditated upon. The meditation will be divided into two stages. 1. Internal chakra dharana utilizing Trataka. 2. Copper chakra breathing. When meditating upon Ajna, I must emphasize that the way to find out what will happen is a case, like death, in which experience is the best, only teacher. 160. Advanced techniques. Introductory information. The Sanskrit word Ajna means command center, that place where we were soft-ship with our consciousness, the Guru Atman, or highest self, and receive instruction. The element associated with Ajna is manas, or mind stuff, the very energy of consciousness. The bija mantra is the lost word Om, and the yantra symbolizing Ajna is a winged globe, an emblem of the imagination which can fly anywhere, beyond limitations of space and time. Other more traditional yantras include the triangle, apex down, as also found in the chakra mandalas of Muladhara and Manipura, and the unconscious symbol of Om embossed upon a gold disc. Note in the sketch outline of Ajna, that the two dalas or petals, to become, he wings, have the Sanskrit letters upon them of Ha and Kshor, representing, sun and moon, mind and body, Ida and Pingala, all subsuming at Ajna or E, root of the nose. Symbol upon which we will perform Trataka will be a black-winged lobe, like Hermes Caduceus, so that with our eyes closed the complementary equals Nage will be a white-winged globe. 161. A chakra and one less than Ana Khk internal chakra dharana technique for Ajna 1. Place yourself comfortably in either a sitting meditation pose or on equals chair. In either case, have the control of a bright desk lamp within reach. 2. Place the Ajna internal chakra dharana yantra at eye level or upon your lap. 3. Gaze, inhibiting your blink reflex, la. Trataka, at the white bindu or SPC, in the center of the black-winged globe. It may take 1 or 2 minutes until a white rim aura starts to appear around the black margins and black itself probably begins to turn whitish or pale. 4. At the same time as you are performing Trataka, silently recite the bija mantra Om, aligning it with the natural inspiration, O, through the 4 soft head, and the natural expiration, the O flows into the ajna with the inspiration, and flows out through the ajna point with the expiration. See the illustration on the facing page, 5. When the remora is well manifested, simultaneously switch the light off and close your eyes. Continue the silent repetition of the bija Om, as in step 4, while gently looking through your forehead and closed eyes. With relaxation, a white-winged globe will gradually emerge, floating in the dark space in front of you. Watch the winged globe, constantly adjusting the focus of your attention, in order to perceive the afterimage as long as pause soft-symbol. 6. When the afterimage has totally faded, recreate it with your imagination and hold it between your two physical eyes while continuing with the bija mantra meditation. This can be continued for up to 20 minutes. After 1 or 2 weeks, concentration upon the ajna external dharana Tatwa may be dispensed with, and you may proceed with the internal chakra dharana phase only, visualizing the winged globe behind the forehead and focusing on the bija mantra Om synchronized with the breath. External chakra dharana produces the afterimage, which serves as what I call a psychophysiological attention fixer. Swami Satyananda used to teach us to smear the ajna point, about where the tilak of Hindu women is, with saliva which has just the right viscosity for producing a slow evaporation sensation that makes concentration on the mama easier. Of course, the creation of these Tatwa afterimages accelerates contact with unconscious archetypes. 162. Alliance of techniques, ajna bija mantra and breath chart, natural inspiration natural expiration, FNU, 411 tons. _ physical breath, #, 4 ear, _ 163, a chakra and one less than Analin workbook. Advantages of internal ajna chakra dharana. By the time external Trataka has been completed, a conditioning procedure established, which amounts to a mobile distressing through the meditation technique. Almost anywhere, anytime, the eyes may be closed, and an altered state of consciousness rapidly induced through focusing attention on the yantra of a winged globe and coordinating the bija mantra Om with the uninhibited, spontaneous breath rhythm, in, 0, out, m. This altered state of consciousness, is marked by physical signs accompanying each level. 1. Relaxed wakefulness, subjective contentment with warming of hands and feet, slowing of respiration, raising of GSR, galvanic skin response, threshold, and lowering of blood pressure. 2. Dreaming, REM, rapid eye movement, and sudden flaccidity of the neck muscles, producing head nodding, with subjective images, dreamsness soft-ios, and psychedelic color patterns. 3. Deep dreamless sleep, often accompanied by snoring. It is possible to retain consciousness in this state. Yoga refers to it as Taraya. Some take ajna as a literal third eye, which can be open to produce clairvoyance. Certainly something unusual can occur by meditating upon this point, and I may suggest that any psychic effects take place in 2 stages. 1. This is always to spontaneously see the third eye, which traditionally may appear as an eye, blue pearl, or an intense point of light. 2. This is the phenomenon of actually seeing through the third eye. Clairvoyance, from the French, means clear seeing, and so this is a magical change of perspective, in which things just are. This sixth sense is intuition, inner tutor, the consequence of yoga between the right and left hemispheres of the brain. The feminine, receptive, right hemisphere processes information and flashes the conclusion across to the masculine, logical left hemisphere, producing an altered state of consciousness experienced as a soft-dengestalt or eureka. Grasp of reality. Ecstasy through Tantra. Page 80, 164, Avansrafchnks. The third eye. An interesting experiment, to Trataka on another person's eyes from a dis, less than J dots of about 12 inches. A third eye will appear between the other two, long as your partner doesn't look away. 165. A chakra and one less than Analan workbook. Paramahansa Swami Satyananda Saraswati's Yoga Chakra Breath Brain Hemisphere Integration by 1966. Swami Satyananda had commenced releasing hitherto unknown tantric meditation techniques to the Western world. One of the most powerful of his methods involved uniting breath and energy, prana, through pure equals, mental concentration upon unilateral and alternate nostril breathing. Practice was a concrete example of the classical yoga injunction of unix menas, mind, and prana, breath. The outstanding psychophysiological implications of his methodology was vindicated by a plethora of West-soft-laboratory research in the 1980s. Researchers have reported a left-right hemisphere shift as breath-in changes from the right nostril to the left. The nasal cycle may prove to be T1, Rosetta Stone of research. It is a window of cerebral hemisphere dominance and can be brought under voluntary control. Ernest Rossi, Brain-Mind Bull till 1986. Breathing out of only one nostril stimulates activity in the brain hemisoft-sphere on the opposite, contralateral, side. This finding suggests a possible non-invasive treatment for mental and mood disorders. Wernz, Neurosciences Department, UCLA, 1988. Reported in Brain-Mind Bulletin. To fully appreciate the genius of Swami Paramahansa Satyananda, consider the work in the late 1970s of two Harvard psychologists, Richard Davidson and Gary Schwartz. They researched counting sheep as a classic way of dealing soft-hyphening with insomnia. Visualizing sheep prevents the brain's right hemisphere from processing anxiety-provoking imagery, while the counting itself keeps the left hemisphere from straying into problematic auditory and verbal thought. Harvard University Papers 1979. Their conclusion was that the time-honored practice of counting sheep tied both sides of the brain up simultaneously and therefore prevented the type of disturbing brain activity often responsible for insomnia. With this introduction, we are now ready to explore the utilization of Swami Satyananda's method in a dynamic technique I have dubbed Copper Meditation. 166. Ansifchniks. Copper Meditation, an Ajna Chakra psychic breathing technique. This meditation employs an unusual attention fixer for Ajna, coupled with the process of breath visualization and backward counting. The method is extremely effective for smoothing out the brain wave patterns, synchronizing the hemispheres, and allowing the parasympathetic branch of the autonomic nervous system to quickly gain ascendancy. Remember, concentration upon an image, idea, sensation, or sound is not meditation but only the method, yukta, to achieve the state of integration, yoga. In other words, the brain is, in the Hindu view, only the vehicle through which the consciousness has to filter itself on a material plane. As we alter our brain state, so we experience pristine consciousness or supraconsciousness. Inherent in all practices of this book is an underlying recognition that for true meditation to take place, integration of both cerebral hemispheres is necessary. Each technique has built-in methods for occupying the brain holistically. The left hemisphere may be said to represent Pingala, Shiva, the sun, rational, verbal processes, while the right hemisphere is the polar opposite, relating to Ida, Shakti, moon, intuitive, non-verbal processes. With this meditation we take care of the left hemisphere by silently count soft-hyphening backward, in synchronicity with the respiratory cycle, from 10 to 1. Since we tend to count forward automatically, by counting backward the gears of the left brain tend to become more engaged. The right brain is occupied by visualizing a stream of white light, or blue or yellow light, if preferred, going into ajna, also in synchronicity with the breath. Finally, both hemispheres have their respective sensory cortex strips, soft-tile touch areas, simultaneously bombarded by pressure over the ajna region with a common United States copper penny, or 1-cent coin. The magic of the penny is, of course, copper, and the association of copper with Venus or Aphrodite. Remember the iod copper 7 inches 7, is pretty soft-functional, as well as the fact that copper is an analgesic and anti-inflammatory substance. Copper bracelets for arthritis have long been in vogue, now made into a cream for joint pain. These are just a few of the interesting relationships. Copper is also a fine conductor of heat and electricity. Its magical properties, according to folklore, are comparable with those of quartz crystal. At a serious level, the penny becomes a superb and inexpensive biofeed soft-back device, monitoring the tension of the forehead frontalis muscle. Contract 167, a chakra and one less than Kundalini RKBL locations of which trigger tension headaches, in which the head feels squeezed if in a vice, where pain is constant and non-throbbing. Using a copper penny as an ajna attention fixer, the frontal bone of the forehead is the only area in the body where a vacuum suction effect can be created. The anatomical indentation is about the mid of the forehead, at a subsection of ajna chakra, called Rudra chakra. A Kli equals 1 cent piece should be used, that is, wipe off any grease with tissue. Summertime before classes I soak a dozen pennies in vinegar for an hour and then polish them dry. Technique: refer to the chart on the following page. L. Place the penny flat between the eyebrows, just at the root of the nose, or nasion, holding the penny with a forefinger. 2. Slide it up to roughly the center of the forehead. 3. Push the penny firmly into the forehead with the forefinger and take the forefinger away. 4. The penny will now stay in position as long as you keep the frontalis muscle soft-funcal relaxed. It will continue to stay there for the duration of the medita soft-function. Note that if you contract the muscles of the forehead, voluntarily or involuntarily, the penny will drop off. Using the penny as a biofeedback device for tension headaches: if you gently relax and focus on keeping the penny in position, you will train yourself to relax the muscles in that area. Headaches tend to be either vascular throbbing, including migraine, or constant vice-like pain, as a band around the head. The latter type, tension headaches, respond well to using the penny as a biofeedback method. The penny is the world's least expensive biofeedback device. 168, a /Lance, placing the penny. 169, a chakra and one less than Ana N or Cook. We are now ready to consider vertical breathing. Refer to the Chansi equals page 170. With the penny in place, become aware of the natural breath flow in and out of your nostrils. As the inhalation takes place, visualize white, blue, or gold, flowing up your right nostril to the third eye, which will now be able to feel by the sensation of the penny. As you exhale, imagine the colored energy flowing from the ajna point down and out your left nose. You then reverse this so the incoming breath flows up the left nostril to the penny, and on the subsequent exhalation, from ajna out the right nostril. To yourself 10. You have now completed one round. Continued the process soft-endure, and on completion of the round mentally say 9, and so on until Y01, reach 1, at which point you start again with 10. I end the right nostril to ajna, from ajna out the left nostril. In the left nostril to ajna, from ajna out the right nostril. Say 10. In the right nostril to ajna, from ajna out the left nostril. In the left nostril to ajna, from ajna out the right nostril. Say 9. In the right nostril to ajna, from ajna out the left nostril. In the left nostril to ajna, from ajna out the right nostril. Say 8. In the right nostril to ajna, from ajna out the left nostril. In the left nostril to ajna, from ajna out the right nostril. Say 7. In the right nostril to ajna, from ajna out the left nostril. In the left nostril to ajna, from ajna out the right nostril. Say 6. In the right nostril to ajna, from ajna out the left nostril. In the left nostril to ajna, from ajna out the right nostril. Say 5. In the right nostril to ajna, from ajna out the left nostril. In the left nostril to ajna, from ajna out the right nostril. Say 4. In the right nostril to ajna, from Ajna out the left nostril. In the left nostril to Ajna, from Ajna out the right nostril. Say 3. 170. Techniques. Vertical breathing. Breathe in the right nostril to Ajna, from Ajna out the left nostril. 1. Breathe in the left nostril to Ajna, from Ajna out the right nostril. 1. 171. A chakra and 1 less than Anatomical workbook in the right nostril to Ajna, from Ajna out the left nostril. In the left nostril to Ajna, from Ajna out the right nostril. Say 2. In the right nostril to Ajna, from Ajna out the left nostril. In the left nostril to Ajna, from Ajna out the right nostril. Say 1. Now repeat the sequence. This countdown is done for the duration of the meditation, 20 to 30 minutes, and it should be expected that you will lose count. This is a sign of dropping into dreaming or dreamless sleep. When you do lose count and become aware of coming out of the state you are in, some soft-ply pick anywhere you thought you left off, or start at the beginning. The counting is a device intended to cut out the left brain. Summary 1. Prepare yourself in a sitting meditation posture, on a chair or the floor. 2. Place the copper penny on the Ajna spot. Note, if the penny should drop during meditation, do not try to retrieve it but continue with the counting in rhythm with the breath. 3. While sensing the tactile pressure of the penny against your skin at Ajna, become also aware of your breath flowing through the nostrils. 4. Begin to exclusively focus on breath movement in the right nostril, then exclusively out the left nostril, tracking the movement of air with a soft-chic imagined color leading up to Ajna on inspiration and down from Ajna on exhalation. Count down 1 round each time you return to Ajna. Count from 10 to 1 and repeat. Simultaneously, you imagine the colored breath reaching and receding from Ajna, you sense the penny at Ajna, and you count the rounds down and repeat for the duration of the technique. Advantages of copper meditation: after several weeks you will be able to dispense with the penny, as a soft-quench. You will then be able to induce an altered state on consciousness any soft-where, on the bus or train, in the office, etc. 172. Advanced RF techniques. Yoga Nidra. The particular form of Yoga Nidra, yoga sleep, we are going to discuss was first released to the Western world by Paramahansa Satyananda Saraswati around 1965. Swami Satyananda was a brilliant yoga mind-body technologist. He is now in retirement, and this method, as with so much in Tantra and Yoga, contains very clever mechanisms not approached in Western psychology. Many epithets have been used to attempt to convey in English the meaning of Yoga Nidra. Descriptions include, psychic sleep, sleepless sleep, sleep in a state of awareness, yogic tranquilizer. Swamiji often expressed it as the body sleeps, but the mind does not. The prefix n is the Sanskrit root of our English word nether, or down, as in netherworld, underworld, while the suffix dra may be cog-soft-nate with the English drowsy, to be half asleep, to be inactive or present an appearance of peaceful inactivity or isolation. Webster's Third International Dictionary. Therefore I will define Yoga Nidra, in essence, as a practice producing an altered state of consciousness, marked by some physical drowsiness with accompanying mental access to worlds under the perception of normal work-soft-in consciousness. Upanishadic doctrine, and at least 3 classical schools of Indian philosophy, teaches the existence of 4 levels of consciousness. These are, 1. Waking consciousness, 2. 3. 4. Dreaming consciousness, dreamless sleep, Turaya, conscious dreamless sleep. 173. A chakra and 1 less than Analan-RKBK. I cannot help equating these levels, without wishing to go into details, with the 4 basic brain wave patterns of Western psychophysiology. Keeping in mind the messy alacrity with which Westerners allocated the endocrine glands to the chakras. Notwithstanding the inherent weakness of analogy, similarities are high, soft-lighted, but not dissimilarities. I suggest that egg patterns can be useful in understanding aspects of yoga and Yoga Nidra. Consider the oldest written definition of yoga, 300 BC to AD 200 is the St soft-mated time range, Yoga's Siddhavritti Nirodhaya. Yoga is the intentional stopping of the spontaneous activities of the mind's tough. Patanjali, Yoga Sutras 1. 1-2 or a looser translation. Yoga is the cessation of the fluctuations, modifications, of the mind. This fundamental axiom of yoga, T-O-M-I, always seemed strikingly parallel with the psychophysiology of the cerebral cortex electrical activity. Yoga is autonomic nervous system gymnastics. Then I suggest, as a viewpoint, a theoretical construct only, yoga is a volitional modification and/or reduction of the electrical discharge rate of cerebral cortex, brain, neurons. 174. Given that this may be a vast simplification and rationalization, nonetheless, such a hypothesis has pragmatical mapping value. Consider the four brain wave patterns: name state, beta, awake, cognitive processes, RAS alerting responses, reason, logic, rationalization, anxiety affective states. Relaxed wakefulness, awareness not dominated by thought content, nothing or no thing, consciousness without content. Dreaming, REM, creative thought processes, spontaneous images, inspiration, kinesthetic distortions of body images. Dreamless sleep, unconsciousness. Cycles per second 1428, alpha 813, theta 7/4, delta 3/1. The correlations between alpha and theta electroencephalograph, stud soft-eyes, demonstrating dominance of these patterns in meditating yogis and Zen monks, is now voluminous. A short comment regarding hypnosis and meditation states, they are not the same, although they share some common features. The psychophysiological, particularly correlations of meditation are much more specific. One soft-moon feature is the starting point. Both phenomena involve concentration soft-inducing monoidism or single-pointedness of attention. In Sanskrit, ekagrata, one-pointedness. Cycles per second vary slightly depending on measuring parameters. See Altered States of Consciousness, edited by Charles T. Tartoon Wiley and Sons, 1969. This is a classic, over 20 years old. Extensive research in the interval has only refined and substantiated the data. 175. A chakra and one less than Unalini RKBK. Returning to my original conjecture regarding Patanjali's basic aphorism. Meditation reduces the rate of brainwave frequency. For example, we could postulate an individual starting to meditate from a beta wave, high alertness state, maximum 28 CPS, dropping him or herself down to a theta minimum of 4 cycles per second, for a period of recuperation and rejuvenation, or as the T/L people would say, the rest of your life. Yoga is the modification of the fluctuations of the mind stuff. The practice of Yoga Nidra tends to alter your level of consciousness, so that you experience floating in and out of levels. Start Yoga Nidra, or most meditations, during Yoga Nidra frequencies oscillate or phase beta alpha theta delta, TF, and Yoga Nidra. The pattern is more random and repetitive than this chart indicates. The topology I suggest is equally applicable to the majority of techniques in this book. Characteristic features of Swami Satyananda's Yoga Nidra 1. Rapid rotation of consciousness through the multiple marmastanas. Restlessness of the beta wave state is brought under control by rapid one soft-pointed, ekagrata, kinesthetic rotation of attention throughout multiple areas or segmentations of the body. There is, literally, no time to get bored, provided you do what you are asked to do. 176. Techniques, sense it. See it. Say it. Note the accompanying chart with an example of segmentation of the right hand. More advanced forms include even finer, incremental soft-mentation, for example individual joints phalanges of the fingers and mounds of the palm. 2. Pressure point awareness. The script focuses your attention on major body meeting points with the floor. These are the medically classic weight contact zones that lead to bed sores or ulcerations in the chronic soft-cauli ill. These include the back of the head, shoulder blades, buttocks, calves, and heels. 3. Using the imagination to recreate tactile and proprioceptor sensations, heaviness, lightness, pleasure, warmth. 4. Chakra symbols visualized in ascending and descending scales. In this Yoga Nidra script, a modified version of many such scripts developed by the Swamis of the Bihar school of yoga, Manga, Bihar, and based on Satyananda's work, we are using the 5 Tatwa 3-dimensional soft-ments for visual stimulation of the chakras. Ajna, third eye, is seen as a white, winged sphere, or globe, while Sahasrara uses a tantric uncon soft-as symbol, the red lotus, occupying the space of the brain. This POW soft-airfully reviews, actualizes, and integrates the psychic centers. 5. Flashing OF random images TO stimulate the unconscious. A selection of images are presented which you quickly flash through your imagination, using color, size, and movement to vivify them. This stimulates the flow of unconscious material and probably enhances creativity. There remain other features of Yoga Nidra, as taught by Swami Satyananda, but they are best assimilated by personal contact with those who have trained with him. Jasmine Riddle, M.A. and I collaborated in 1977 to produce an advanced Yoga Nidra tape. She recorded his with a musical background. This tape is available through Llewellyn Publications. 177, a chakra and one less than Analin RKBK, Yoga Nidra sample Marmast Hanani chart, sense. C. Say. Third finger, second finger, apostrophe, fifth ... higher, 1, / e thumb, palm, dash, / plus dot. 1, wrist ... / 17.5. ANS Techniques Yoga Nidra tape preparation notes. The script on the following pages is to be recorded. Usually it is best to use your own voice to make a personal audio tape. A quiet time should be selected to do the tape recording. You need to allow 30 to 45 minutes. The script should be in front of you, illuminated, and you should have easy access to the pause button on the tape recorder. Movement is rapid, however, allow a few extra seconds for images and feelings. Once you have made the tape, you have a very powerful instrument for personal evolution. When getting ready to play the Yoga Nidra tape, prepare yourself as for Shavasana, and establish a peaceful, dark, and undisturbed environment. If you fall asleep, delta dreamless sleep, you will awaken spontaneously. Satyananda always encouraged students to attempt to maintain some aware soft-ness or consciousness throughout. The most likely scenario is that you will drift in and out of awareness, finishing the exercise rejuvenated. 179. A chakra and one less than Analini workbook, script for Yoga Nidra recording preparation. Lie down in Shavasana, your body stretched out, feet apart, the palms of your hands turned upward. Close your eyes. Pause, make all the necessary adjustments so that you are as comfortable as possible. There must be no movement, conscious nor unconscious. Pause, remember that you are about to practice Yoga Nidra, psychic sleep, and that you have only to maintain awareness of hearing and feeling. Pause, the body sleeps but the mind remains awake. You remain alert so that you do not sleep. Pause, take a deep breath. As you breathe in, feel calmness spreading throughout your body. As you breathe out, feel your cares and concerns flowing out of you. Relaxation. Become aware of your body and relax yourself completely. Make yourself physically calm and steady. Pause, feel that your legs are relaxed, your trunk, your head, your arms and bones. Pause, develop the awareness of your thighs soft-ical body right from the top of your head to the tip of the toes, and say in your mind, O-O-O-M-M-M. Pause, have complete awareness of the whole body. Say to yourself again, O-O-O-M-M-M, and again, mentally, O-O-O-M-M-M. Pause, relax your whole body, relax yourself mentally, relax yourself by breathing normally and becoming aware of the breath as it moves between the navel and throat. Pause, have awareness of your natural breathing, do not force it. Pause, breathing from the navel to the throat, Please go on with this aware soft-ness and slowly feel yourself becoming more relaxed. Long pause. Now leave your breathing and become aware that you are going to practice Yoga Nidra. Yoga Nidra begins now. Let your mind jump freely from one part to the next. Pause. Right side, right hand thumb, second finger, third, fourth, fifth, palm, wrist, elbow, shoulder, armpit, waist, hip, right thigh, kneecap, calf muscle, ankle, heel, sole, right toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alternate script for use with sitting position. Seat yourself comfortably, as in the Egyptian god posture. Your back is erect, your feet are flat on the floor, and your hands are relaxed and on your knees with your palms turned upward. Alance 1 knee cues left side, left hand thumb, second finger, third, fourth, fifth, palm, wrist, elbow, shoulder, armpit, waist, hip, left thigh, kneecap, calf muscle, ankle, heel, sole, left toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right side reverse. Go to the right toes and start from the bottom. Right big toe, second toe, third, fourth, fifth, sole, heel, ankle, calf muscle, kneecap, thigh, hip, waist, armpit, shoulder, elbow, wrist, palm, right thumb, second fin soft-g, third, fourth, fifth. Left side reverse. Go to the left toes and start from the bottom. Left big toe, second toe, third, fourth, fifth, sole, heel, ankle, calf muscle, kneecap, thigh, hip, waist, armpits, shoulder, elbow, wrist, palm, left thumb, second finger, third, fourth, fifth. Hold back down. Go to the back of the body. Go to the back of the head, where it touches the floor. Back of the head, right shoulder blade, left shoulder blade, whole spine, right hip, right buttock, back of the right thigh, back of the left thigh, back of the right knee, back of the left knee, right calf muscle, right ankle, right heel, left heel. Hold back up, right ankle, right calf muscle, right back of the knee, left back of the knee, right back of thigh, left back of thigh, right buttock, right hip, whole spine, right shoulder blade, left shoulder blade, back of the head. Whole front down. Go to the front of the body. Go to the top of the head. Top of the head, forehead, right eyebrow, left eyebrow, the space between the eye soft-brows, right eye, right ear, right nostril, right cheek, left cheek, upper lip, lower lip, chin, throat, right collarbone, left coll soft-lar bone, right chest, left chest, middle of the chest, navel, upper abdomen, lower abdomen, right groin, left groin, right thigh, right knee, right toes, / whole front up, right toes, right knee, right thigh, right groin, lower abdomen, upper abdomen, navel, right chest, left chest, middle of the chest, right collarbone, left collarbone, throat, chin, lower lip, upper lip, right cheek, right nostril, right car, left ear, right eye, right eyebrow, space between the eyebrows, forehead, top of the head. Jaw parts. Now the major parts of the body. The whole of the right leg, whole of the left leg, both legs together. Whole of the right arm, whole of the DT arm, both arms together, whole of the back, whole of the front, whole of ML.A. CHL1 KRL1 I1 N1 less than UNL1 Lini workbook. The head, the whole body, whole body. Visualize the whole B soft hyphen. Say whole body and visualize the whole body. Pause, intensify Y apostrophe. Awareness. The whole body, the whole body, the whole body. Long pause, Body awareness. Become aware of the meeting points between your body and the floor. Pause less than feel the meeting points between body and floor. Sharp meeting points. Body and floor. Pause, feel the floor holding you, like a baby in arms. POW 5. I now concentrate on your body as if seeing it from the outside. Look on your body as an object. Pause, see your head, your clothes, your whole body floor. Top to bottom, lying in Shavasana on the floor of this room. Pause, see your body as an object, a reflection in an imaginary mirror. Pause, you are looking at your own reflection in a mirror and you see yourself lying on the floor. Your feet, legs, belly, chest, arms, hands, clothing, nose, closed eyes, forehead. _hair. Everything reflected in that mirror. Pause, have awareness of your body as an object. Pause, make sure you are not sleeping. Long pause, breathing. Bring your attention to the natural breath, the quiet breath. Become aware of the breath through the nostrils. Pause, the natural breath flows through both nostrils and meets at the top of the nose to form a triangle. Pause, the spontaneous breath enters through the nostril openings, moves upward and draws together to form a triangle with its apex in the eyebrow center. Pause, be aware of the breath passing through both nostrils. Become aware of both breaths, separately and simultaneously. Pause, think of the breaths as starting separately from a distance, drawing near and uniting in the eyebrow center. Pause, now concentrate on each breath and try to determine its temperature. Move back and forth and compare the temperatures. Pause, in yoga we say the left nostril breath is Ida, moon, and the right is Pingala, sun. Pause, Ida. The left breath is Kula, Pingala, the right breath is Varma. Pause, continue your awareness of breathing, but imagine you are now breathing through alternate nostrils. In through one nostril, and out through the other, up and down the sides of the triangle and back again. Pause, maintain your awareness and start counting each breath with full attention. Inhale left. 54, exhale right. 54, inhale right. 53, exhale left. 53, inhale left. 52, exhale right. 52, inhale right. 51, exhale left. 51, and so on. Continue counting to 0. Long pause, keep total awareness of counting and breathing. If you make a mistake or reach 0, start again at 54. Long pause. 1 less than 52. Advanced techniques. Stop your counting and remain aware of the breath only. Inhaling evenly through both nostrils, exhaling evenly through both nostrils. You have total awareness, no sleeping. No sleeping. 2-minute pause, feelings heaviness, waken the experience in the whole body of the feeling of heaviness. Pause, become aware of heaviness in each part of the body as it is named, toes, heels, ankles, calves, knees, thighs, buttocks, back, belly, chest, shoulders, arms, palms, head, eyelids, the whole body. Heavy, the whole body. Heavy. Pause, experience this feeling of heaviness in the whole body. Pause. Lightness, manifest the experience of lightness in the body. Pause, manifest the feeling of lightness from the top. From the top of the head, then the whole head, then shoulders, palms, back, chest, abdomen, thighs, knees, calves, heels, soles, toes. Manifest the experience of lightness in the whole body from top to toe. Pause. The lightness of the body can be developed by feeling the meeting points between the body and the floor. Point by point, or as a whole surface of meeting of body and floor. Pause. Concentrate on this area of meeting and gradually experience lightness. Pause. Feel your soft self floating up from the floor. You are so light that you are floating to the ceiling, drifting back and forth. Pause, continue this experience until light soft-ness is manifest, then go on. Pause, pleasure, try to experience the feeling of pleasure, any pleasure. Pause, Concentrate and remember the feeling of pleasure. It may be a chord soft-ing to your senses of touch, smell, taste, hearing, sight, or any kind of mental pleasure. Pause, recall that pleasure and try to develop it into an intense ecstatic experience. Go deep into the enjoyment of pleasure, relive it, make it vivid. Long pause. We are now going to rotate the consciousness by ascending the chakra chain and descending, sensing, seeing, saying. Don't pause overly at each soft-ter, but keep the consciousness moving. _sending Muladhara, yellow cube in the lower pelvis Swadhisthana, silver crescent moon melon below navel Manipura, ruby red inverted pyramid, 13.A. Chakra 1 less than Analin RKBK Anahata, blue sapphire 6-pointed star behind the breastbone Anila/E with the nipples Vishuddha, black oval egg nestled in the throat Aganya, Ajna, white-winged globe behind the forehead and between the eyes Sahasrara, red lotus occupying the brain or cranial cavity, descending Sahasrara, red lotus filling the brain Aganya, Ajna, white-winged globe behind the forehead and between the eyes Vishuddha, black oval egg occupying the throat Anahata, dark blue sapphire 6-pointed star behind the breastbone Manipura, deep red inverted pyramid inside the abdomen between the navel and the bottom of the breastbone Swadhisthana, silver crescent melon moon below the navel and above the pubic bone Muladhara, yellow gold cube within the pelvic floor, ascending again Muladhara, yellow solid cube in the pelvis, see it. Sense it. Swadhisthana, silver crescent melon moon in the lower abdomen Manipura, deep ruby red inverted pyramid, fire in the middle, above the navel Anahata, dark blue star sapphire occupying the heart cavity Vishuddha, black egg within the throat Aganya, Ajna, winged white globe between the eyes Sahasrara, red rose filling the skull. Rapid images bring your awareness to the present and make sure you are not sleeping. No sleeping, please. I am going to name a few objects and you should try to soft-analyze them on the levels of feeling, awareness, emotion, and imagination as best you can. Pause. As fast as I go, so fast should you move. Jumping your mind from images to image, do not waste your time concentrating on one image, but keep moving. 184, Avansvechniks Shivalingam. Standing Christ. Flickering candle. Weeping willow tree. Tall palm tree. Car moving on a road. Colored clouds gathering. Yellow clouds. Blue clouds. Starlit night. Moonlit night. Full moon. Dog standing. Cat resting. Elephant moving. Horse racing. Rising sun. Setting sun. Ocean with waves. Shivalingam. Standing Christ. A big pond with clear water. Blue lotus. White lotus. Pink lotus. Golden spider's web. Sandy bank of a wide river. Boat sailing on the water. Rip soft-pools. Yourself lying down without clothes, a golden cord extending from your navel into the sky. Cross over a church. Within the church a priest praying. Worshipper kneeling. Chimney smoke rising from an old house. A cold winter. A fire burning in the fireplace. Dawn of the day. Temple bell ringing. A monk with shaven head. A yogi sitting in deep meditation. Buddha in repose. Christ showing compassion. Pause. Ocean/angle. Intensify your awareness. Intensify your awareness. Go to an infinite ocean, calm and quiet. Try to discover a sound there. Pause. There is a sound, an infinite ocean, dark green jungles on the shore, snakes, lions, and goats living in friendliness. Pause. From the shore a path leads to a lonely cot soft-take in the jungle, and a yogi sitting in the lotus position. Pause. There is a small fire and a smell of incense, the fragrance of flowers, and an atmosphere of tranquility. Pause. All around can be heard the sound of Om, the chanting of Om over the infinite ocean. Long pause. Golden egg. Become a witness of your awareness. Not the body, not the senses, not the mind, nothing but the different awareness. Pause. Become aware that you are aware of yourself. Pause. Look within and try to be aware of one who is look soft-ing, who is aware of what you have been doing so far. Pause, go into Kai soft-Jakish. Go into the cave you find there. Pause, within the cave, within the ... I, very dark, very dark. Within that cave there is a flaming light. Find that light. Pause, find that light and find a small golden egg in the center of light. A small golden egg, very bright, with light all around. Long pause, finish : the whole body. The whole body. The whole body. Long pause, relax all foots and bring your attention to the natural breath. The natural breath flow soft = G in and out of the nostrils. Long pause, maintain your awareness of breath, -15, a chakra L11 less than L1 L1 or K, and at the same time develop your awareness of physical relaxation. Pause, develop awareness of relaxation and awareness of your physical existence. Become aware of the physical existence of your body. Long pause, develop awareness of your body and visualize your body lying on the floor. Pause, take your mind out and visualize the surrounding room. Let your mind become completely external. Do not open your eyes. Pause, you are practicing Yoga Nidra, become aware of this fact. Pause, lie quietly until your attention is completely externalized. Start moving your body and stretching your soft-self. Please take your time, there is no hurry. Pause, when you are short you are wide awake, sit up slowly and open your eyes. The practice of Yoga Nidra is now complete. Hanam Tat Sat. 186, Art 6, Achievable and 5 Snintulya for the sea higher life. For Kundalini, Cinderella, of the sleeping embers, is quiescent in the pelvic palace of Homo sapiens. She is bride, virgin, wife, divorcee, and widow. This is the celestial dance of lovers, and upon nowhere will be inscribed the temple foundation, and in the center will the thorn wed the rose now here, secreting the dew of vicarious immortality. Tantra, like love, promotes neither the rational nor the irrational, but rather the pararational. Swami Anandakapla Saraswati, Indonesia 1989, 17, Magical Sexuality. Our culture has divorced mind and body, Cartesian dualism, brain and SP cord, cerebral cortex and limbic system, slain intuition, inner tutor, gay logic, and castrated emotion for thinking. This ritual is the coupling yoga of left and right hemispheres, intellect and feeling, Adam, mind, and Eve, body. This is the yoga of sex. The sex comes from the Latin root secere, meaning divided, and yet through magical sexuality may this schism be repaired. Let the man god and woman goddess be aware of absolute purity. Next soft-esri for the magical implements before proceeding to square the circle. Soft-Shiva will enter with wand and Shakti with rose, the squared circle, and each with wise serpent and gentle dove, for it is written, "Be ye therefore wise as serpents and gentle as doves." Matthew 10:16. During communion of serpent and dove, wand and rose, let the heart contain soft-ing the blood of red wine soften and the skull chalice become empty and void. For only the empty vessel can receive. The heart has reasons that reason knows not. Dodge. Do you love by reason? Blaise Pascal, Chapter 18, Tantra Yoga for the Shared Life. The material I have presented herein is delicately balanced. I do not wish the instructions to be misconstrued as either a sexual manual or a sex therapy book. Excellent volumes on both these topics abound. Tantra is to be approached from a sensitive experiential viewpoint. Sexual Tantra cannot be vulgarized, nor entirely excised from its traditional Indian heritage. Realize also, that what I share represents but a fragment of the Tantric teachings. Individual differences dictate unique and myriad responses to the exercises. Each student will discover his favorite exercise, but all the methods require practice and patience to be fully appreciated. The heightened sensations ensuing may result in extended orgasm and certainly a profound altered state of consciousness. Tantra, what is it? Tantra is a Sanskrit word associated with an ancient Indian philosophy. Some lines called the doctrine of celestial sex. Tantra has given us two English derivatives, tender and tendon. Tender means us that the essence of love sexual relations is dependent upon less, gentleness, and caring caresses. Touching without feeling is mechanical, producing no depth of experience. Tender implies emotional involvement, tension to the partner and submission to the relationship. 1-9, a chakra and 1 less than in a workbook. Tendon, a muscle attachment, implies stretch out or attenuate. TL_= practical value of Tantra is that the excitement phase is prolonged as long possible, thereby ensuring the deepest of orgasms. What can be achieved with Tantra? Tantric methods predate, by thousands of years, Western sexual techniques such as sensate focus, Masters and Johnson, and Kegel exercises, contractions of urethra, vagina, and anus. The original Tantric approach produces a depth of climax far exceeding our Western standards of mere ejaculations and convulsive muscle contractions. If orgasm is a pelvic sneeze and a sneeze is a cranial orgasm, then Tantra produces both simultaneously. The statement "a sneeze is a cranial orgasm" is not a capricious comment. The nose is lined with the same erectile tissue as the genitals. Honeymoon soft-rhinitis, nasal congestion from sexual excitement, is a reality, and the result of a sneeze is physiological nasal decongestion, exactly equivalent to pelvic penile decongestion resulting from an orgasm. What is required to begin? R4C formula: relaxation, cooperation, caring, caressing, concentration. The above formula may be applied to autoerotic mysticism or magical sexuality between sexual partners. 190. Tantra Yoga for the 5-hair life, preliminary tantric full moon meditation. The purpose of this optional meditation is, through a ritual, Sanskrit Rita, to flow, to submerge the island of consciousness beneath the cosmic ocean of the unconscious. This allows the archetypal images of Tantra to emerge. The ritual is to be performed 3 nights before the full moon and the last thing before falling asleep. Each evening write out the following statement 3 times on 3 separate pieces of paper by candlelight. Tantra is the yoga of lingam and yoni, wand and cup, spine and skull, arrow and heart, wafer and wine, candle and bell, sword and blood, taper and flame. Place the 3 pieces of paper under the candle holder and retire. As you fall asleep, visualize as many of the above image pairs as you can. It is not necessary that the statement is consciously understood, as the evocative images speak to the subconscious. Repeat the above on the 2nd and 3rd evenings, adding each night's papers to those already under the candle holder. On the night of the full moon, burn each of the 9 papers in the candle flame while chanting the incantation given above. Magical child, creation of wish or desire, Ungam, Yoni, Sanskrit, loom, prefix dan meaning weave or extend. English derivative tender. Sanskrit root yug means yog. Yoga means union. The French derivative juga moves into English as jugular, veins uniting the head and the heart. 191. A chakra and 1 less than in workbook. The number 3 stands for the 3 points of an equilateral triangle with its base on the earth plane. It signifies action, reaction, and result, or lingam, yoni, and magical child. The number 9 is thrice times thrice, Shakespeare's Macbeth, or triplicity, meaning absolute completion. The purpose: this ceremony affiliates the student with the egregor or mental plane of tantric tradition through the centuries. Exercise 1: Visualization and concentration upon primary erogenic zones related to psychic centers. A psychic center, Sanskrit chakra, is defined as whirling vortex of psychic energy at the conjunction point of the mind and the body, that is, psychosomatic point, or transducer, where imagination imaging mind creates physical effects. These 7 primal chakras correspond to 1. Endocrine glands, 2. Nerve ganglia, 3. Martial arts striking points, 4. Acupuncture points along conception and governing vessels. The first center, Muladhara, is associated with tumescence or swelling of genitals, nipples, and nasal mucosa. The thumbs reflex to this chakra. The second center, Swadhisthana, controls all sexual secretions including vaginal lubrication, semen, prostatic fluid, urine, sexual blood flush, and soft-bind ejaculate in men and some women. The forefinger reflexes to Swadhisthana chakra. 192. Antra Yoga for the Sharpoundi. Psychosomatic centers 7 6, 5, 4, T, 3, number, glands, organs, acupuncture, martial arts, 7654, pineal pituitary, thyroid parathyroids thymus heart, brain optic chiasma larynx, GF. V. 21 GF. V. 24.5 Con. V. 22 Con. V. 17. Bregmanasi on thyroid cartilage cardiopulmonary plexus solar plexus hypogastric plexus gonads, 321, pancreas adrenals testes/ovaries, liver kidneys genitals, Con. V. 8 Con. V. 4 Con. V. 1, 193, a chakra and one less than Unalini Workbook, the locations and associations of the primary chakras Sahasrara, anterior fontanelle of skull, red rose blissful union, ajna, nasion juncture of nasal bones and frontal bone, vishuddha, little finger, suprasternal notch below Adam's apple, winged globe, eye-mind, anahata, ring finger, middle sternum in line with nipples, V.O., black oval ether, blue hexagram manipura, middle finger, navel to tip of breastbone, red triangle fire, Swadhisthana, forefinger, halfway between navel and pubic bone, silver crescent water, Muladhara, thumb, anus, vulva, urethra. A 194, yellow square earth, Antra Yoga for the 8-hair light, tantric erotic rose meditation. This is the original form of a secret kriya practice called Chakra-nervous sadhana. This will powerfully stimulate the chakras from below to above, raising the psychosexual energy. It may be performed by couples or individuals and may be likened to a psychic acupuncture with an imagined rosebud. When done with attention, this is very sensual and will also relieve tension in any diseased body area. Male, visualize a red rosebud on a stem. Female, visualize a white rosebud on a stem. Now imagine using the rose to psychically penetrate each of the secret, inti soft-mate parts of your body and then rotating the rose half a dozen times clock soft-wise and half a dozen times counterclockwise. Stimulation order for men: Muladhara, anus, urethra from head of penis inward. Swadhisthana, halfway between pubic bone and navel. /1 anipura, navel. Anahata, breastbone in line with nipples. Vishuddha, below Adam's apple. Ajna, between eyebrows, bregma. Sahasrara, top of skull. Stimulation order for women: /1 Muladhara, anus, vulva, vagina, deep, clitoris. Then as for men from Swadhisthana. Oat, women and men may also wish to psychically penetrate each breast, through the nipple. See it. Sense it. 195, a chakra and one less than Unalini Workbook. Feel the velvet bud sensually and slowly penetrate, while simultaneously soft-ironing it, merging deep into recesses and melting through skin and bone. Savor the rotations and sense the slow psychic withdrawal, allowing erotic shivers to go through you as you get ready for the next penetration point. Male visualization: perform Trataka on the above rose drawing, close your eyes, and see it float before you as a red rose. Use it in the exercise as described. Female visualization: perform Trataka on the above rose drawing, close your eyes, and see it float before you as a white rose. Use it in the exercise as described. 196, Antra Yoga for the Sharpoundi. Exercise 2. Tantric sensate focus may be done alone or with a partner. 1. Partners bathe, sit cross-legged, wearing only robes, in a bed or cush soft-ironed carpet opposite each other. 2. Male lubricates his right thumb with saliva and anoints female's clitoris. The female now anoints the head of her partner's lingam with her lubri-soft-cated left thumb. 3. With closed eyes, concentrate your attention on sensations from the saliva evaporating over the genital centers. Visualize and feel this area as a gold glowing ring which shrinks in diameter until not even a dot, or bindu, remains by the time the saliva has evaporated. 4. Each partner now visualizes erotic contact with the other until the man's lingam is erect and the woman's yoni is moist. Continue sensing and feel soft-ing each other's presence, and look at each other through closed eyelids as if perforations in the lids permitted you to gaze upon your partner until you feel as if you are one. Avoid any contact with each other. Advanced phase, continue this exercise until both partners climax. This may be accelerated by 1. Rapid anal contractions alternating with rapid contraction of bladder sphincter, as if repeatedly cutting off midstream urine. 2. Intense erotic fantasy involving mental consummation with partner. The purpose of Tantric Sensate Focus Exercise 2-1. To prolong excitement phase as long as possible, thus ensuring peak orgasm or U3 experience. U3 represents the moment of total universal ultimate unity, with absolute loss of ego and mergence with the other. 2. To train the concentration faculty by using a psychophysiological Atensoft-shin fixer, in this case, saliva, which has the correct viscosity to ensure slow evaporation. 3. Awaken the primal libido centers or chakras and exercise mental control over the sexual energy. 4. Allow sexual excitement to heighten so that the electromagnetic, or auric, fields of the tantric pair can merge and repair. 197. A chakra L11 less than L1 I'1 RKHK5. Develop a mental synchronization amounting to telepathy. The BR. Wave patterns of the two lovers will combine or harmonize in synchro. Oh, how do I urge success in Tantra? You make no judgment whatsoever. Consider each technique as an emotional or experiential experiment. Some will find the technique difficult, others middle. Consider the 5P formula. Perfect practice prevents poor performance. Practice without theory is blind. Tantra describes psychosexual energy as running down psychic tubes on TLC left and right of the spine. The consummate intercourse occurs when the inner soft gyres of these two tubes coalesce and run up the central canal, spinal cord. Another way of saying this is that the fire of passion is ignited in the PE basin and flares up the middle pillar to burn away thought within the chill soft ice of the skull. Yoga, union, is the cessation of the fluctuations of the mind stuff. Patanjali, 200b. Yoga teaches that Ida and Pingala unite at the third eye insight. Sexual Tantra reveals that the contact points for activation of Ida and Pin soft-gala are the left and right earlobe respectively. 19 less than 5. Tantra Yoga for the share life, psychic pathways. Ida Sushumna Pingala, left bladder meridian, acupuncture, left sympathetic ganglion, autonomic nervous system, Pharaoh's crook, Egyptian, pillar of mercy, Kabbalah, the moon feminine receptive sensory neurons reflex contact, left earlobe, left nipple soft-women only. Right bladder meridian, acupuncture, right sympathetic ganglion, autonomic nervous system, Pharaoh's flail, Egyptian, pillar of severity, Kabbalah, the sun masculine projective motor neurons reflex contact, right earlobe, right nipple woman only. 8. The spinal cord, the middle pillar conjunction of Venus and Mars. 199. A. Chakra and 1 less than Unalini. WKBK, flow of Ida and Pingala. Ida and Pingala flow downward to join the base, then flow upward through Sushumna to form a glowing ball of light cupped in the skull. 200. Tantra Yoga for the share alpha. Theory without practice is sterile. Shiva equals, male partner equals, consciousness equals, Adam Eve equals, phallus equals, Ungam, Shakti, female partner, body equals vulva, yoni. Exercise 3. Physical stimulation of a secondary erogenic zone to arrive at the very edge of the ecstatic Q3 moment. 1. Let Shiva and Shakti bathe with perfumed bath oil, by candlelight, soft-sunily caressing each other. 2. Let them dry each other and slip into robes while constantly anticipating the joy of union. 3. Let them retire to a bedroom temple enlightened by one candle. Soft-dal equates to lingam, flame equates to yoni. 4. Let them sit cross-legged on the bed, knees touching, gently loosen each other's robes, sensing mutual excitement and focusing on anticipated yoga, union, of lingam and yoni. 5. Let Shiva take Shakti upon his lap and begin worshipping her left ear by sucking gently on the earlobe, interspersed with deep, darting penetration of her ear canal with the lingam of his tongue. The process may be accelerated, in the beginning, by the man stroking lightly over her shul and down the left side of her spine to the sacred sacrum region at the base of her spine. This process is continued until unbearable sensations experienced by the Shakti produce involuntary or near involuntary climax. At approaching climax, or to push herself totally over the precipice, she inserts Shiva's lingam within her yoni and manipulates the lingam to please herself. With practice they will orgasm simultaneously. Involuntary ejaculations may be expected, and should not be considered failures or a loss of energy, an outdated idea still often espoused. 6. 201. A chakra and one less than Unalini workbook variation. The technique may be done with the partners lying side by side. The man soft on his left side, cradling the woman's head in his left arm, leaving his hand free to stroke down the left side of her spine to her buttocks, while st equals soft-ulating her earlobe. She lies on her right side facing him. This position also has an added advantage. Once the Shakti lubrical, Shiva may manipulate his right hand so that his thumb seals her anus, soft-hara, his forefinger inserts into her yoni, swadhisthana, and middle fin section, soft-gently lies alongside her clitoris, manipura chakra, providing additional str equals soft-ulation. Role reversal. The partners should alternate roles so that the woman stimulates the right earlobe, pingala, bringing him to erection and inserting the lingam in, equals her yoni for climax. Considerations. 1. Most humans are sensitive to earlobe stimulation as this is an established, reflex pathway in many mammals. Remember scratching behind a dog middle ear and watching its hind leg involuntarily shake? Because of individual differences, earlobe stimulation may have to be cultivated with some sense of sensitivity, as much as nipple responsiveness is latent in most males but be consciously developed. 2. Many women may experience multiple orgasms with this technique, focused earlobe stimulation, although this should not become a goal any more than simultaneous orgasms or female ejaculation should become a goal. Such experience are bonuses, not success indicators. 3. The method may be equally applied to the nipple if the woman is breast sensitive. 4. Prolonged excitement phase that does not end in orgasmic release may produce uncomfortable venous congestion in the female pelvis. When this happens, any method, oral sex, manual stroking, vibrator, etc., should be used to provide release. The male partner is required to sustain erection and prolong excitement phase as long as possible before ejaculation. As mentioned previously, involuntary ejaculations may be expected and should not to be considered failures or loss of energy. This is an outdated idea still often espoused, not only by yogis and Western practitioners of sex magic, but by physicians, athletic coaches, and others that indeed should know better. 202. Tantra Yoga for the 8 hair life. Shakti power flows, Pingala, right earlobe right nipple, Ida, left earlobe left nipple, He2 Shakti Yoni triangles point down to awaken Muladhara, genitals and soft-, while one Shiva triangle points up to the third eye. This is a neurophys soft-logical tract from a woman's nipple to the pituitary gland that then releases A equals hormone stimulating uterine contractions. Thus the visionary world opens for equals with mounting excitement. 203, a chakra and one less than Kundalini workbook, retarding ejaculation by tantric breath power. Western sexologists have developed several techniques to retard ejaculatic equals including the Masters and Johnson squeeze technique and a testicle tractic equals method. By tantric standards these are relatively cumbersome. The key, never before revealed in print, to my knowledge, is gentle soft ventilation when the excitement phase is approaching the ejaculation stage. Equals is based on a variation of Bhastrika, bellows breath. To reduce the excitement phase, simply puff air out, using the belly as equals piston, and allow the cheeks to expand. Pull the belly slightly in and simul soft-neously blow out your open mouth in a puff. Relax your belly and as it flops out, air will be pulled into the lungs spontaneously, ready for the next puffu. Repeat 10 to 20 times, and the excitement phase, with the feeling impending ejaculation, will diminish. The physiology behind this is very sound and involves changing the blood chemistry so that the arterial blood supply to the penis is temporarily soft-ited, producing an easing of tension. Tip: learn to do this by crumpling up a tissue in your hand and puff blowing it out of the palm of your hand. With practice you will be able to constantly control and fine-tune your excitement plateau phase. 204. Tantra Yoga for the Share Elfo. A final secret: at the moment of climax, Shiva and Shakti may intensify their mutual soft-ends by holding their breath for as long as the orgasmic reverberations continue. This Yama conjoins life, prana, and death, Yama, and floods the psychic bodies with bioenergy, prana, while controlling, Yama, the mind's soft-body complex. Her lap is a sacrificial altar, her hairs, the sacrificial grass, her skin, the soma press. The tulips of the vulva are the fire in the middle of the yoni. So great is the world of him who practices sexual intercourse, knowing this. Brihadaranyaka Vi, 4,3. 205. Chakras, R JJ, red rose white winged globe, -0 R, --. Black onyx egg, blue sapphire 6-pointed star, F, V, red inverse triangle, +, silver melon crescent, A, gold cube, 206, Pylog, the ultimate ritual. Kissing awakens the sleeping princess of beauty, and begins the ultimate ritual of Tantra leading to the yoga of lingam and yoni, wand and cup, spine and skull, arrow and heart, wafer and wine, bell and candle, sword and blood, taper and flame, thorn and rose. Upon nowhere will be inscribed the Templar temple foundation, and in the center will the thorn wed the rose now here, secreting the dew of Vika soft-ice immortality. The resulting conjunction of Mars and Venus, Aries and Aphrodite, gives birth to the divine hermaphrodite and the existential state of androgyny. This is the celestial dance of lovers injected with the aphrodisiac venom of the tarantula. Coupled, they perform the tarantella to free themselves from the spider-woman's tangled tantric web. The ceremony Karmamani, Sanskrit, is not for the mundane, those who spurn sperm, or sacrifice velocity for intensity. Kundalini, Cinderella, Lady of the Sleeping Embers, is quiescent in the pelvis of Homo sapiens, wise ones. She is bride, virgin, wife, divorcee, and widow. Shiva, her spouse, bridegroom, divorced one, and widower, sleeps in the skull chalice. Latin Calvarium is Aramaic Golgotha, hill of skulls. Sanskrit Rita, meaning to flow. Apostrophe a wild and vivacious folk dance of southern Italy, to ignore necessity for a prolonged sexual response cycle and excitement phase, hasten the attempted orgasm, often mere ejaculation, and miss the tantric U3 experience, ultimate uni soft-raw unity. 207. A chakra and one less than Unalini workbook. Lord Shiva, Prince of Serpentine Charmers, awaits the moment to enter through the bramble-guarded, pubic pubescence, castle gate. His goddess, Kundalini, flares with fire divine, bestowing bountiful beatitude. The emergence of the full Muladhara chakra, libido center in humans, as a mandala which contains animal and divine beings plus letters of the Sanskrit alphabet, evolves from the primal tantric yantra. A yantra is characterized by pure geometric lines and curves only. From ecstasy through tantra, the essence of the classical Hindu temple foundation square is oriented east and west, from the primal tantric yantra. This is drawn on holy ground by two men using rope and pegs to scrape the outline in earth. The square is formed last, by connecting intersection lines of Vesica Pisces, and it is within the square that bricks are laid to provide the base for the three-dimensional structure to be built by Hindu architects. This method has been used for those soft-sands of years in India and follows the dictates of classical Shipla texts. 20. The ultimate ritual, preliminary purification. Let the couple preparing for tantric coupling ascertain the directions of a north, east, west, and south in a clean room of their choice. Rose incense may be burned in the east, feminine, and sandalwood in the west, masculine, while the psychic circuit, yantra, is being drawn upon the floor. Construction at the center of the chosen space. Let the man hold a cord that is equal to the woman's height, or, if space is limited, equal to the distance from her navel to the soles of her feet, the radius of the circle described using half this length. The woman, holding the other end of the rope, traces a circle with white chalk as she walks. 209. A chakra L11 less than trademark I'1 workbook. See instruction method as used by Indian surveyors to outline for a Hindu temple student as exercises with ruler and compass. Draw a circle, using a compass. Mark the circle diameters within, at right angles, oriented east, west, north, and south. Extend compass from radius to diam soft hyphenator of the circle. Place the compass point at east and mark the first arc on the west side. This is half of Vesica Pisces. Move the compass point to the west and make a second arc, completing the first Vesica Pisces, or Yoni. Repeat the procedure north-south and south-north, creating the second Yoni. Connect the intersections of the two Yonis to form a square. The erected house divine will rest on the square. E, and I, plus LS, W, 210. The ultimate ritual symbology. The circle is a cross-section both of lingam and breast. The white chalk is both semen and milk. They respectively represent the nutrients for the unconceived and nourishment for the newborn, as well as cosmic elixir, Milky Way. The circle center is the nipple, lingam phallus, clitoris, omphalos, center of the microcosmic world, and axis mundi, axle of macrocosm or universe. The man now moves to the east of the circle and extends the cord the full diameter of the circle to the woman standing at the opposite, western, point on the circumference. She inscribes a half arc north-south, with red chalk. They reverse positions and repeat the procedure by walking clockwise round the circumference. The same construction is used from north and south posy soft hyphenations, so two Vesica Pisces are provided at right angles to each other. The Vesica Pisces is intrinsic to sacred architecture around the world. The capital city of Australia, Canberra, Australian Capital Territory, was centered on the lines crossing a Vesica Pisces, in the tradition of ancient Rome and Stonehenge. The eccentric, brilliant American architect, Walter Burley Griffin, early this century surreptitiously incorporated sacred geometry into Canberra's urban design. See The Secret Plan of Canberra, Professor Peter Proudfoot, Pub Soft-List 1993 by the University of N.5. A Vesica Pisces is the arched oval, ovary egg, used in medieval painting as an aura depicting sanctification. Tantra and Hinduism recognize this as the perfect yoni, vulva, enfolded petals, vagina, or birth canal, sheath, the emblem of initiation between the thigh pillars, Boaz and Jachin, into the Jura soft hypheny from womb to tomb. The two yonis at right angles form the 4 dalas or petals of Muladhara chakra. Each yoni represents a different magical child. One is procreation or physical birth, while the other represents birth of thought, i.e., mental children, true tantric progeny. The red chalk outline is the sign of each woman as lunar goddess, the middle dot rose flower or flower weeping blood between conceptions and at births. The magical geometry is completed by pulling the cord taut between the points where the two vesica Pisces intersect and drawing straight lines with yellow chalk to form a square. 211, a chakra and 1 less than Unalini workbook E.N. 5, W. Symbology. The yellow square is the element earth, signifying solidarity, stability, ground soft hyphening, and material existence. The square may be filled in with the yellow woolen blanket, preferably overlaid with yellow silk. This becomes consecrated ground wherein a psychic bridge may be cross-soft hyphenated between the mundane and the arcane, the physical and the spiritual realms. The tantric linkage occurring within this sacred area transforms the soft participants into divine, diva, beings possessed of wisdom, Veda. Therein mutual desires will crystallize, actualize, and materialize when implosive sex magic occurs within this squared circle. The constrained, contained power of the square is demonstrated in terms of sacred geometry by noting that perfect squares can be constructed within the primal square, each with ever-decreasing area, to infinity. 212. Revulmate Ritual. This design is found on the roof of the womb house or sanctum sancto soft-rum in all Hindu temples. Note also that the two-dimensional outline of the square extends into the astral as a three-dimensional cube or perfect ashla. The cube with 6 sides unfolds to become the Latin or rosy cross, consisting of 6 equal squares. When, within the central square, a cross is formed by the supine male body, head east, arms extended north and south, with the woman assuming Kalyasana, female astride, her yoni pressed against the male breastbone, over the heart chakra, then the Shakti becomes the rose, moist with dew, upon the cross of Shiva's body awaiting the nuptial moment. Theirs is an anticipation, a tension between the immanent and the transcendent, the phi soft-nominal and the noumenal. The immaterial transfixed upon the crucifix of the material, resolved by the climactic transfiguration. High heaven is the transfused, transfigured. Byron. 213, a Trataka and 1 less than Unalin workbook, esoteric net of platonic hexahedron, e, apostrophe underscore plus underscore, 1, W. 214, ultimate ritual. The yellow square of earth chakra raised to 3 dimensions becomes the perfect ashla, or Masonic cube. Unfolding the cube reveals the Rosicrucian cross or Rose Croix. Think about the underlying concept of such phrases as bed of roses, rose-colored glasses, Om Mani Padme Hum, the jewel in the lotus, the dew within the rose, Rosa Crux, Latin, rose cross, Ros Crux, Latin, dew cross, Raz, Arabic, wisdom, Ris, Arabic, concealment. Tantric rose, lotus, cross is the hidden knowing of the feminine transudate upon the lingam. Brewer Dictionary of Phrase and Fable. The mystic diagram on the next page, now complete, is Gaiactic space, a sacred area within which we each work out our karma. Through karma, love, karma is eradicated according to the purity of each male and female candidate, candida whiteness, that is, the blending of the whole solar spec soft-drum. The square is the earthy, material bodies of the two participants in sex soft-nile communion. The circle is the eternal rebirth of the species and birth after birth of thought patterns. The two vesica Pisces, forming 4 dalas or petals of the Muladhara chakra, become the doors to initiate a rebirth physical and spiritual. 215, a chakra and 1 less than Unalini RKHKE, N, 6. T, dot, SW square, earth material, physical body, manifest creation, matter, the space within which Adam and Eve incarnate to enact coital conjunction. What is matter? Never mind. Circle, eternity, recurrence, consciousness, mind. What is mind? Never matter. Horizontal yoni, north and south, creative conception, inspiration, insight. Vertical yoni, east and west, physical conception, expiration, expulsion. 216. Pound ultimated to all ritual accoutrement. The vestments after a mutual hot bath with oils, amber or rose. Shiva should don a white, Shakra semen, cotton or silk robe, and Shakti a red, Raja's menses, cotton or silk robe. Other than these vestments, they are sky-clad. Ritual placement of tantric liturgical instruments. The following are to be placed at compass points in clockwise order. 1. The central square area, cover with a yellow blanket and the censer authorable to be placed at the eastern extreme of the square. Use amber incense or a rose and sandalwood combination. 2. The eastern Pitavdala, chalice containing a mixture of 2 parts cham soft Pagni, 1 part white rum, 1 part gin, and sweet lime juice to taste, ice cold. The total amount to equal 1 bottle of champagne, patent with cardamom seeds. 3. The southern Pitavdala, a large dripless candle, 1 white rose, Sukha male, and 1 red rose, Rajas female, or 1 hibiscus, a lingam within a yoni. 4. The western Pitavdala, 2 pieces of dark blue silk cloth, cut in the shape of equilateral triangles and arranged as a hexagram, Shatkona, or 6-pointed star. The northern Pitavdala, large bell with handle and clapper. The handle, 5, and clapper represent the lingam. The bell cup is the yoni. Note: fuck, Germanic rautficken, means to strike. By assonance, klang associates soft hyphensions. By shape, the receptive yoni. Also belladonna, meaning beautiful lady. Let the couple now enter the sacred space, a realm of self-created sacred geometry, with knowledge of tangible transcendence. Theirs is to become a unique, unrepeatable journey, as is existence itself unique and unrepeatable. 217.a. Chakra L11 less than L1 L1 workbook. From a certain point onward there is no longer any turning back. That is the point that must be reached. Franz Kafka. A penultimate ritual has structure. An ultimate ritual is an individual labyrinth beyond words. Ritual arrangement at commencement of ceremony E. Incense, red, S, white, N, square covered with yellow bedding and cushions, W, 2M, the ultimate ritual, das ewig weiblich Zeitungsenen. The eternal feminine draws us upward, Faust, Goethe, upon commencing Mthuna, ever concentrate upon the flame, and so persevering in Dharana, avoid the ashes, and the end. Sutra 43 Malini Vijaya Tantra, c. 2000b, translation by Swami Anandakapla, 219. Tihi male and female construct a microcosmic circle, from a circle a square, then mutually evolve a triangle around which emerges a macrocosmic circle, and they shall possess the philosopher's stone. For a philosopher is not a lover of wisdom but one who knows the wisdom of love. 220. The Vlamate ritual, symbol of heart chakra, Anahata, / male, Shiva earth erecting to heaven equals, V equals, female, Shakti heaven descending to earth. 221. Memorial Yoga Rishi Dr. Swami Gatananda Giri Yoga Samadhi 2:20 AM, December 29, 1993. Guruji, where would one be if you had not been? You once told me that one have hitched my wagon to a star, and now you are with the stars. Ram Nam Satya Hyam Namah Shiva. John Mumford. January 4, 1994. Appen 9-1, 12-week practice schedule. This is a program designed to ensure mastery of the core techniques in the first 9 chapters of this book. First week, Chapter 1 Sukhasana, 20 minutes each morning and evening. Second week, Chapter 2 Sukhasana, 20 minutes each morning. Savasana, elementary, 20 minutes each evening. 3rd week Sukhasana, 20 minutes each morning. Savasana, advanced, 30 minutes each evening. 4th week, Chapter 3 Sukhasana, 10 minutes each morning. Yoni Mudra, elementary, 15 minutes each morning. Savasana, advanced, 30 minutes each evening. 5th week Sukhasana, 10 minutes each morning. Yoni Mudra, advanced, 15 minutes each morning. Savasana, advanced, 30 minutes each evening. 223, Yoni Mudra, advanced, 15 minutes each morning. Polarization, 15 minutes each evening, or Savasana, psychic, 30 minutes each evening. 6th week, Chapter 4, 7th week, Chapter 5 Yoni Mudra, advanced, 15 minutes each morning. Polarization, 15 minutes each evening. External Dharana, 15 minutes each evening. Savasana, psychic, 30 minutes each evening. 8th week Yoni Mudra, advanced, 15 minutes each morning. Polarization, 15 minutes each evening. Internal Dharana, 15 minutes each evening. Savasana, psychic, 30 minutes each evening. Yoni Mudra, advanced, 15 minutes each morning. Revitalization, 15 minutes each evening. Internal Dharana, 15 minutes each evening. Savasana, psychic, 30 minutes each evening. 9th week, Chapter 6, 10th week, Chapter 7 Yoni Mudra, advanced, 15 minutes each morning. Revitalization, 15 minutes each evening. Internal Dharana, 15 minutes each evening. Savasana, psychic, 30 minutes each evening. Yoni Mudra, advanced, 15 minutes each morning. Revitalization, 15 minutes each evening. External Chakra Dharana, 20 minutes each evening. Savasana, psychic, 30 minutes each evening. 11th week, Chapter 8, 12th week, Chapter 9 Yoni Mudra, advanced, 15 minutes each morning. Revitalization, 15 minutes each evening. Internal Chakra Dharana, 20 minutes each evening. Solar plexus charging, 20 minutes each evening. 224, Loss of consciousness during the yoga class, a guide for yoga teachers. This article was written in 1973 while I was studying with Paramahansa Satyananda Saraswati at Mumford, Bihar State, India. Handling emergency situations. Your maturity as a yoga teacher may be judged by how efficiently you handle emergency situations in the class. The moment an incident arises, if possible, isolate the student requiring attention and keep the others occupied under the supervision of a senior student. A faint, when a person falls or sags unconscious to the ground and rapidly recovers. A seizure, the collapse of a person who falls unconscious and then jerks or twitches. Most commonly epileptic, a fall, a student slips or trips and lands on the floor, often in balance exercises. When this occurs, consider the possibility that the student may have struck his or her head when landing, particularly if the student seems dull after the NC-dent and fails to get up. Although you may think that the student overbalanced, always ask if the fall was because he or she felt strange, weak, giddy, or sick. 225, a chakra and one less than an Allen workbook. Students attending yoga classes on an empty stomach or after a working day may be predisposed to giddiness and fainting. Any healthy person can, under the right circumstances, faint. All that is necessary is sufficient retard, a soft diffusion of blood flow to the brain. A student with low blood pressure comes soft-denly upright after an inverted posture. Lack of adequate oxygen, an anemic student in a crowded class who breathes in a shallow fashion, or lack of aid soft-quiet blood sugar level for energy metabolism, a diabetic student or exhausted student who has not eaten faints after Surya Namaskar. Having suddenly low soft-erode the blood sugar level through muscular exertion. Fainting under various circumstances. Fainting occurs in a variety of circumstances: high temperature, air condition or ventilate studio, if possible, crowding, ideally, never have more than 12 to a class, or emotional shocks such as a fright or the sight of an accident or blood. Susceptibility to fainting varies, some people having a high threshold requiring very strong stimulus, but given the right circumstances, anyone fit or not will faint. In sickness, fainting will be precipitated by the same factors as in health. However, the stimulus required will be much less, thus yogas do soft-dense should stay away from classes when ill. Since fainting is a reduction of blood flow to the brain, nature's method of causing unconsciousness and falling to the ground is, in fact, self-correcting. Blood flow to the brain rapidly returns in the prone position and the victim recovers. If consciousness does not return shortly, something more serious than a simple faint has occurred. Concussion, or actual damage to the brain in the cranial cavity, may be indicated by a continuing stuporous or comatose soft-hyphension, vomiting shortly after, and unequal eye pupil size. All those fainting and striking their heads on the floor should be recommended for examiner soft-hyphension by a medical doctor. Other students should witness their recommendation. A stupor, a semi-conscious state in which the individual is prone, appears unconscious, but responds to strong pain stimulus or auditory stimulus such as pinching the skin or shouting the student's name. In Varma we alter the psychic and emotional state by blowing sharply in the student's ear, particularly to bring him or her out of trance or deep meditation. A coma, a profound unconsciousness, usually due to a drug overdose, poison, or severe organic brain damage. A quick and safe trick used by the Japanese, 226 pound os of consciousness pound during the yoga class, agree for yoga teachers police to differentiate between a stupor and a coma is to press a thin coin, key, or other thin, blunt object strongly under the thumbnail. If the condition is a stupor, arousal will be almost instantaneous, as the nerve fibers conducting pain impulses are exquisitely sensitive under the fingernails, inducing cortical alertness. Ever heard of bamboo splinters inserted under the nails? The Kai soft-hypheners have found them marvelous for facilitating memory when people seem to be having difficulty answering questions. Frequently the student has warning signs of an impending faint. These include a feeling that things are receding far away, or the world is becoming strangely quiet. He or she may go pale, yawn, or begin to perspire, particularly if hypoglycemic or suffering from lowered blood sugar, with beads of sweat or droplets bursting out on the forehead. Treat by getting sugar, candy, honey, etc., into the person immediately. Fellow students may notice the above signs. Let the student assume the hair posture, prone with the head low and hips or buttocks high to restore normal circulation to the brain, or place him or her supine with feet propped up at a right angle against a wall. In the case of a full faint, quickly observe the following points. 1. See that there is no obstruction to the neck from tight clothes. 2. Check that false teeth are not loose in the mouth or have not fallen back into the throat. 3. See that the student is not in a position that is harmful or dangerous to him or herself, for example, with one arm bent at an unusual angle under the body. Varma South Indian resuscitation method. Siddha tradition. Place the student supine and quickly grasping his or her heels firmly raise his or her legs abruptly and sharply to a right angle with the floor, then quickly smack the soles of his or her feet with the fingers of one hand, while holding both feet upright with the other hand. You are stimulating a point we call Tularidaya, a sub-chakra related to Muladhara, which is very popular with Indian and Chinese healers for reviving victims of drowning and initiating the cardiorespiratory cycle in cases of syncope. In Western medical practice, obstetricians have now abandoned the soft-hyphen of slapping the buttocks of the newborn to stimulate breathing. They have discovered that if this is done carelessly, spinal damage can sometimes result. 227. A chakra and one less than an Allen workbook. The preferred method is to grasp the infant upside down by the ankles with one hand and slap the soles of his or her feet with the other. Raising the legs suddenly at right angles reverses venous stasis in lower limbs and rushes blood out of the limbs, through the abdominal cavity, into the chest, and then to the brain. As the person recovers, Persuade him or her not to get up for a while, as a faint may occur if there is too rapid a return to the normal upright posture. Note: placing a person upright who is still in a dead faint will induce an epileptic seizure, as the motor cells of the cortex will then be so severely axi-soft-gen deprived that they will discharge erratically, causing tonic and clonic con-soft-tractions of the musculoskeletal system. There are no after-effects of a simple faint, unless the patient is held upright while he or she is unconscious. This has occasionally happened when a person in a crowd cannot fall or a person sitting upright in a dental chair faints. Bhastrika, the bellows, Bhujangasana, the cobra, and Simasana, the lion pose, may all induce fainting in students with organic abnormalities or low blood pressure. In cases of an epileptic seizure, use a cushion to protect the patient's head from banging on the floor, and otherwise make no attempt to restrain the PSOFT-sun. Recovery is usually spontaneous and followed by the desire to sleep. A post-incident medical check should be advised. In yoga, we have a special secret science of fainting called murcha. This induces ecstasy in state beyond nama-rupa, name form, which is egoless. There are 44 such murchas, which alter the blood chemistry and the blood flow to the brain, as well as affecting the activity of the autonomic nerve-vagus system. My own master of this hidden science was Swami Shantananda, who initiated me at Birlamunda Temple, New Delhi, in 1960. 22. Apan 9 Re, a note regarding Indian yoga schools. India abounds with ashrams and yoga schools. I am personally acquainted with the following institutions, having studied with 3 of the 4 respective founders. The Bihar School of Yoga Monga, Bihar State, Northeast India. Parahamsa Swami Satyananda Saraswati established the Bihar School of Yoga in 1964. It is now a very modern and large complex with research facilities, soft-ties and excellent accommodations for 6-month live-in courses. An amazing amount of books are available from the ashram printing presses on the subject of yoga, medical topics, and Swami Satyananda's unique North Indian yoga tantric technology. The Bihar School of Yoga is also the central training base for Swamis of the Saraswati order. A particular bonus for Western students is a good grounding in Hindi, taught in residence as part of the general course. Paramahamsa Satyananda is now retired and the head of the order, and the new director is Paramahamsa Swami Naranjananda Saraswati, a truly worthy successor. Under his leadership the world's first truly yoga university has been established, affiliated with the University of New Delhi, and offering under soft-graduate and postgraduate degrees in various aspects of yoga. Information can, 229, a chakra and 1 less than Analan workbook be obtained by writing to the Registrar Bihar Yoga Bharati, Institute for Advanced Studies in Yogic Sciences, Ganga Darshan, Manga, Bihar 81-121, India International Centre for Yoga Education and Research, Ulsaya. 16/A16/B Meta Street, China, New Delhi. Arkavadi Kotakupam 605-104, via Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu, South India. Right, the Director, Meenakshi Devi Bhavanani, Yoga Rishi Dr. Swami Gitananda Giri founded the school in 1969. Excellent residence facilities for live-in 3-month and 6-month teacher training courses. Correspondence study is a prerequisite for entrance. Swamiji founded Ananda Ashram upon a firm foundation of Ashtanga Yoga plus a unique Kriya and Yoga therapy, Yoga Chikitsa. Dr. Swami Gitananda had his Mahasamadhi transition, December 29, 1993, and his successor is his son, Dr. Ananda, now completing his medical res-soft-idency. South Indian culture is totally different, and an extra feature for Western students is an opportunity to study Bharatanatyam and Carnatic vocal music within an integrated yoga course. Swami Gitananda was the most creative mind I have ever encountered. They didn't call him the Lion of Pondicherry for nothing. The result of his work with Indian village children is spectacular. Kaivalya Dharma Yoga Research Institution, Lonavala, 410-403 India, established 1924 by Swami Kaivalyananda. Resident Yoga Teacher Training Courses. I have not studied at Kaivalyadharma, but I possess a complete set of their yoga journals: Yoga Mimamsa, Yoga Inquiry, from 1928-1982. The amount of applied scientific research into yoga that they have done since 1924 is overwhelming. Subscriptions to Yoga Mimamsa are still available soft-able upon written request. Copies are often at university libraries. A quick overview can be obtained by reading abstracts and bibliography of articles on yoga from Kaivalyadharma up to December 1, 982, published in 1983 by 230, Kaivalyananda Birth Centenary Publication. The Yoga Institute, Santa Cruz, Bombay, 25, India, founded in 1918 by Sri Yogendra. This school can proudly be acknowledged as the oldest international yoga foundation in India, which pioneered the scientific yoga renaissance. Swami Gittananda sent me to study at the Yoga Institute in 1961, rather like being passed from one lion's mouth to another. Sri Yogendra turned out to be the Lion of Bombay, and taught me methodology and common sense. The Yoga Institute is now headed by Sri Yogendra's eldest son, Dr. Jayadeva. Dr. Jayadeva's PhD thesis on Samkhya was the longest ever submit soft-TED to Bombay University and won a special prize. Facilities for live-in teacher training were fabulous in 1996 and can only have improved since then. If you are in Bombay, now Mumbai, also known as Bollywood, look them up in the phone book. They prefer visitors on Sundays. Spiral Concepts, P.O. Box K 474, Haymarket, NSW 1240, Australia. The President, Mr. Jeff Whitefield, offers interesting resources through the mail. 231, Sanskrit Glossary. Ahimsa, non-killing. Hindu doctrine of non-violence and non-injury. The Yama, control, of the first stage of Ashtanga Yoga. Himsa means hurting, injuring, harming, slaughtering. The prefix a, negations, ahimsa, that is, doing no hurt, being harmless, and avoiding injury. Philosophically, the application incorporates not only action, conation, but speech, affect, and thought, cognition. Ahimsa represents a 3,000-year-old ideal of transcending the inherent biology of humankind. Ajna, command center. The sixth psychic center, third eye, anatomically, indicted by the pituitary gland, and in terms of psychophysiology, the pineal gland. Ajna is described as a two-petaled lotus between the eyebrows, nasi on the two petals corresponding to the anterior and posterior pituitary lobes. Conversely, the mandala of Ajna represents the winged, of Imagina soft-shin, Hermes caduceus with the colored iris, globe, framed by the two white pennants of the sclerotic coat of the eyeball. Akasha, the fifth element, ether, compare with the European alchemists, quintessence, is symbolized by a black oval or a spiral. Akasha is the Tatwa, quality, associated with Vishuddha chakra. Its manifestation is sound vibration, sabda, yet it is not sound. Neither ether nor quintessence are exactly equivalent soft-lens to Akasha. Akasha is a form of reality described as dimensionless, all per soft-invading space. The root of Akasha is kas, meaning to shine or to appear. Vyasabhasyam mentions infinitude and indivisibility as properties of Akasha. The Hindu philosophical implication of Akasha predates Greek Epicurean atomistic physics and is a cogent concept equitable with current astronomical. 233, a chakra and one less than Unalini workbook cosmology. Lucretius, c. 9455b, the greatest Roman apologists of the upper soft-Curians, in his hexameter poem on the nature of things, makes two state soft-ments which approach the Indian concept of Akasha. 1. Whenever I step I am at the center of the universe, implied infinitude. 2. Nothing comes out of nothing, implied eternity. Anahata, unstruck sound. The fourth psychic center, indicated physically by the heart, thymus gland, and the cardiopulmonary plexus. The spiritual essence of this chakra may be best expressed by where the heart lies, let the brain lie also. Robert Browning, 1865. Antaranga, inner limbs. The four higher phases of Ashtanga Yoga, compress soft-ing Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, and Samadhi. Uppers, the second element, water, symbolized by a silver crescent. The Tatwa of Swadhisthana. In the body, uppers rules from the knees to the hips. The root ap means water, which is to be understood as the principle of liquid, that is, fluid manifestation of matter. Contraction, evaporation, and taste, rasa, are inseparable qualities of ap. Consider the tongue, which cannot have its gusta soft-tori receptors fire without saliva or fluid present in the mouth. Asana, seat. Also taken to mean the 84 classical body posture or exercises taught in Hatha Yoga. Unfortunately no one knows which are the 84 classical asanas, as the Hatha texts enumerate them into the hundreds. The literal meanings of asana is sitting, sitting down, sitting position, halting, encamping, abiding, seat, throne, or office. Asana is the third stage of Ashtanga Yoga, and Patanjali mentions 4 sitting postures only. Within this context, asana is any position in which the body has a stable base of gravity, the proprioceptors, joint movement indicators giving the sensation of one's own property or body boundaries, and touch receptors are inhibited from impinging into the central nervous system. For example, body sensations do not disturb concentration. Ashtanga Yoga, 8-limbed yoga. A term applied to the system outlined in Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, wherein yoga is divided into 8 steps or stages: yama, control; niyama, observances; asana, posture; pranayama, breath soft-trill; pratyahara, sense withdrawal; dharana, concentration; dhyana, soft-tained concentration; and samadhi, universal consciousness or the apparent experience of total psychological and physical integration. Note: yoga emphasizes experience rather than explanation. Ujjhita, the silent or mental chanting of a mantra. The mantra becomes an attention-fixing, cognitive device, leading to the absence of perturbation. A 234, Sanskrit glosserate. Subtle question arises: is it possible to think a mantra without subvocalize soft-tion? That is, psychosomatic involuntary movements of the lips, tongue, and la soft-nks as a result of concentration upon a sound. To my knowledge, this has not been researched with EMG, electromyograph, tracings. I suggest that it is soft-syllable, as such meditation starts with vocalization, chanting, of the mantra, full soft-load by whispering, leading to inaudible movements of the lips and tongue, and finally pure cerebration. Bahiranga, outer limbs. The 4 lower phases of Ashtanga Yoga compress soft-ing Yama, Niyama, Asana, and Pranayama. Bhakti, that path of yoga which seeks realization through the practice of devotion and love in both a religious, bhakti, and a philosophical, parabhakti, sense. Sanskrit root is bhaj, meaning to serve, honor, love, trust. Bhakti is a difficult concept for Westerners as they associate it with deification of the guru. Ramakrishna stated that your guru could be a tree, a criminal, or a god, which is reminiscent of our saying beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I will transpose this proverb to love is in the heart of the lover. We may also remind ourselves of Edward Ill's comment, upon rescuing the fallen garter of the Countess of Salisbury, Honesoit qui mal y pense, evil be to him who thinks evil of this. In a full heart there is room for everything, and in an empty heart there is room for nothing. Antonio Forcio, bija, seed. The root sound of each chakra which, when intoned as a mantra, will release its potential. The bija sounds of the first 5 chakras are LNG, VNG, RNG, and HNG. Brahmacharya, in yoga, the 4th yama or discipline of the first stage, yama, of Ashtanga Yoga. The first of the 4 Hindu ashramas, life stages, that phase of education and studentship. Compound of the roots Brahm, divinity, and Cha, to study, to perform. Brahmacharya is popularly interpreted as sexual celibacy, but is better interpreted as moderation and control of passion. Consoft-sidering that both celibacy and monogamy are biologically unnatural. Bra-soft-macharya, taken as literal continence, is another attempt to oppose the dictum biology is destiny, Freud. Brahmacharya, as indeed all the yamas and 23.5, a chakra and one less than Allen workbook niyamas, may be considered akin to the statement civilization is the soft-gent monitor of emotions. Chakra, wheel, disc, whirlpool. The term is applied to the basic 7p. Soft-chic centers outlined in Yoga and Tantra. Chakra implies a vortex, and thus may define a psychic center as a whirling vortex of psychic energy at the co-equals soft-junction points of the mind and the body. I must emphasize that just as soft-Cartesian division of mind and body is arbitrary, so a chakra may well be an imaginary, albeit useful, artifact for purposes of attention fixing. Hypacy. A chakra is outside the space-time continuum and equivalent to the Euclidean equals point, that is, without magnitude, possessed of location but not dimension. Dharana, concentration. The sixth stage of Ashtanga Yoga. Dhyana, sustained concentration. The seventh stage of Ashtanga Yoga, an advanced state of dharana. Some have applied the English words contempt soft-plation and meditation to dhyana, but the classical yoga texts state that many dharanas, measured in a specific time unit, equal one dhyana, and in turn so many dhyanas equal one samadhi. The essential difference between dharana and dhyana is of degree, quantitative, rather than kind, qualitative. Jnana, that path of yoga which seeks realization through the pursuit of philosophical knowledge. The Sanskrit root means knowing, and is cognate with the Greek gnosis, direct appreciation of universal truth. Unswerving soft-tearing of the mind upon cosmic oneness. Hamsa, a mantra affirming I am he or I am Brahman. When used in soft-notation, becomes so, on the inhalation, hum, on the exhalation. Hamsa, translated by 19th century Indologists as the divine swan, a symbol of purity. Actually, Hamsa is the Indian goose, Indica sansa, a most elegant bird, but called swan because of the English tradition of denigrating geese. This mantra is one of the most potent methods for releasing positive emotional soft-tudes, of omniscience and omnipresence, from the unconscious. Hatha, violence, obstinacy, absolute necessity, as the cause of all existence, forced meditation, inevitably, compulsorily. A practical Sanskrit dictionary, Arthur Anthony McDonnell, one of the four yogas mentioned in the Upanishads. The remaining being mantra, raja, and la, and misunderstood in modern parlance as being a set of physical postures. The Yogasika Upanishad defines Hatha as the union, yoga, of the sun, ha, and the moon, tha, the dissolvement of all polar opposites experienced through the mind-body interface. Hatha, from the root hath, to strike, esoterically implies a blow against the inertia of the total human organism. 236, Sanskrit glossary Ida, one of the three major psychic nerves or nadis. Ida is visualized as run soft-ning up the left side of the spinal column, conveying feminine, cooling, into soft-native energy. Exits in the left nostril and is a trigger for right hemisphere functions. Japa, the practice of driving mantric affirmations deep into the subconscious, through constant repetition, either silently or audibly. Karma Yoga, the path of yoga seeking realization through detachment from the fruits of all action and dedicating all activity to Ishvara, anthropomorphic aspect of God, or in a more Western mode of expression as exemplified by Ralph Waldo Emerson's dictum, 1844, the reward of a thing well done is to have done it. The karma yogi seeks conscious, aware action, see the need, do the deed. Karma, as a doctrine, is the recognition of the fundamental laws of action and reaction in the human nervous system. It is a sophisticated overview of Western psychology's stimulus black box response arc with ramifications into the past lives and the future lives. Kundalini, hypothesis of latent nerve energy within the central nervous system (TEM), symbolically and allegorically represented by a snake coiled 3 and a half times. Although a cobra may seem a little sluggish, anyone who has seen the Indian crate, Hindi carrot, attack by throwing itself 3 feet through the air will understand how graphic the coiled snake metaphor is. Tradition ally, Kundalini can move from static to kinetic activation in a split second. The profusion of anecdotal and apocryphal stories concerning superhuman strength released under stress gives credence to the concept of Kundalini, as does the acceleration of mental activity experienced in the manic phase of a bipolar affective incidence. Kundalini means coiled, spiral, and stems from an earlier root, kunda, meaning fire pit. La yoga, rhythm, absorption. That branch of yoga dealing with the arousal, release, and control of latent nerve energy, Kundalini, hidden, absorbed, within a human's nervous system. Anga, mark, totem, sign, emblem, characteristic, proof, evidence, sign of sex, sexual organ, Shiva's phallus, as an object of worship, image of a god, subtle body, indestructible original of the gross, visible body in Vedanta Philoso Phi. From Mudnell Sanskrit Dictionary, in Hindu temples displaying a Shivanangam as the central object of veneration, it should be noted that the base of the Angam is set in a yonic base. It does not represent penetration of the yoni but rather as emerging from the yoni as matrix. Yoni gives birth to the Angam. 237, a chakra and one less than Analin workbook Mthuna, Baird, coupled, being a male and female, connected by marriage, related to or worn during copulation. Having copulation in view, adjective neuter form means sexual union. From Mudnell's Sanskrit Dictionary. Manipura, Gem City. The third psychic center, physically represented by the pancreas and the solar plexus. Also known as Nabi, navel, chakra, Agni, god of fire, chakra, and Surya, sun god, chakra. The latter two epithets reinforce the metabolic, heat-producing activities associated with the epigastric area. Mantra yoga, the systematic use of sound vibrations, usually monosyllables, to bring about physical, psychic, and psychological changes. Composed of the prefix man, mind, to think, and the suffix tra, a tool or instrument, so literally, a mind tool for manipulating consciousness. Mahastanani, the 16 vital body areas that are concentrated upon in certain exercises of Raja and Hatha yoga. The location varies in different traditions. Mritasana, dead pose. Another name for the relaxation posture commonly, known as Shavasana. Muladhara, root-based. The first psychic center physically represented by their testes or ovaries and the sacral, or pelvic, plexus. The earth center, also called Adhi-chakra, base center, suggesting grounding, and the fecund mater, Latin mater, meaning mother, from which our being evolves as a seed sprouts. Nadi, motion. A psychic or astral nerve tube, with the Sanskrit root suggest ing the polarization and depolarization waves of activity in the nervous system. Yoga teaches that 72,000 such nadis exist in the psychic counterpart of the gross body. Nadishuddhi, the purification of the nadis through conjoined breathing and mental exercises. Padma, lotus. Another term for the psychic centers. Padma refers to their potential growth and development of our psychic centers, just as a lotus bulb is capable of development into a lotus in full bloom. The lotus root is embedded in mud, darkness, unconsciousness, inertia, blind instinct, ignorance, with the stem immersed in water, emotions, activity, sea of sorrow, conscious ness of sentience through feeling, and the bloom floating above water in the full sunlight of self-realization. Padmasana, Lotus pose. An advanced footlock suitable for meditation. There, symmetrical arrangement of the legs produced by placing the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right thigh. Buddhists reverse the position. 23. Sanskrit 0 liters sari with the right foot on top, is said to resemble a lotus flower. The pose produces a total solid base with a low center of gravity, while conserving blood for the torso and head. Parang Mukhi, turning away. Another term for Yoni Mudra used in the text, Hatha Yoga Pradipika. The Sanskrit parang has found its way into Malaysia as a type of machete for cutting undergrowth away. Patanjali, the author of Ad Yoga Sutras, who lived sometime between 200 B and 200, the earlier date is now more plausible. He is responsible for the division of yoga into 8 distinct branches, or stages, and as a result his outline of yoga is known as Ashtanga. Pingala, one of the 3 major nadis. Pingala is visualized as running up the right side of the spinal column, conveying masculine, heating, rational energy. It exits in the right nostril and is a trigger for left hemisphere functions. Pranayama, the control of life force, prana, through the regulation of the respiratory process, coupled with visualization. Pra means first or before, and ana means breath, literally, the first essence underlying the breath. Prana is comparable to Kai, Chinese, Kyopanese, vitality globules, Theosophy soft-girl, Enaus, Rosicrucian, Orgon, Wilhelm Reich, animal magnetism, soft-mer, quintessence, alchemical, and mana, Hawaii priests. Prithvi, the first element, earth, symbolized by a yellow square or a cube. There, Tatwa of Muladhara with cohesion and solidarity as principal characteristics. Raja Yoga, kingly or royal yoga. The science of creating a merger or union, yoga, between the conscious and subconscious mind, thus producing a third state which becomes superconsciousness. Sanskrit Rajan becomes the Hindi Raj, rule or reign, and Hindi Raja, king, is cognate with Latin rex, while Hindi Rani, queen, is cognate with Latin regina. The implication of Raja Yoga is a rulership over the many facets of our being. Sagana, with form. Concentration upon a definite form or that which is of a very concrete nature. Sahasrara, thousand-petaled. The 7th psychic center, physically Indi soft-cated by the pineal gland and the cerebral cortex, containing billions of cells or petals. Sahasra, in Sanskrit, is often used to indicate a number beyond enumeration. Sahasrara is said to be the dwelling place of Shiva, the destroyer of ignorance, Maya. This is an esoteric statement concerning the ability of humans to destroy ignorance, Maya, by the use of enlightened consciousness, Shiva, which results from the awakening of Sahasrara chakra. The brain is 239, a chakra and one less than Annalen Workbook, currently coming to be viewed as the largest endocrine, ductless, gland in the body. Given that mood alterations are primarily triggered by brain chemistry, then Sahasrara chakra is a Hindu conception of the 7th heaven, and releasing ecstasy may, like Scheherazade, involve 1001 nights of meditation. Samadhi, with God. The state of consciousness resulting from the merging of the individual consciousness with universal consciousness. In terms of Jung's psychology, Samadhi would be the eruption of the collective unconscious. Samadhi is the final stage of Ashtanga Yoga, and the goal of all yoga. Samadhi, in Samkhya, is the connective at-one-ment of the meditator with the universe as a process of eternal generation, Brahma, Order, Vishnu, and Dk, Shiva. Samyama, with control. The 3 half phases of Ashtanga Yoga. These are Dharana, Dhyana, and Samadhi, 6 orifices. An alternative term for Yoni Mudra found in there, Yoga Sopana. Mukhi means mouth, as well as an opening or orifice. The implication is that we feed upon sensory impressions from outside our bodies and therefore are distracted from subtle inner impulses. Shavasana, corpse pose. The technique of consciously relaxing the body. Section by section. an exercise of immense value for fatigue, exhaustion, autosoft-immune diseases, insomnia, and certain types of high blood pressure. It is par-soft-tubulally efficacious if combined with certain mental exercises. Only Occidentals could be upset by the name corpse pose, for the Hindu mind has accepted that each night we die into dreamless, delta wave sleep, and are reborn each morning upon awakening. Shakti, divine energy in its manifested form, considered feminine. Christians speak of the fatherhood of God and Hindus speak of the motherhood of God. The bridge between these two concepts is the bridge between material soft-ism and spirituality, passion and compassion. Siddhis, from psi, meaning to succeed, accomplish. Extrasensory, extra soft-sensual, and extra-sensational psychic powers and experiences that develop as the student advances along the path of yoga. Undeveloped abilities which most people are unaware of possessing. Sukhasana, easy pose. Simple cross-legged position for meditation and soft-ra muscular training. European tailors sat cross-legged, tailor's pose, and Sukhasana stretches the tailor's muscle, the sartorius, hence, sartorial elegance. 240, Sanskrit, els 5 Sushumna, the major central nadi corresponding to the spinal cord. There, channel through which spiritual fire, Kundalini, ascends to unite with Shaha's soft-rara. The physical correlates of Sushumna with the spinal column and spinal cord are amazing. Consider the following quotation from the Yoga Shikhopanishad, Chapter 1, Verse 119. There are 21 round bony structures forming the vertebral column, Brahmadandu God's stam, which are situated just around the Sushumna, like many beads, forming a chain, interwoven with a thread. In 1968, Dr. K.S. Joshi, Ph.D., head of the Department Soft-Ment of Yogic Studies, University of Sagar, Sage, MP, India, commented, in an unpublished manuscript, the number 21 in this description is very important, because it conforms completely with modern findings in human anatomy. It leaves hardly any doubt that the ancient masters of yoga indicated by Sushumna nadi nothing else but the spinal cord as we understand it today. Anatomists tell us that the spinal cord is a tube formed of nervous tissue, between the first and second lumbar vertebrae. The first lumbar vertebra is 20, if counted from the beginning of the vertebral column in the neck, and the second lumbar vertebra is the 21st. As some soft-ing this, what our ancients called kunda, is above the bone called sacrum, and what they called sushumna is the spinal cord. It all falls into place. Swadhisthana, one's own place. The second psychic center above milad soft-hara, the way water is cradled by earth. Physically indicated by the adrenal glands and the hypogastric plexus. Sometimes called Chandra, moon, chakra, as Swadhisthana is the control center for the fluid tides of the body. Tantra, system, ritual, doctrine, loom. Traditionally the original philosophy, of the Dravidian inhabitants of India. But historical proof of this is sparse. Probably developed by the Aryan warrior class as a reaction to Brahmanical control and now considered the revealed teaching for this age, Kali Yuga. Tantra possibly contains the deepest doctrines and the most potent techniques of Indian philosophy. 3 distinct types of Tantra exist, Hindu Tantra, Bud Soft-Dis Tantra, and Jain Tantra. Hindu Tantra also subdivides into North Indian and South Indian. Tatwa, quality. The essence or quality of any given substance. Reality, Kate Soft-Gori, Tatwa means thatness. Tejas, sharp. The third element, fire, symbolized by a red triangle or a tetrasoft-hedron. In Western alchemy, the symbol for fire is always a triangle with there 241, Hak.Ra and 1 less than Unalani Ru/Orkijuk. Apex up. In yoga, it often appears with the apex down, for example, the trikona, Ra. Soft-gl, in Manipura chakra. The Tatwa of Manipura. Heat, incandescence, Soft-transformation are Teja's characteristics. Its highest function is transmutatio agita, verbal intonation of a mantra. Vayu, Sanskrit root to blow. The fourth element, air, symbolized by a bee, hexagram. The Tatwa of Anahata, heart center. Vayu represents equals, unceasing beat of heart, principle of vapor, and gaseous manifestations, ox. Soft-genation of red blood cells. Vishuddha, with purity. The fifth chakra, physically represented by the TB soft-roid gland, the parathyroid glands, and the pharyngeal plexus. Also termed Kantha, throat, chakra, Vishuddha is considered a main alchemical transmk soft-tassion point in Kriya Yoga. It is said to secrete a fluid of immortality, umbral soft-meaning against death, which is usually burned by Manipura chakra. This process is reversed, decay is slowed. Yantra, conception instrument. A geometric design used for concentration, ritual, or as an amulet. A mandala, mind petal, tends to be circular ink. Always contains the figure of a deity or animal as distinct from the plural soft-abstract lines and curves of the yantra. The prefix yan means to perceive, imagine, visualize, and the suffix tri equals an instrument, impulse soft-mentor tool. Hence a yantra is a tool for focusing the mind and encouraging clarity of conception. Yoga, union. The science of mental, physical, and universal integration. From the Sanskrit root of yoga we derive the English yoke, which not only implies a linking with cosmic forces but also suggests the harnessing. A yoke is a harness, and control of our own energies. The Sanskrit root yug gives rise to the following meanings. 1. Yoking, team, vehicle, equipment, of an army. 2. Performance, employment, occupation. 3. Use, application, method. 4. Remedy, cure, wholeness. S. Means, device, instrument producing a result. 6. Spell, magic, dexterous feat. 7. Opportunity, undertaking, task performed perfectly. 8. Union, contact with, relationship. 242. Sanskrit Glossary 9. Combination, mixture, bringing together of polarities or complementaries, for example, arrow with target, key with lock. 10. Acquisition of, gain, profit, alchemy. 1-1. Order, succession, correctness. 1-2. Aggregate, sum, conjunction, of stars, constellation. 1-3. Fitness, propriety, strenuousness, exertion, endeavor, zeal, assiduity. 14. Mental concentration, systematic abstraction, system of philosophy. 15. Unity of soul, Purusha, and nature, Prakrit, alchemical marriage. 1-6. Concession of a word with its root, etymological meaning of a word, deriving one word from another. McDonnell's Sanskrit dictionary Swami Gatananda always insisted on the following differentiations in terms. Yoga is the state of cosmic union or oneness. Yogi is an individual who has obtained that state of yoga while living or even mukta. Yogin is a male engaged in practice which may lead to yoga. A yogini is a female engaged in practices that may lead to yoga. When these definitions are understood, it is evident that most of us are certainly not yogis but sadhakas, practitioners of spiritual exercise. You cannot be part of, nor conduct, a yoga class but rather are engaged in sadhanas, a collection of disciplines leading to the state of yoga or self-real soft-istion. The perspective these definitions give allows one to grasp yoga as a total art and science of living. We may sum up by quoting a psychology lecturer of mine, who defined neurosis as inefficient behavior and couple this concept with Krishna's definition of yoga as skill in action. Yoga Nidra, a mental exercise peculiar to yoga which encourages traya, so streamless sleep, sometimes defined as meditation sleep, which is particularly useful if you define meditation as the moment of postponing sleep. Yoni, lap, vulva, womb, birthplace, home abode, nest, lair, place of production, origin, source, repository, receptacle, seat, place, birth, produced or sprung from. From McNell's Sanskrit Dictionary. Yoni Mudra, womb gesture. So named by the Jaran Samhita, c. 10th Duri. A profound technique of neuromuscular coordination designed to induce profound sensory withdrawal, pratyahara, leading to the oceanic one-ness with the unconscious, or Brahman. Western psychophysiology has determined that constant bombardment through sensory input is necessary for activation of the reticular system, that area of the brain responsible for alerting and awake responses. In the 1950s, numerous experiments were 243, a chakra and one less than analini Workbook done with the effects of sensory deprivation and isolation stress. Sensory LC C soft-lashing tanks were used and most experimental subjects demonstrated soft-tional disintegration, anxiety, and frightening hallucinations. Yoni Mudra produces the opposite spectrum of calmness, positive hallucinations, and anti-soft-gration of mental processes. The difference has to do with goal orientation. The yogi actively seeks ultimate universal unity, and the method is sensory !withdrawal, freedom from environmental disturbance. The experimenter subject is goalless, prey to random eruption of unconscious material, and involved in a method called sensory deprivation, implied attitude that any soft-run mental stimulus is a prerequisite for reality anchoring. Laboratory for profound sensory isolation, where oral body temporal lure producing tacuhomogemty. Yoni Mudra, subjcal, Yogin, Lao proof, soundproof Lank, Yogi's Medallion Cave, 244. Bibliography. This bibliography is an annotated specialized list rather than a makeshift consoft-glimmeration of titles. The selection has been made on the basis of topics soft-main to this book, and I am personally familiar with every reference. The choice offers insight into contemporary Indian yoga, as well as the classical matrix. Hindu medicine and martial arts. Avinash L. M. D. Subhash Ranade, M.D., David Frawley. Secrets of Mama. Pune, India, International Academy of Ayurveda, 1999. This is the most recent book devoted entirely to the Mama points, and it may be ordered in the United States from Dr. David Frawley's American Institute of Vedic Studies, P.O. Box 8357, Santa Fe, NM. An excellent book in conjunction with The Lost Secrets of Ayurvedic Acupuncture, although the authors come from different standpoints. P. Kutamaya MBBS. Ancient Indian Medicine. New Delhi, India, Orient Long Soft-Mans Limited, 1969. Probably out of print but worth finding. An excellent section on the 108 Mamas. Lakswastaya Parampara Samvidhan Samith, C.O. Center for Indian Knoll Soft-Edge Systems, No. 2, 25th East Street, Thiruvana, Madras 60041, India. They produce a stunning series of monographs which may be ordered by writing them. The following list is current and current as of 1993. Mama Chikitsa is particularly useful in relationship to Indian martial arts, and I acknowledge kind mission from them to use the Elephant Mama chart. 245, a chakra and one less than Analini LSPSS monograph series, Local Health Traditions, an Introduction Monograph 1 Monograph 2 Ayurvedic Principles of Food and Nutrition, Part 1 Mother and Child Care in Traditional Medicine, Part 1 Monograph 3 Monograph 4 Mother and Child Care in Traditional Medicine, Part 2 Mama Chikitsa in Traditional Medicine Monograph 5 Monograph 6 Ayurvedic Principles of Food and Nutrition, Part 2 Monograph 7 Nidana Diagnosis in Traditional Medicine Monograph 8 Bashar Kalpana Pharmacology in Traditional Medicine T. G. That, Ph.D. Acupuncture, Mama and Other Asian Therapeutic Texts Soft-Nix. Varanasi, India, Chorkamba Orientalia, 1988. Worth tracking down in India for the superb anatomical drawings of Mama Posey soft-shins. Frank Ross, M.D. The Lost Secrets of Ayurvedic Acupuncture. Twin Lakes, Lotus Publications, 1994. This book may be the best available that describes the teaching of Ayurvedic Prince soft-sipples of point therapy with Ayurvedic terminology. Dr. Ross communicated with me on the most appropriate and common martial arts striking points in South India. Robert E. Svoboda, M.D. Ayurveda Leisure, Health and Longevity. Arcana, Penguin Books, 1992. I consider this the best single book on Ayurveda written by the first Westerner to graduate from an Indian Ayurvedic course. I have also had the pleasure of attend soft-ing some of Robert's courses, and have gained from them immeasurably. Heinrich Zimmer, Ph.D. Hindu Medicine. Baltimore, The John Hopkins Press, 1948. Out of print in Re. A series of lectures he gave at Columbia University in 1943 collected and published after his death. Well worth accessing at university libraries. Hindu Philosophy B. Bhattacharya. Saivism and the Phallic World, Vols. I and II. India, Oxford and IBH Publishing Company, 1975. A definitive, monumental work. Mercy Iliad. Yoga, Immortality and Freedom. New York, Bollingen Series, LVI Pantheon Books, 1958. Not to be missed. 246. 5/8 Traf J. F. S. Radhakrishnan. The Bhagavad Gita. Bombay, India, Blackie and Son published soft-ers, 1982. In my opinion, the best translation of the Gita and the preferred edition placed in Indian hotel rooms. Margaret and James Stutley. A Dictionary of Hinduism. San Francisco, Harper and Row, 1977. Reliable. Benjamin Walker. The Hindu World, Vols. I and II. New York, Frederica Pressure, 1968. Mostly available in reference libraries. Despite the author's prejudice against Hindu culture, he was educated in Calcutta, a brilliant resource work. Heinrich Zimmer, Ph.D. Philosophies of India. New York, Meridian Books, 1956. The classic textbook from my student days. Kundalini Arthur Avalon. The Serpent Power, Shatchakra Nirupana and Paduka Pan Soft-Chakra. Madras, Ganesh and Company, 1953. A total foundation must for the serious student. The Serpent Power was the last book Sir John Woodroffe wrote under the pen name Arthur Avalon, and the first edition was 1918. Sir John Woodroffe was a great jurist and Sanskrit scholar. The anecdote of how he became interested in translating Sanskrit tantric texts bears repeating. He was an English judge in the early 1900s in India and found great difficulty focusing on a case he was hearing. One of his servants told him a tantric sadhu had been employed to sit outside the courthouse chanting mantras that would jam his mind. Upon investigation, he discovered the said vagrant squatting on the courthouse steps engaged in an endless Sanskrit litany. The Indian police promptly threw the fakir down the steps and chased him out of the city. Sir John's head immediately cleared and he passed judgment on the case. The result of this experience was the first translation of tantric texts into English and a soft-less lifetime devotion to the task by Woodroffe. Itzhak Bentov. Stalking the Wild Pendulum. Great Britain, Wildwood House Limited, 1978. Bentov was closely associated with Dr. Lee Sainlia. Stalking the Wild Pendulum was one of the first bridges between scientific, quantum physics, and the mystical model of existence. Yvonne Kaysen, M.D. and Terry Diggle. A Father Shaw. HarperCollins Publishers, Toronto, Canada, 1994. Dr. Kayson's book is the best guide I have ever encountered for adjusting to Kundalini. 247. A chakra L11 less than L1 EL1 IWDRKBDDK meditations, psychic experiences, including NDEs, and spiritual transformations of all types. This book is full of practical tips of interest to those striving to come to terms with their own inner growth, and health professionals alike. I am profoundly impressed with her attitudes and work. Shyam Sundar Goswami. La Yoga. Routledge and Keegan Paul, 1980. Wonderful chakra diagrams and the most comprehensive comparative analysis of Sanskrit Kundalini texts to appear in English. Lee Sandler, M.D. Kundalini, Psychosis or Transcendence? San Francisco, Presoft-Vaguely published, 1976. Updated reprinted edition now available. Dr. Sandler is a medical doctor who is also a psychiatrist and an ophthalmologist. When I was with him, he researched the relationship between glaucoma and depth relaxation in an effort to see if intra-soft-ocular pressure could be reduced. He presents full details of his and Bentoff's Kun-soft-Dalini theory, delineating the signs and symptoms of sensory and motor strip stimulation. John White, editor. Kundalini, Evolution and Enlightenment. Garden City, NY, Anchor Books, 1978. Scintillating anthology of everybody who is anybody and their Kundalini theories. Psychosomatics and Psychophysiology. Michael S. Katz-Niger, Ph.D. Mind Matters. Boston, Houghton Mifflin Co., 1988. A very readable account of biochemical reductionism in terms of brain function and NER-soft-raw transmitters. Onslow H. Wilson, Ph.D., F. R.C. Glands, The Mirror of Self, Rosicrucian Library Volume 18. San Jose, A., California, Amok, 1983. Hopefully to be reprinted as just out of stock October 1993. Dr. Wilson gives the best summary of endocrine glands available. He was former president of Rose-Croix University. Many do not realize that Amok is America's preeminent 20th century esoterico fraternity. Rosicrucian Park with its Egyptian museum, planetarium, research library and gardens remain as a tribute to H. Spencer Lewis and Ralph M. Lewis, a special type of American dream object soft-tively crystallized. The order has historical European origins and a traditional real soft-kinship to the Egyptian mysteries, and the work goes on. A. T. W. Simmons, M.D. Man's Presumptuous Brain. New York, Dutton Paper Soft-Back, 1962. Probably out of print. The best book I have ever read on psychosomatics. An exit soft-ing evolutionary interpretation with hints about practical clinical issues. 24 less than 5, 5/8 Geography. Charles T. Tart, Ph.D. Altered States of Consciousness. John Wiley and Sons, 1969. Edited by Dr. Tart and an AZ of ASCS, Charles T. Tart, Ph.D. Transpersonal Psychologies. Harper and Row, 1975. All of Dr. Tart's books are either reprinted or widely available in university libraries. Sri Vijayadeva Yogendra, editor. Mind-Made Disease. Is Your Sickness Real? Melbourne, Australia, The Helen Vale Foundation, 1977. Privately printed, outside Australian universities. God only knows where to find it. One would find a copy very worth reading for timeless essays on Eastern and West soft-iron views of psychosomatics. It may be that the Yoga Institute in Santa Cruz, BAM soft-bay, has reprinted it. Sri Vijayadeva, the youngest son of Sri Yogendra, has a special place in my heart, as he was one of my tutors in Bombay in 1960. Later Vijayadeva moved to Melbourne, Australia, and set up a branch of the Yoga Institute. Note, I have avoided referencing the new bridging discipline of psychoneurology raw immunology. Psychoneuroimmunology in fact is a multidisciplinary approach, utilizing endocrinologists, immunologists, hematologists, and psy-soft-cologists in an attempt to definitively sort the potpourri of mind-body into soft-face. Assume anyone interested in PNI has read the historical antecedent Stress Without Distress, Hans Selve, MD. Do not accept anyone's pop psychosomatic theories, including any inert soft-vertent statements I may have made, let alone such Aquarian nonsense as AIDS is the result of guilt. I am diametrically opposed to unsubstantiated New Age claims that cancer, for example, is a product of negative thinking and can be cleared by ferocity of positive thinking. Such attitudes destroy compassion by placing blame and guilt upon the patient and allowing society to distance itself from human suffering, soft-mentally ignoring genetics and other independent variables. By the same token, I do not deny the possibility, with some evidence, although the jury will still be out for a long time, that meditation, optimism, and rational emotive thinking can increase the quality of life and sometimes the quantity. Tantra. The English-speaking world is afloat with a profusion of tantric books, most including mine emphasizing the minuscule portion of tantric doctrine concerning sexuality as religious ritual. This is quite a fascinating injection into the contemporary literary stew of American anti-sex sectarian feminism, fun soft-mentalism, puritanism, victim consciousness, never take self-responsibility. 249. A Chakuan one less than Unalini Workbook always finds someone or something to litigate. All blended with body piercing, sex therapy, gay and lesbian lobbies, Wicca and goddess worship and Olympus soft-tine underground press. Do not take my comments as a criticism. These are precisely the things I love about America. My only fear is that one of the more totalitarian groups will gain ascendancy to the detriment of the others. Better to have a boiling cauldron than a stagnant pond. Although the Indians do not all agree upon what constitutes tant I didactically state that only the Hindus are capable of fully appreciating tantric philosophy. I have hand-picked 6 references, which in my opinion, offer Westerners the best approach to the sea of Tantricism and its inherent depth and beauty. Professor Rajananda Bharati. The Tantric Tradition. London, Ryder and Com. Soft-Penny, 1965. If not reprinted, freely available in libraries. Scholarly, heavily academic, not for tyros to cut their teeth on. Professor Bharati is a first-class Indologist and Sankrai soft-tist and generally would not speak to lesser mortals, although he and my father spent hours drinking and talking at the University of Washington Staff Club in Seattle. You may think they were in ed in STDs, serious theoretical dialects soft-dicks, about the universe and everything. No. They were World War II ex-army officers and enjoyed replaying the battle lines with knives, forks, glasses, and napkins. B. Bhattacharya, M.A. The World of Tantra. New Delhi, India, Munshira Manahol Publishers Proprietary Limited. Still in print as of 1993. The only autobiography I know, in English, of a Hindu raised in the Tantric tradition. Indescribably sensitive and beautifully evocative. B. Bhattacharya, M.A. was born in 1910 and wrote his autobiography at age 76. I also recommend his 2 volumes Saivism and the Phallic World. Swami Satyananda Saraswati. Kundalini Tantra. Bihar School of Yoga, Monga, Bihar, India, 1985. Privately printed and still in print. Available at some bookstores and Satyananda ashrams in India and around the world. A compilation of Swami Satyananda's teachings on Kriya Yoga and full of research articles by many of our Australian medically trained Swamis who lived for several years in the central Bihar ashram. Excellent, with the reservation that the Kriya should only be practiced under the direct guidance of an initiated Swami of our order. Miguel Serrano. Ilela Book of Magic Love. Translated from the Spanish, Great Britain, Routledge and Keegan Paul Limited, 1973. Miguel Serrano is one of my favorite authors. He was the Chilean ambassador to India for 9 years and displays a delicacy and transcendence in a lila that is 250, 5 a Bliljra faith unparalleled. Wonderful to read before bed as tantric archetypes will be conjured up during sleep. A.K. Saina, Ph.D. Science and Tantra Yoga. Kurukshetra, India, Vishal Publica soft-hyphens, 198-1. Still available in India. Good analysis by a Hindu scholar of Western science and tantric cosmology, cosmogony, and mysticism. Andre van Lijsbeth. Tantra, The Cult of the Feminine. Samuel Weiser Incorporated, 1995. An excellent book for Westerners by my friend, Andre van Lijsbeth. Highly recommended. Sir John Woodroffe. The Great Liberation, Mahanirvana Tantra, 6th ed. soft-hyphen. Madras, India, Ganesh and Company, 1985. Always in print. Direct translation, with footnotes, of one of the most important classical tantric texts. Yoga Kovati Behanan, Ph.D. Yoga, A Scientific Evaluation. New York, Dover Pub soft-lications, 1994. Good introduction with special reference to Samkhya. Theos Bernard, Ph.D. Hatha Yoga. Ryder and Company, 1969. Always in print. Total classic and absolute treasure. Copious footnotes from the 12th century. Yoga text concerned with internal cleansing of the body. Dr. Bernard was tragically murdered in 1947, in western Tibet. His death represents probably the greatest loss of an Indologist who had experienced initiation and practical Hatha Yoga in a way no other Westerner has. Stephen F. Barina, M.D. Yoga and Medicine. Pelican Books, 1973. Probably out of print. A thoughtful and careful correlation of yoga and allopathic philosophy. Alistair Crowley. 8 Lectures on Yoga. Dallas, TX, Sangreal Foundation Incorporated, 1970. Always in print, but with varying publishers. Priceless and witty commentary by one of the most controversial geniuses of this century. In retrospect, I realize that reading this book 35 years ago enabled me to dismiss literal interpretations of the Yamas and Niyamas. Dr. Swami Gatananda Girl Mudras. Privately printed and available from Intersoft-National Center for Yoga Education and Research, 16N 16B, Meta Street, Chennai New Delhi Archivadi, Kottakuppam 605-104, via Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu, India. 251. A chapter and one less than Alan Workbook. Swamiji has written many books, but I recommend his mudras as outstanding. Details of the Hatha Mudras I allude to in Chapter 10 are fully explained. Swami Kevalayananda. Asanas. Bombay, Popular Prakashan, 1964. Swami Kevalayananda. Pranayama. Bombay, Popular Prakashan, 1966. Both the above texts were originally published in 193-1 and are frequently updated. Yoga and Western Medicine. Swami Kevalayananda and Dr. S. L. Vinaka, MBBS Yogic Therapy. New Delhi, printed by Ministry of Health, Government of India, 197-1. This, and the other 2 books by Kevalayananda, are the products of India's 4 soft-most yoga research institutes. Kaivalya Dharma Smym Samiti, Lonavala, 410-403 India. New Perspectives in Stress Management. Collection of articles by Indian medical doctors and physiologists. New Horizons in Modern Medicine. Edited by H. R. Nagendra, Ph.D. Both of the above books may be ordered from Vivekananda Kendra Yoga Research Foundation, No. 9, Apajapa Agrahara, Chamarajapet Bangalore, 560-018 India. Sri Yogendra. Yoga Physical Education. Santa Cruz, India, The Yoga Institute, 1966. Sri Yogendra. Yoga Personal Hygiene, Volumes I and II. Santa Cruz, India, The Yoga Institute, 1958. These volumes are classics, first written in 1931 and subsequently updated over the years. I am deeply grateful that I had the privilege of studying with Sri Yogendra, as he taught me the appropriateness of scientific methodology in approaching some aspects of yoga. Addendum: the bibliography represents the best references with which I am familiar. However, the amount of research material available within India is staggering. If any lesson may be garnered from the bibliography, it is the undeniable fact that yoga represents an indigenous Indian philosophy and the Indians are best qualified to research the subject. 252, Index Ahimsa, 57, 148, 153, 233 Ajna, 88 1, 86, 90, 159 to 164, 166,167, 169 171, 176, 183, 194,195, 233 Alexander the Great, 138 139 Anahata, 88 1, 105 107, 109, 112, 126, 183, 194 195, 22 1, 234, 242 Apragraha, 148, 156 Asana, 3, 5, 8, 16, 149, 213, 234 235 ASC, 140, 164 Astia, 148, 154 Orjita, 41, 111, 235 Autogenic Training, 94, 103, 139 140 Bhagavad Gita, 94, 246 Bija Mantra, 103 to 106, 109 112, 1600 and 164, 235 Biofeedback, 94, 139 140, 167 Brahmacharya, 74, 148, 154 155 Brahman, 35, 41, 73, 236, 243 Brahmapura, 69 Freud, Sigmund, 50, 155, 236 Yoni Mudra, 134 136 Nana Yoga, 145 Gtammo, 117 Buddhism, 90, 117, 155 Celiac Ganglion, 119, 121 Confidence, 99, 126 Cosmic Mind, 65 Deva, 77, 93, 212 Devi, 77, 93, 230 Dharana, 49, 5, 763, 89, 91, 93, 9597, 99, 101, 103, 105 107, 1091 13, 142, 149 150, 160, 162, 164, 219, 224, 234, 236, 240 Dharana Yantra, 5, 762, 162 Dhyana, 49, 58, 150, 234, 236, 240 Jura, Albrecht, 75, 253, Aklutakuan 1 less than Analin Workbook Hasta Mudra, 136 Hatha Yoga, 1, 3 4, 15, 18, 37, 41, 136, 141, 143, 149, 157, 234, 238, 250 Hinduism, 97, 135, 140, 152, 2 liters L, 246 Hypertension, 15, 142 IDA, 75, 94, 97, LL9, 161, 166, 181, 198 200, 203, 237 insomnia, 15, 24, 51-52, 100, 142, 240 Lashwara Pranana, 158 Judo, 90, 96 Kanda, 75, 83, 24 1 Kriya, LL6, 120, 125, 151 to 152, 195, 230, 242, 250 Kundalini, 46, 77 1, 73 78, 80 84, 86, 88, 90, 92, 94, 96, 98, 100, 102, 104, 106, 108, LO, LL2, 115 118, 120, 122, 126, 128, 130, 132, 134, 136, 142, 148, 150, 152, 154, 156, 158, 176, 178, 180, 182, 184, 187, 190, 192, 194, 196, 207, 23-7, 242, 244, 246, 248, 256, 257, 259, 260, 263 Kundalini Shakti, 75 Lay Yoga, 71, 73 75, 77, 79, 81-83, 85, 87, 101, LL5 LL6, 120, 23-7, 247 Lingam, 77, 184, 191, 197, 21-202, 207, 211, 215, 217 Manas, 87, 135, 161 Manipura, 88 1, 105 107, 109 LL0, 112, 118 119, 123, 125 126, 129, 160 161, 182 183, 194 195, 202, 237, 242 Mantra, 37, 39 41, 93, 103, 105 106, 109 LL2, 130, 152, 161 64, 235 236, 238, 242 Maya, 35, 239 Meditation, 5, 8, LL13, 26, 37, 41, 57, 90, 10101, 103, 106, 118, 136, 140, 142, 147 153, 155, 157, 160, 162, 164, 166 167, 171, 174 175, 184, 190, 195, 226, 235 236, 238, 240 24 1, 243, 249, 258 26 1 Meditation Hood, LL, 13, 26, 37, 57 Medulla oblongata, 82 Morris, Desmond, 132 Mrit, 16 Mudra, 35 39, 41-45, 67, 134 136, 142, 223 224, 239 240, 243 Muladhara, 79, 81-82, 101, 105 107, 109 112, 118 119, 126, 129, 159, 161, 182 183, 192, 194 195, 202 203, 208, 2 liters L, 215, 227, 238 239, 241 nadis, 36, 51, 74, LL8, 23 7 239 nadish Adi, 52, 238 namas, 148, 152 153, 156 158, 234 236, 25 1 161 to 162, 164, 184 185, 215, 222 orgasm, 73, 132 133, 189 190, 197, 21, 207, 254, in X Padma, 77, 94, 238 Padmasana, 37, 238 pain control, 126 Panch Koshor, 140 Pascal, 135, 188 Patanjali, 4950, 147, 149 150, 173, 175, 198, 234, 239 Pineal gland, 69, 88 1, LL8, 159, 233, 239 Pingala, 75, 94, 97, LL9, 161, 166, 181, 198 200, 202 203, 239 Plutarch, 138 Polarization, 49, 5 153, 55, 66, LL9, 142, 224, 238 Prana, 16, 52, 65 67, 93, LL7, LL9, 205, 239, 259 Pranayama, 3, 5, 65 66, 126, 136, 149, 205, 234 235, 239, 25 1 Pratyahara, 35 36, 41-42, 49, 149, 234, 243 Psychology, 55 1, 133, 140, 172, 237, 240, 243, 259 Psychotherapy, 143, 154 Raj Yoga, 41, 47, 49 51, 55, 58, 66, 74, 239 Relaxation, 15-16, 1819, 24, 39 40, 55, 59, 97, 106, LLL, LL9, 134, 141, 149, 162, 179, 185, 190, 238, 247, 257, 260 Ritual, 12, 128, 136, 188, 190, 207, 209, 211, 213, 215, 217 219, 221, 241-242, 249, 257 Sadhana, 125, 132, 134, 195 Sahasrara, 75, 88 1, 90, 94, 126, 133, 176, 183, 194 195, 239 240 Samadhi, 49, 150, 152, 222, 234, 236, 240 Yama, 41, 149, 240 Sanmukhi, 35 Santosha, 148, 157 Satya, 148, 153 154, 222 Sauka, 148, 156 157 Shavasana, 15-19, 21, 23 25, 27 29, 31 33, 37, 41, 51-52, 55, 66, 134, 142, 179 180, 182, 223,224, 238, 240 SEM Formula, 63 Self-realization, 36, 120, 137 138 Sex, 82, 132, 155, 188 189, 202, 212, 249, 257, 262 Shakti, 75, 82 83, 125, 134, 152, 166, 188, 201 203, 205, 213, 217, 240 Shiva, 71, 75, 77, 82, 123, 125, 135, 155, 166, 184, 188, 21 203, 205, 207 208, 213, 217, 222, 239 240 Shiva Shakta, 75 Siddha Yoga, 123, 125 Siddhi, 125, 127, 133 Siddhis, 41, 49, 81, 125, 131, 241 Solar Plexus, 19, 22, 26, 53, 69, 808 1, LL5 LL9, 121 to 122, 193, 224, 237 SSS Rule, 26 Uriya Shabda, 151152 Sushama, 75, 82, 94, 116, 138, 199, 200, 241, 255, a chakra and one less than Unalini Workbook Swadhisthana, 7982, 101, 105 107, 109, 112, 118 119, 126 129, 182 183, 192, 194 195, 202, 234, 241 Swadhyaya, 158 Tantra, 74, 82, 103, 131 to 134, 164, 172, 187, 189 191, 195, 197 199, 21, 203, 207 208, 211, 219, 236, 249 250, 257 258 Tapas, 148, 158 Tarot, 97, 264 Tatwas, 103, 107 112, 162, 176, 233, 234, 239, 241, 242. Third eye, 30, 159, 164, 165, 169, 176, 198, 203, 233. Trataka, 25, 3 1-33, 58, 109, 110, 161, 162, 164, 165, 196. Trinity, 135. Taraya, 164, 172, 243. U3 Experience, 36, 197, 207. Yamas, 148, 152, 154, 205, 233, 236, 25, 156, 157, 160, 193, 205, 241. Van Lisbeth, Andre, 117. Varmani, 99, 100. Vishnu, 77, 135, 155, 240. Vishhuda, 88, 106, 107, 112, 183, 194, 195, 242. 109. Visualization, 10, 22, 27, 50, 52, 55, 59. 60, 63, 106, 119, 142, 166, 192, 196, 239, 258, 265. Weshk, Carla Wellin, 11, 37, 7, Yoga Nidra, 15, 24, 26, 51-52, 55, 172, 173, 175, 179, 185, 258. Yoni, 35, 39, 41-45, 67, 77, 142, 191, 197, 201, 202, 205, 207, 210, 211, 213, 216, 217, 223, 224, 239, 240, 243. Yoni Mudra, 35, 39, 41-45, 67, 142, 223, 224, 239, 240, 243. Zen, 90, 174, 256,